Hello guys, welcome to the channel. Today we are talking about what if Naruto was in the Marvel Cinematic Universe Part 5 finale. Naruto left the elemental nations and wound up in a world where flying metal man, magic, and gods exist. If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe, it will help us make more videos for you. Let's begin. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, February 21, 2010, 0700H local. Wow. T'Challa said in awe. I don't think I can last more than 5 minutes in a straight-up fight without a suit. T'Challa and Naruto are looking at the Hulk breaking through the storefront. Naruto had to admit that seeing the Hulk in person is a lot more intimidating than watching a video 10 or so feet high with green skin and red-veined eyes. He took on more dangerous people, but the sheer primal force the Hulk is exuding is like facing a Byakuya for the first time, although a lot less pressure. Don't sell yourself short. Naruto started. You'll last 10 minutes before getting pounded to a pulp. T'Challa turned his head and looked at Naruto incredulously. You don't know how to talk to people, do you? T'Challa replied with a raised eyebrow. That's funny coming from you, mister. I'm always talking in an enigmatic whisper. Naruto countered, effectively shutting T'Challa up. How's the little princess anyway? You have a weird sense of when to start small talk. T'Challa commented, but Naruto just shrugged. He released an involuntary sigh. She's doing great. 10 years old and already finishing up her high school courses. I'm sure she would finish her college courses in 3 years. Maybe a doctorate in 4. What's that specialized course you guys have again? Wakandan parallel development in science and technology and a whole bunch of other things, but that's what I'm thinking she's going to take. T'Challa answered. Goddamn overachievers. Naruto remarked. Hey, that's my sister you're talking about. T'Challa rebuked before getting a bit more subdued. But she's really an overachiever. Naruto released a hearty laugh that T'Challa mirrored. The round of laughter only stopped when another roar came from the Hulk. Shouldn't you send the backup now? T'Challa asked. Not yet. Naruto reached for the handheld radio and opened up the line. Eric. How are you doing, buddy? Running. Eric briskly replied. What you want me to do now? I want to know how good of a shot you are. Naruto said. There's a billboard to your right. That should give you a great vantage point to snipe the Black Ops, dude. The ammo you gave me is kosher. What do you want me to do with it? So some confusion down there. We need to get them to back off for quite some time, and scaring the shit out of them would do just fine. They're special forces. They don't get scared easily. Not them, the general, or at least the people around him. Naruto corrected. Make enough trouble, and he has no choice but to regroup and wait out the storm. Even if he's general, he still needs the military backing him. You're really an asshole, aren't you? Eric mused out loud. Fine. I'm going to get on shooting. Thank you. Naruto said before dropping the radio. I should call my backup. Yes, you should. They won't last long. The Hulk would turn his attention to the civilian population not soon after. T'Challa replied. Naruto nodded before disappearing. T'Challa opened up his Kimoyo beads that are projecting the battlefield a few kilometers away from them. This was done by a Wakandan satellite hovering over the area. This particular satellite is designed for his personal use and rarely checked by anyone else, so it's perfect for looking around. The Hulk is plowing through the Black Ops platoon. He's tanking the rain of gunfire and ripping through MRAPs and SUVs alike. He's attacking anyone and anything that catches attention, giving particular interest to the people currently shooting. Blinsky's experience is working well for him. He was able to go through his magazines and 40mm grenade ammo without getting the big guy's attention. It looked like he had done this by firing at the same time as the others and hiding behind cover. How are they doing? Naruto suddenly asked. T'Challa put on his Black Panther helmet before turning around since he could feel that there's someone with Naruto. When he turned around, he saw a relatively tall woman with brown hair, wearing a full black tactical suit. She has 2 pistols hanging at her hips, along with a few short blades and magazines. However, her get-up's most striking detail is 2 gray gauntlets shaped like a small kite shield. Based on the lines running through the shield and its unnecessary thickness, it should be able to extend to a usable shield. As he was looking over the shield, he noticed that it was made from a very familiar metal. Naruto. T'Challa called out. Naruto hummed an acknowledgement. That vibranium. Yup. Found a vibranium meteorite in Madagascar. Had to purify the shit out of it, though. Naruto replied. T'Challa had no choice but to nod. Wakanda has essentially claimed every vibranium found in the country. They had also placed strict and paranoid guidelines for taking as small as an mg of vibranium out of the country. If a piece of raw vibranium is found out of the country, they adopt a non-contact policy about it. War dogs would keep track of the vibranium but would not interfere unless it could harm Wakanda. This is the same approach used when Howard Stark found a vibranium meteorite just outside of Wakanda. Anyway, this is... I want to say Miss America, but that's sexist. Captain Britain? Nah, sound like a cheap imitation. Naruto continued with his musing. His two audiences just ignored him and approached each other, trying to get a read. After a few seconds of stare down, the new arrival decided to break the silence. Prince T'Challa, I think it's only fair that I introduce myself since our mutual friend seems to be in his own world. The woman started. Hearing his name, T'Challa released an involuntary sigh. Of course, Naruto would blurt that secret out. With no point hiding his identity, T'Challa removed his mask to reveal his face. Depending on how extensive is Wakanda's knowledge on the world as a whole, you might have heard of me. She started. This caused T'Challa to skim through his memory, and the woman in front of him is triggering something, but he can't just seem to figure it out. I'm Margaret Elizabeth Carter. Peggy for short. T'Challa raised an eyebrow when he heard the name. Peggy Carter is a well-known figure, especially to the Wakandan royalties. This is due to her contribution to the Second World War and, more importantly, S.H.I.E.L.D's creation. However, as far as he's aware, Peggy Carter had died more than 2 years ago. Not to mention the fact that she's almost 90 years old. I have to say, I'm happy to see you alive and well, Ms. Carter. T'Challa greeted half-jokingly. Yeah. I have Naruto to thank for that. Peggy replied, giving T'Challa most of the information he needs. So, can you tell me how's the big guy doing? You should ask about the soldiers. They're getting pummeled. It's a wonder how they managed to last this long. T'Challa answered. We also have guys shooting them with incapacitating rounds from time to time. Peggy took only a second to process the information before turning around and tapping Naruto on his shoulder, causing him to turn around. Come on. I don't want the civilians to get caught in the crossfire. Peggy said. Okay. Just wait for a second. Wear your helmet in the meantime. We don't want to mess up with your big debut. Naruto replied before walking towards the radio. I'm going to drop the backup 50m north of the battlefield, wearing an old-school tactical suit. Do you copy? Copy. It would be best if you hurried, though. There are only 10 combat-ready men left. Eric advised. Ugh. I really thought someone like Blinsky would last longer. Naruto mused to himself before turning towards Peggy. Ready? Yes. Peggy answered before Naruto, and she disappeared. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, February 21, 2010, 0710H. Local Emil Blinsky would never admit it, but he's having the time of his life. The thrill of the hunt, and now, the fight. Only his training gave him enough pause to give his men orders, but after 10 minutes of brutal back and forth, even Blinsky had to frown. It's fun when you have the chance to get out of the situation, but there's no thrill in the hunt if there are 100% chance you would get pummeled to the ground. Add the fact that someone is shooting some form of tranq darts to the team, and you got a soldier's worst nightmare. Peggy was dropped somewhere north of the general area. She can clearly hear gunfire and destruction. Without missing a beat, the super soldier ran towards the highway. She took a moment to assess the situation before heading straight to the Hulk. A few meters before Peggy reached the Hulk, she jumped high off the ground and delivered a devastating punch straight to the green guy's face. This caused the Hulk to stagger backward. Cease fire! Cease fire! Cease fire! Blinsky ordered. He has no idea if the person is a backup or not, but he wouldn't want to take any chances. Take the injured and the dead out of here. See if there are any usable cars in the area. Make sure not to get the target's attention. He added. The team quickly followed his order and opened up civilian cars in the vicinity, and they started loading the downed teammates. While this was happening, Blinsky decided to do some information gathering. He first took out a portable video camera from his pack and set it down on the ground while pointing to the fight. He also started to collect as much of the incapacitating bullets as he can find. Maybe Ross could find something about it, as well as the unexpected appearance of the Killmonger. It's not like Ross could punish Stevens publicly since Rio is a Black Ops operation. "Sir, we're ready to go," one of Blinsky's men informed him. Blinsky took one last look at the fight before picking up the video camera and leaving. He's sure that Ross would turn red when he hears about it in the debriefing before focusing his attention on the apparent super soldier. The video would certainly give them some clues on the third party's identity. Peggy has been given quite the workout. More than what she usually experienced in field missions ever since she changed. However, this level is less than what she had experienced when Naruto trained her to get used to her new body. The female super soldier is using her speed to keep the Hulk's attention on her. She focuses on giving light strikes on her target's lower legs, especially the knees. This isn't enough to hurt the guy but just enough to annoy and slow him down. When she noticed that the soldiers are out of the general area, she started with the final step to force the Hulk out of Rio. Peggy jumped a few meters back, placing some distance between them. She pulled out one of her pistols, a 7-round Desert Eagle with modified .50 caliber rounds. Naruto had given her 4 types of rounds that might work in driving the Hulk off the city. The first one is a sonic round. This would release a localized burst of high-frequency sound the moment it impacts. Secondly, a stink bullet is made from a concentrated skunk spray. The third bullet is a simple flash bullet. Finally, a spicy round that releases a cloud of capsaicin crystals on impact. She received 3 7-round magazines of each ammo type from Naruto. Peggy opted to use the spicy bullet first to see how the Hulk would react to a different kind of pain. She fired 2 rounds towards her target, one to the face and one to the chest. A white cloud of capsaicin crystals surrounded the Hulk, which immediately sent him into a coughing fit. He kept on scratching his face and throat, trying to get rid of the burning sensation. He can't even concentrate on the cause of the pain. Seeing the spicy bullet's effectiveness, Peggy pulled out her second pistol and changed its magazine to a sonic round. She fired a sonic round and a spicy round in succession every 20 seconds. She takes a step forward with each shot she takes, hoping to push the Hulk. The super soldier is fully expecting the green behemoth to run away any moment now, but she underestimated his tenacity. Having enough of the circumstance, the Hulk blindly rushed towards Peggy's direction. She was able to dodge the charge, but the Hulk had quickly recovered and started sending debris towards her. The situation worsens as time goes on since the Hulk is mixing charges, throwing debris, and punching, effectively decreasing her window to fire some shots in. With no other choice, she holstered her guns and took out 2 grenades. One is a smoke/flash grenade, which would disorient the Hulk, while the other is a spicy grenade. Combining the two would hopefully distract the Hulk long enough for her to get out while dissuading the Hulk from engaging the possible targets. She just needs to step in again in case her plan fails. Peggy crouched to dodge a car thrown by the Hulk before sliding the grenades to his feet. Not 5 seconds later, the 2 grenades exploded. It started with a loud bang, and a bright flash of light before smoke and capsaicin crystals started covering a section of the highway. She quickly turned back around and started running to a nearby building that would give her a vantage point of the Hulk. She could see the Hulk looking around for her after the smoke dissipated. His eyes are red from the capsaicin irritant. To her relief, the Hulk jumped high up into the air, presumably out of the city, after not finding his previous target. "Wow, didn't expect the spicy bomb to work that well," Naruto said as he suddenly appeared beside Peggy. "Don't worry. The big guy is already out of the city." "That's good," Peggy replied while trying to catch her breath. "I think my theory that Banner is somewhere inside the Hulk has been confirmed." Peggy flashed Naruto a questioning look, prompting him to continue. "Well, he started jumping to the north. Of all the directions to escape to, why north?" "Because that's where Dr. Banner was supposed to go," Peggy answered. "Exactly," Naruto said with a toothy grin. "Come on. Let's get you back. Steve must be worried right about now." Triskelion, Washington, D.C. February 22, 2010, 0900H local. Currently, Banner is in Guatemala. I have a guy with him that would help him back stateside. Naruto recounted the events in Rio, making sure to leave some key details. Like the presence of the Wakandan prince and the not-so-dead founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. "And that guy is Eric Stevens, right?" Fury asked while leaning back on his chair. "Yup. And what about the super soldier?" "What soldier?" "This soldier. Fury answered while pushing a button on his desk. A video projected behind him showing Peggy fighting the Hulk. Even the getup looks a lot like the cap. Huh. Forgot about that part. Naruto stated with a straight face. Well, I found a super soldier and some vibranium lying around, so there you go. Before you ask, I'm not going to answer any question about the said super soldier. I need to know if somebody out there is creating an army of super soldiers. Fury stated with a stare. Only the usual attempts. Nobody even came close to a usable method. In fact, testing had dropped in the past year since some of the funds are funneled to the creation of an exosuit. Although Fury would never say it, he's released that Naruto's answer is in line with his intelligence report. Every country nation with a competitive military is currently working on recreating Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. This is due to the fact that creating a tech suit is more feasible than changing a body's physiology. It would also be more cost-effective and would give more benefits like flight and armor. Even the US has dumped $10 billion for its development alongside Hammer Industries. So, what's the payment this time? Fury inquired. I got something different this time. Naruto replied while reaching for something beside him. He pulled out a folder and placed it on the table. Fury took the folder and opened it before showing an involuntary frown. I want one of your prospective enhanced operatives to disappear and release a scientist from your employ. I think their names are Ava Star and Dr. Bill Foster. Shield Field Office, San Francisco, California, February 25, 2010, 0800H. Local Dr. William Barrett Foster, or simply Bill Foster, is a brilliant biochemist currently employed by SHIELD. He's a 6, African American with brown eyes and black hair. During the 80s, he worked with the brilliant Hank Pym on Project Goliath. Goliath aims to create a reliable process of reversing Hank Pym's shrinking tech into enlargement. However, disagreement with Hank Pym and SHIELD caused him to leave mid-project. There's only one reason why Bill would join SHIELD again, is for family, and that just what happened. A former SHIELD colleague and a close friend of his, Ava Star. Due to Han Pym's influence, Ava has been forced out of SHIELD and ostracized by the scientific community. This forced Ava and his wife, Catherine, to move to Argentina in order to continue his experiment with quantum energy and tunneling. This experiment is obviously dangerous for a number of reasons, but Ava has shouldered on. 3 years of grueling hard work had brought Ava closer to his goal. However, fate has some other plans. On the night of Ava's final experiment, a catastrophic incident resulted in Ava and Catherine dying due to a quantum explosion. The same explosion that caused Ava Star, his 6-year-old daughter, to acquire some rather unique powers. Ava had been dosed with massive amounts of quantum energy, causing every atom that integrates into her body to displace. This allows her body to enter multiple realities at any one time while also keeping herself anchored in one and quantum tunnel. The phenomenon effectively gives her the ability to phase through objects while also giving her a ghostly visage. Too bad this process gives her chronic pain. That's how Bill found Ava, in pain, and scared of what's happening. He took her in until SHIELD showed up a few months later. Ava was sent to a temporary housing facility where she was tested, and her powers evaluated. This where SHIELD realized her capabilities. Bill could feel SHIELD's intentions, so he did the only thing he could, he joined SHIELD. His presence there had allowed him to do 2 things. The first is to find a cure for Ava's condition or at least alleviate it. Secondly, to stop SHIELD from using her abilities for something else. Bill had been partially successful in his first goal so far. He had developed a quantum energy chamber. It uses the minuscule amount of quantum energy he could harness to stabilize her condition temporarily. It's not a cure, but it could help her temporarily alleviate her pain and extend her lifespan. As for the second one, he was able to prevent SHIELD from giving her anything more than retrieval and infiltration missions. But it looks like he could only do so much. Dr. Foster, we thank you for your service. An agent told him. They were currently outside one of many field offices, with Bill carrying a box of his stuff and the agent preventing him from getting back inside. Bill had no other choice but to leave. Don't get him wrong, he would find his way back to help Ava. But he has to regroup for now. Bill dejectedly walked away from the office towards the nearest bus stop. He was thinking about what he should do next when an orange sports car stopped beside him. This immediately put him on guard. What are the chances that a recently sacked SHIELD scientist gets kidnapped? Pretty high. Dr. Foster, I presume. A blonde man asked as soon as the car window rolled down. Yes, and who are you? Bill asked warily. I'm just the guy who has you sacked. The blonde replied while opening the passenger side door. The man could see Bill's reluctance. I can also help Ava with her small problem, he added before clarifying something. Help not cure. Against all logical reasoning, Bill got inside the car. He placed his items in the back seat before locking his seat belt. I thought you were smart, the man said with a chuckle, causing Bill's anxiety to rise. You should never get into someone's car of a stranger. Didn't anybody tell you that? Let's fix that problem, shall we? The man extended his hand. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Bill Foster, but you already know that. Bill greeted back while shaking Naruto's hand. You said you have a solution. Hold your horses. We got to establish some things. Make sure you understand what you and Ava are getting into, Naruto countered before driving off. First of all, whatever your decision right now, Ava would be sent on a mission where she would go missing in action. So she would leave S.H.I.E.L.D. and be in my care in the near future, he explained. Your choice determines if she lives through the procedure or not. What do you need me to do? Bill asked. You need to upgrade the chamber to have Ava's body fully stabilized after treatment from 5 minutes to at least 30 minutes. I don't have the resources to get the amount of energy and resources needed to harvest that much quantum energy for that to work, Bill argued. Let me worry about that. Just write everything you need, and I'll handle it. If you accept it, that is, Naruto replied. Anyway, let's get back to the topic at hand. I have a few plans for Ava, and none of them involves her being unstable. What? You're going to use her as S.H.I.E.L.D. would too? Of course, Naruto answered nonchalantly. He could feel Bill's negative emotions rise up. Oh, come on. Get your head out of the ground. You should have expected her to do some unsavory things the moment she acquired the enhancements. If not this, then protecting herself from someone who wants her to do something like this. He continued this way, she'll at least be able to help herself. I'm going to transform her training from espionage and assassination to special ops. No. She's not just some gun you can just use to point at someone or something. Naruto looked at Bill weirdly before releasing a full-blown laugh, causing Bill to look at Naruto. I don't need a gun. Naruto raised his right hand, causing Bill to focus on it. Naruto slowly lowered his hand to the steering wheel, and to Bill's surprise, his hand passed through it. Bill was about to make a big fuss about it when the same hand suddenly formed a translucent blue sphere made of unknown energy. I'm the fucking nuke. Bill looked at the sphere until it slowly disappeared. It put some things into perspective. As extraordinary as Ava is, there are a lot more things out there he doesn't know about. Let me get something straight, Naruto said as he stopped the car in front of a fairly large house. I don't need Ava for anything. I'm doing this to keep her out of somebody's hand, and I'm not talking about S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm talking about something much more sinister. Like, conquer the whole world, he explained. So, I don't care what you decide right now. That statement alone made Bill's decision. He can't help but feel he's making a deal with the devil, but there's not much choice. With a heavy heart, he said. Where am I going to work? Iransar, Balochistan, Iran, May 5, 2010, 21:30 local. This is such a romantic date, Naruto, Natasha said. A picnic set, a sky full of stars, she added. 2 kilometers from a black site nuclear research site, and spying on a girl. Oh, come on. You're the one who wanted to come with. You should thank me that I brought out the picnic set, Naruto argued. I'm not mad, really, Natasha replied. Just concerned that we're going to kidnap someone. Think less of it as kidnapping and more as a rescue operation. You gonna remember that we're giving her a new chance at life. Natasha released an audible groan before answering. I hate it when you're right. Naruto held himself back from commenting. 3 years of living with Nat and Jess had given him a few insights into the female psyche. He just held on to the small win. The plan itself is pretty simple. Fury would open up one intelligence report he's been holding onto. Something that could get Hydra's attention. Like maybe a Black Ops Iranian nuclear research facility looking into upgrading the nuke's effectiveness. Of course, they could use their own resources to get it, but who would want that? That's where Pierce would come in. Pierce would file a mission to S.H.I.E.L.D., and Fury would use a recently upgraded asset with a clean track record as a test run, Ava Star codename Ghost. For some unforeseen reason, Ava would go into full quantum decomposition even before she reaches the facility, leaving nothing but her suit behind, or at least that's what Naruto wants them to think. In reality, he would just rescue her away back to San Francisco. This way, Pierce won't be able to blame anyone officially. Sure, he might rant to Fury about it, but a valuable asset was already gone. Fury can also spin it as something of the World Security Council's fault. They were trying to get Ghost weaponized for a few years already, with Pierce spearheading the effort. All Fury has to say is that he granted their wish by removing the only holdup, Dr. Bill Foster, who also happens to be the point man for Ghost's primary care. Let's talk something else while we wait for Ghost to arrive, Naruto said while opening up 2 Coke bottles, one for each of them. Heard you got another long-term mission. Want to give up some details about that? He asked, genuinely curious. He has kept his promise to stay out of the girls' business unless it's an emergency or they asked for his help. Nope. Natasha replied with a cheeky grin. Besides, you'll know about it soon enough. There's no point in telling you about it. Oh, come on. Pretty please. Naruto insisted with his puppy dog eyes. Too bad that Natasha has developed a certain amount of immunity to his charms. No means no, Natasha reiterated before she felt her phone vibrate. Besides, you know that a Quinjet is coming, she continued before standing up. Damn it. Shouldn't have used it on the kinky stuff yesterday, Naruto murmured, causing Natasha to release a burst of full-blown laughter. He picked up the picnic set before following Natasha. So, how do you want to do this? What do you mean how? Aren't we just picking her up? Natasha asked. Yeah. But how do you want to approach Ava? Naruto said animatedly. Good cop, bad cop. Devil's offer. The angel's descent. The genie in a bottle. He continued on and on. Natasha stopped in her tracks and looked at Naruto incredulously. How can you have so much time in your hands to watch that many movies? Clones. Should have known, Natasha said with a shake of her head. She then proceeded on hiking towards the research base. Where are you going? Naruto asked. Intercepting Ava. Isn't that what are we supposed to do? Yeah, but she's that way, Naruto answered while pointing to the north of them. She doesn't need the front door. A barred air vent would do just fine. Ugh. You tell me now, Natasha grumbled before walking towards the pointed direction. The pair walked in silence for another 10 minutes. Natasha was following Naruto's footsteps halfway through their short hike. Apparently, Iran is paranoid enough to place mine around the area. At the middle of the minefield, one of the air vents. Where is she? Natasha inquired. Right, there. Naruto pointed in front of them. In that direction, a silhouette is walking towards them. As the person gets closer, they could see a woman wearing a white tactical suit and mask. The mask is a little creepy due to the red optics. However, she quickly stopped in her tracks when she saw the 2 people sitting on top of the air vents she was supposed to get into. Ava Star. Naruto called out when their target stopped a few meters away from them. You have time to talk. Ava didn't respond, but her lack of movement suggests that she's at least willing to hear them out. She tapped her ear as a message which was immediately understood by Naruto. At least there's proof that she's not loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D. Don't worry about the comms. From what they know, you're crawling through the vents right now, Naruto said. You've just been sold to me in exchange for a previous job. He paused when he realized what he just said. Wait, not sold. Traded. That's not much better, is it? Fuck. Can you help me out here, Nat? Natasha rolled her eyes at Naruto's obvious ploy. Well, obvious to her. Naruto carefully chose his words to further drive a wedge between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Ava, making Ava feel like S.H.I.E.L.D. consider her disposable while Naruto is the person that wants her. It will instantly create some level of trust from Ava. Add the stupid act, and Naruto has basically created a relatively harmless persona. Of course, there's a chance that Naruto's scatterbrain tendencies just happened to come out now. This guy, here. Natasha pointed to Naruto. He got Bill Foster out of S.H.I.E.L.D. for a few reasons. Chief of which is to allow him to do an experimental procedure on you that can remove most if not all of your pain. It can also increase your lifespan until a permanent cure can be found. Ava pointed to her mouth. Sure, you can talk. They won't hear a thing. Naruto informed her. How is he? Ava asked in a quiet tone. Bill. Naruto inquired to clarify, to which Ava nodded. Good. I think you have to ask him yourself. He answered. As for what he's done in the past 2 months, he upgraded the quantum energy chamber to last you for 45 minutes. More than enough time for the experimental procedure to finish. Ava took a moment to think about her options, and there are 2 ways she could go now. Continue with her mission and return to S.H.I.E.L.D., who have knowingly sold her, or go with the guy that can help her lessen her pain. It's basically a no-brainer. What do you need me to do? Ava let out. Naruto can't help but release a smirk at the question. The way Ava asked the question is almost exactly the same as how Foster asked his. He pulled out a small package behind him and threw it at Ava's feet. Change to the clothes I just gave you and leave your suit behind. Naruto told Ava. S.H.I.E.L.D. would think you just entered a quantum unstable state and just disappeared. The only people who would know what happened are everyone here, Bill, top S.H.I.E.L.D. officials, and maybe the World Security Council. He carefully chose his words so that if Ava finds out the whole truth, he can say that he never lied. Ava took off her mask. Nat and Naruto noticed her stoic face. She must have been used to the pain already. That's either good or bad, depending on how you look at it. Ava started to change out from her skin-tight clothes, so Naruto polite thing and turned around. A few seconds later, Nat tapped Naruto on the shoulder, indicating that Ava was read. Alright. Let's get to it. Naruto grabbed onto Natasha before using hydration to travel to the marker on the leftover package wrapper, which certainly surprised Ava. She would have reacted if not for Naruto beating her to the punch. Hold onto your lunch and stay on your feet. He continued before holding onto Ava's arm and disappearing. San Francisco, California, May 5, 2010, 1000H local. As soon as they arrived at the place Naruto gave Bill to work in, Ava noticed something familiar but peculiar. The room they arrived in is divided into 2 parts. One covers 1/10 of the room, while the other is reserved for the rest. The small room has nothing special about it. The small room has one purpose from what Ava could see, to connect it to the hallway. However, the big room is something special. The big room's covered on all sides by a special glass Ava was familiar with. This is the same glass that covers the quantum energy chamber that provides her some sort of comfort. The only difference is the chamber in S.H.I.E.L.D. has the size of a small room that only has room for a bed. The room Ava is looking at right now is at least 20 times bigger. There's a cabinet, a bed, and even a private full bath. Bill. You in here? Naruto shouted. This caused Ava to snap out of her stupor. A few seconds later, they could hear someone running down the steps. Not a moment later, Bill barged through the door. He could see 3 people in the room, but there's only one person he cares about. Ava. Bill called out while rushing towards Ava. He hugged her tightly, which was reciprocated by Ava, although a little slower. How have you been? He asked while looking at her face, checking for visible signs of injury. Natasha and Naruto decided to give the 2 some space. I'm fine. They didn't have much for me to do while you were gone. Ava answered in a subdued tone. They mostly tested how long I can stay out of the chamber without a visible decrease in performance. They're basically torturing you. Bill stated. It's not that far from the truth too. Ava's unique condition causes her to have at least a 7 on the pain scale. No. It's okay. Ava placated, but it was obviously a lie. Naruto decided to step in before the pair's conversation could spiral off into a different topic. Alright. As much as I want for you guys to catch up, I have an appointment in 4, maybe 5 hours. Naruto stated. Tony decided to do a final check for the Stark Expo that would open in 2 days. This time, most of the board of directors are present, as well as Pepper and Morgan. That's why he asked for Naruto, the ultimate bodyguard. It would also be the first time Naruto would show up in any Stark Industries executive events. The board directors have all been speculating on who's the guy with the 3rd most number of shares with the company. So, Naruto decided to satiate their curiosity using one of his aliases. I also have something planned too, remember? Natasha added. Oh, right. What time is that again? 5 p.m. in LA. That's not that far. You want to drive? Naruto's statement put on an immediate smile on Natasha's face, as expected of a car lover. And Naruto's car mods satisfy CLASists, speed freaks, tech, and engineering-inclined car enthusiasts alike. What do you suggest? The Bugatti Veyron Super Sport. Oh. That will do. Natasha commented with obvious interest. Naruto then turned towards Bill and Ava. Here's what I want Ava to do. She's going to stay inside the chamber until she reaches maximum quantum stability. Naruto said. Ava followed the instruction almost immediately. Even without the possibility of losing her chronic pain after the procedure, she would still get into that chamber just to relieve the pain temporarily. You still haven't told me what you're going to do. No details on the procedure or anything. I still don't know how you were able to come up with this so-called procedure. Bill told Naruto with no small amount of doubt. In the past 2 months that Bill has been working with Naruto, they have been quite amicable to each other, even after the admittedly rough first meeting. However, there's just one holdout, Naruto not telling Bill about the procedure. It's understandable, really. Who in the right mind would believe that Naruto will use chakra to deal with a quantum problem? At least Bill would finally know how Naruto would do it. Naruto pulled out a few meals and gave everyone inside the room one. He gave Ava her meal before she enters the chamber. He ignored the questioning look from Ava and Bill before pushing a button on the console just outside the chamber. This activated the chamber, releasing orange waves. These are concentrated and pure quantum energy harvested from the environment. Naruto gestured for everyone to sit down on a chair and signaled everyone to sit down too. He took a bite of his Hainan-essa chicken rice meal before starting his lecture. Tell me, Bill, what can you tell me about dark energy? Just a short explanation would do. Naruto said. Bill decided to humor Naruto's inquiry. Dark energy is an undetectable energy that has only been theorized due to its influence on everything in the observable universe. So, there's an energy, an invisible, undetectable energy, that influence the universe, am I correct? Naruto asked. Bill nodded since it's basically what he just said. Now, what? Your opinion on chakra? It's complete hogwash. Bill automatically answered. See, why is that? Can't it be considered just like dark energy? No, since there is no evidence of it whatsoever. Bill replied. He turned towards Natasha when he heard a snort from her. And who are you? Agent Natasha Romanoff, S.H.I.E.L.D. Bill and Ava immediately went on high alert when they heard Nat's answer. My personal life and work life are different. They don't know everything that's happening when I'm not on active duty. I'm just a girlfriend visiting my boyfriend's work. And I'm just supposed to believe that. Believe it or not, I don't care. Natasha stated with a blank look. Besides, you should hear about what Naruto is going to say. Anyway. Naruto interjected while forming a raise-non in his hand, pulling everyone's attention. This is chakra, or at least an unmodified version of it. At 10% power, this chakra ball can punch through 10 inches of steel no problem. How's that for affecting the universe? Bill involuntarily gulped. Working for S.H.I.E.L.D. has involuntarily given him enough knowledge on weaponry, and 10 inch of steel is pretty hard to get through. At 10% power, he could only imagine the damage at full power. Let's say for a moment that chakra is true. Bill started. What can it do to help Ava? Chakra can do almost everything, from healing a cut to dropping a moon on Earth. You can drop the moon. Naruto raised an eyebrow when Natasha interrupted with her question. Right, I shouldn't even ask. What I'm going to do is force open up Ava's atrophied chakra network by dosing her with my own. I can only dose her safely if there are no interruptions with her chakra network, and I don't want to do it inside the chamber since it might cause some unknown reaction. Naruto explained. It would be a long process. It would take 10 years before we could move on to the next step with the old chamber, but with the upgraded chamber and 45 minutes of molecular stability, that exponentially decreased the time frame to 2 months at most. If it were only 30 minutes, then it would take 5 months. What would that do exactly? Bill let out. Increased physical attributes, including pain tolerance, but that is just a stepping stone. Naruto answered. The next thing is mixing nature chakra to her system in small amounts. This can only be done while if there are sufficient amounts of normal chakra in her system. If there's an imbalance, Ava would slowly turn into stone. He noticed Natasha took a deep breath, but he continued anyway. He would talk to her later. Nature chakra should anchor her somewhat to one reality. The effect would be somewhat similar to the chamber, although a little less effective. Ava is listening in on the conversation. Although she doesn't understand a lot of the mechanics they're talking about, but there's one thing she could understand, Less pain. It's more than enough to work through the procedure. We're going to begin the first session after the chamber has run its cycle. In the meantime, Nat and I are going to be upstairs. You two catch up. Naruto said before pulling NA with him out of the room. Q-ship April 20, 2010. A few jump points away from the Nova Empire's border in a peculiar ship, two figures are looking over one bound man. The two figures are members of one of the most feared warmonger groups in the known universe, the Black Order. Cole Obsidian is a massive reptilian humanoid. At least 12 feet in height with brownish-black skin. He usually carries an 8-foot-tall, 7-foot-long, two-headed pickaxe connected to his hand by a chain. His expertise in using his unique pickaxe, an enormous amount of strength, and an unusually high amount of agility enable him to mow down battalions of soldiers. This tank of the Black Order would be the perfect soldier if not for his admittedly low IQ. To fix this problem, Cole Obsidian is partnered with the second sharpest mind of the Black Order, Ebony Maw. Maw is a 7-foot-tall humanoid with white hair and pale gray skin. One of his distinguishing figures is the lack of a nose protrusion. Just like any member of the Black Order, he has one specialty. His overwhelming ability in telekinesis and magic makes him a very formidable long-range fighter and moving battery. Ebony Maw's usual job is to announce the culling, but he does other things too, and this task is something special. In his hand is a special staff that holds one of the most powerful objects in the universe, the Mind Stone. Just like the other Infinity Stones, the Mind Stone controls one aspect of reality. The Mind Stone holds the power to control and connect every aspect of the mind. From the most primitive all the way to the most complex minds, singular to hive. The Mind Stone itself is the cornerstone for upgrading two of their armies. One was transformed into a hive-minded conquering army while the other is an instinctual berserker-like army. However, this task is a lot easier than changing the mind of an entire species. They just need to flip the mind of one person. Loki Odinson, or what he just recently found out, Laufeyson, is a 6 feet 2 inches, 1,000-year-old magically modified frost giant who originally has blue skin with white markings and red eyes. However, a simple concealment changed his appearance to Caucasian-colored skin and black eyes. The Norse god of trickery and mischief is a master of Asgardian magic, illusions, shape-shifting, and short-blade combat. His main strategy in active combat is to use misdirection to cause chaos and confusion before striking at a critical moment. However, his ability lies in infiltration and descent missions. Jobs that don't require him to dirty his hands, just cause a collapse of an organized system. Asgardian, such proud people. Ebony Maw started while floating on top of Loki. So easy to predict. Loki mumbled something but his mouth is covered by a mouth cover. Maw waved his hand causing the cover to come off. Oh, you've made a big mistake coming after me. The Asgardian army would come down on you mongrels like waves on a beach. Loki stated in a tightly controlled rage. Ah yes, the all-seeing gatekeeper of Asgard and the Bifrost. Just imagine what a device like the Bifrost can do for our cause. The ability to travel in and out almost everywhere near instantaneously is just something we could never hope to replicate. Moore replied, brushing off the thread. But, your all-seeing gatekeeper can't see everything, can he, and you know it. Otherwise, you won't be able to sneak out of Asgard anytime you want. I figured out how to place a veil over the all-seeing eye of Asgard. Loki gulped involuntarily when he heard Maw's statement. Not many are capable of hiding from the gatekeeper's eyes. The only reason he could do it was due to the shadows formed by Yggdrasil to the primitive portals of Asgard. Without any support, he could only think of a way to get out of his predicament. His strength comes from his mind and high magic, and with him being completely tied up with magic negating binds. The only thing he could do is talk his way out of his situation, which he's pretty good at doing. Alright. Let's take this slowly and talk it out. Loki said slowly after he focused himself again. What do you need from me? Money? Information? Nothing as crude as that. No. 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 Moore replied like he's talking to a child. We want your mind. My mind. So it's information? You know, even if you know everything about Asgard, you can't take it down. Loki answered. We can take down Asgard, although with considerable damage to our forces. Maw said through gritted teeth. But we don't have to do anything if we got you. You don't expect me to betray my family, do you? We don't expect you do. We know you do. Maw slowly moved the staff he's holding towards Loki's chest. Loki tried to free himself from his bind to no avail. The moment the staff made contact, Loki could feel an overwhelming amount of energy trying to invade his brain. He placed as much energy to protecting his mind, but it was all for naught. The power of the stone is just too much for anyone. Loki's eyes turned into a weird light blue shade before it returned back to black, probably due to the passive concealment. With another wave of Ma's hand, Loki suddenly lost his consciousness and his binding removed. Ma turned towards Obsidian. "Bring him back to where we found him. Just drop him there," Ma ordered. Obsidian grabbed hold onto Loki's leg and dragged him out of the room. Ma waited for the door to be locked before pushing a button on the dashboard. "Father, we have just released the Asgardian," Ma stated with absolute reverence. "Good," a deep voice replied. "We can finally remove a thorn on our side. There are only 2 armies that could ever hope to hold us back and one to defeat us. As long as we acquire a second Infinity Stone, we can defeat both Kree and Nova Empire." The voice continued. "The Asgardian army is a whole different breed entirely, and I respect them for that. However, nothing can stop us from achieving our goal. If a little underhanded methods are required, then we shall use it." "Of course, Father," Ma said with a bow. "How would this humble servant be of your service?" "Gather intelligence on Terra." "Yes, Father. However, if I may ask, why the sudden interest on a backwater planet?" "Proxima had detected an Infinity Stone. This confirms the reading 70 years ago. We should send the Chitauri, Father. Not until Asgard is dealt with. They are still under their protection." The voice countered. "Just prepare them. The moment Asgard falls, we'll take the Infinity Stone and cull them at the same time." Stark Expo, Queens, New York City, May 7, 2010, 2300H local. "How far are we from DC?" Tony asked. He received the subpoena from the U.S. Marshal. 250 miles. Happy answered. Tony revved up his new Audi Spider and driving off. "Well, let's try to make it in 3 hours or less," Tony replied. Stark Expo has gotten off without a hitch. 20% of the $100 billion investment has already been recuperated on the opening night alone. It's projected that they would have a total income of at least $500 billion. The open show policy has really increased their profit margin, since even their rivals like Hammer Industries can rent a pavilion for their products. The opening ceremony has also gained them some significant media traction. Even more than they already have. Tony decided to go with the flashiest entrance, aka dropping to a fully choreographed performance from a C-130 15,000 feet high in his Iron Man suit. Pepper was not thrilled with all the scantily clad women dancing around him, but she understood the necessity. Speaking of Pepper, Tony had been giving larger and larger responsibility in the company to her. Just in case the worst thing happened to him. He could feel the palladium poisoning already slowing him down, and he's running out of elements to test, from hydrogen to lawrencium and every alloy in between. Nothing could substitute for palladium. It's the perfect balance of radiation and power output. Perfect if not for the heavy metal poisoning. Tony has already looked into having the shrapnel surgically removed, but even the best surgeon only gave him 10% survival. He's not about to risk leaving his family to a 10% chance. He could, of course, ask Naruto for any weird chakra voodoo stuff to help him, but only as a last resort. They were driving for around 20 minutes when Happy noticed a car following them. Not very discreet too, since it was a dark orange Lamborghini. "Tony, we got a tail," Happy stated while pointing behind them. Tony looked at the rearview mirror but he can't see through the darkened windshield. "A limbo? Who the hell would tail someone in a limbo?" Tony let out. "Isn't it better to use a shitty old car? Can a shitty old car catch up with your new car?" Happy countered. Tony took a left turn at the next intersection. Then another left. Then another left. Then another left. Basically, a typical maneuver for identifying tails, and it confirmed that the limbo is following them. He was going to call a security detail when his phone rang first. "Hello." Tony answered automatically without looking at the name. "Why the fuck are you circling?" Tony heard Naruto reply. This obviously surprised both Happy and Tony. "Somebody's following Happy and I." "That's me, stupid. I'm your tail," Naruto answered with a hint on annoyance. "I heard about the subpoena from the Senate." "Okay, so why are you coming?" Happy asked. "Added security and as your lawyer." "Security I can get, but a lawyer?" Tony inquired. "Of course, a lawyer. You smart-ass are going to face a Senate hearing with no lawyer. They're going to use your ego back you into a corner to get the suit. Naruto's statement silenced Tony. He's well aware of all his faults, including his ego. How could he not be? Pepper is always reeling him in when he gets too far. With a proper psych eval, the US government could just play him until they get just cause to get a suit. So, what's your plan? Tony let out. I'm just an employee, but I can give you their options to go about it. Naruto answered cheekily. Let's start with what I think you would do. You'll go there and assert the superiority of your designs. Maybe by using the videos on the prototypes. He continued. Then there's a flashy way I want to do it. Flashy way. Happy mused out loud. They could practically hear Naruto's maniacal grin to the question. Capitol Building, Washington, D.C. May 8, 2010, 0900H Local Mr. Stark. There's no need for a lawyer. This is just a preliminary hearing. Senator William Stern said with a friendly smile. William Stern is a 5 feet 10 inches Caucasian with blue eyes, brown hair, and a pudgy build. This senator from the state of Pennsylvania had quickly risen up from being a businessman to team mayor to governor to a congressman, and now a senator. In the last election cycle, he won the race with a landslide. Now, he heads the Committee on Armed Services. However, like every politician, there are skeletons in Stern's closet, and his are bigger than most. Stern's success in the election is because of one major factor. He's backed by Hydra. Hydra has approached Stern a little over 3 decades ago when he's still struggling to keep his business afloat. It started with a small help here, a favor there until finally Stern has been indoctrinated to their cause. The task he's been given by Pierce is to acquire the Tony Stark suit by any means necessary, and he already has a plan. Stark having a lawyer could hinder his plan. Hey, my man right here wanted to see Washington, so I brought him. Tony replied nonchalantly. This is not a field trip, Mr. Stark. This is a nationally broadcasted hearing. Stern countered. I know, isn't that better? Tony said with a smile. Anyway, we're here to talk about what you want. So let's talk about it. Stern released an involuntary sigh when he heard the statement. He can't exactly force Stark to remove his lawyer out of the room in national TV. It would cause a media and public relations nightmare. Mr. Stark. Let's start with simple. Do you or do you not have a specialized weapon? Stern asked. Tony started, but Naruto had cut him off. Senator. I am Attorney Nicholas Union. Accredited to practice law in 15 states. Naruto introduced as one of his established aliases. We would like for you to define what is specialized weapon. The Iron Man weapon. The Iron Man suit is not a weapon. It's an armored personnel protection unit. Naruto argued. To be completely honest, it's more like an advanced prosthetic. Some of its technology is already being tested for possible applications, commercial, athletic, and military. It's a weapon. It's a weapon. It's a weapon. Stern said rapidly, obviously losing his cool. My task is to acquire the Iron Man weapon for the people of the United States of America. We can have our weapon specialist, Justin Hammer. As soon as Stern said his name, Justin Hammer walked in from a side door wearing a gray suit. If you look at him closely. I want it placed on record that I saw Justin Hammer walked in, but I don't see any specialist. Tony commented, causing everyone inside the room. Absolutely. I'm no expert. I defer to you, Anthony. Justin went on and on about a lot of stuff. Naruto and Tony just tuned him off until they heard something important. Howard Stark. Naruto leaned in towards Tony. Don't lose your cool with something as simple as that. Naruto whispered before glancing behind them. We got another one incoming. Remember what I told you about what your guy is doing? He added while opening up his briefcase and pulling out 2 folders. Tony immediately understood what Naruto is talking about, so Tony fixed up his suite. That is well said, Mr. Hammer. The committee would now like to invite Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes to the chamber. Stern announced. Tony stood up and walked towards the entrance. Rhodey walked inside the room wearing his formal military suit. The press all went wild and snapped multiple photos. The best friends met halfway. You know, my ramen-loving attorney over there just took out a folder a lot like yours. Tony said in a low voice. The ramen-loving part alone gave Rhodey all the clue he need. How the hell did he get that? I just printed off my copy 20 minutes ago. Rhodey replied in disbelief. You know how it is. Tony shrugged before walking back to the table. Tony sat back down to his chair while Rhodey moved to an empty chair. I have before me a complete report on the Iron Man weapon, complied by Colonel Rhodes. And, Colonel, for the record, can you please read page 57, paragraph 4? Stern requested while opening up a folder. Naruto made a show of opening up both folders in front of him and slid it over towards Tony. He then pulled out his phone and typed in command but didn't send it. What are you doing, Counsel? Stern asked when he noticed Naruto's action. Just looking at what you're looking, Senator. Naruto answered. How'd you get that? That's classified. No, it's not, Senator. It uploaded on the Senate website last night. Naruto replied with an innocent look. Last night in the hotel, Naruto had Jarvis hacked into the US Senate website and uploaded the file as a public document from one of Stern's Hydra assistant. He made sure to instruct Jarvis to make it look like an accidental upload. Everyone inside the room opened up their phones and laptop to open up the file Naruto talked about. Every news website is probably going to open up the file. Naruto had to stop himself from laughing out loud when he saw Stern's face turning pale. Rhodey figured that he should just go on with Stern's request and let Naruto handle the stuff since it looks like Tony and Naruto has a plan. Page 57, paragraph 4. Rhodey started. As he does not operate within any definable branch of government, Iron Man presents a potential threat to the security of both the nation and to her interests. Senator, if we are going to select only a few parts of the report, then we should discard everything. We can't have one part of the report being right and the other being wrong. Naruto stated. The audience looked like they agreed with his statement. Colonel Rhodes. Please continue. Another senator, McKinney, jumped the gun. Stern gave McKinney a nasty side glance. Rhodey smiled before continuing with a request he's more amiable with. However, the benefits would far outweigh the liabilities of folding Iron Man into an existing chain of command. Rhodey continued. I'm not a joiner, but I'll take Secretary of Defense if I have to. Tony joked, causing a round of laughter to break out. We can amend the hours a little bit. Colonel Rhodes. I'd like to go on and show, if I may, the imagery that's connected to your report. Stern tried to get his plan together. Rhodey shared a glance with Tony and Naruto, but they just gave him a subtle nod. He stood up and walked towards the television and took the remote. Intelligence suggests that the devices seen in these photos are, in fact, attempts at making manned copies of Mr. Stark's suit. This has been corroborated by our allies and local intelligence on the ground, indicating that these suits are quite possibly, at this moment, operational. Rhodey reported. We have evidence of the contrary, and ours are a little more recent. We could show it here or at the media, wherever's more convenient, Senator. Naruto said with a smile. That's classified documents. We can have you arrested for disclosing that information. Stern exclaimed. So, you know that report is false, and you'll just roll with it. Good to know, Senator. Naruto replied with a shrug, camera flashing all around. Tony took out his smartphone prototype and aimed it at the television. After a few taps and commands, a series of coding lines showed up at the television Rhodey is using. Boy, I'm good. I commandeered your screens. I need them. Time for a little transparency. Now, let's see what's really going on. Tony let out. What are you doing? Stern asked, worried about what would happen next. HD video of several testing and experimentation on prototype suits opened up. Tony got the footages from Naruto last night. Before this, he would use intercepted video feeds. If you will direct your attention to said screens, I believe that's North Korea. Tony started his presentation. Stern ordered for someone to turn the TV off, so Hammer stood you, Iran, Russia, China, and would you look at that, Justin Hammer. The video showed a bulky suit connected by wires, suddenly turning its body around 180 degrees. Oh, that's got to hurt. Yeah, I'd say most countries, 5-10 years away. Hammer Industries, 20. Justin finally thought of pulling the plug, effectively turning off the TV, before rushing towards his microphone. I want it to be known that the pilot survived. The media are going crazy about what's happening. It's obvious that Stern would do anything to have his hand on the suit. We don't have to go all through this hoops. Mr. Stark has agreed to provide an older generation Iron Man suit with a few concessions, of course. Naruto said while pulling something out from his briefcase. What makes you think we couldn't just arrest you and force you to hand over the Iron Man weapon? Stern countered. Because the US government will lose all access with Stark Industries services while the company itself would change its main base of operations to Canada. Naruto answered while lifting up a 30-page contract. This is the General Sales and Services Agreement between USA and Stark Industries signed 2 weeks after Mr. Stark continued the contracts. Article 17 was added on the insistence of US government. He continued. They felt like they needed to increase their hold on the company since some operations have been moved out of the country for diversification purposes. Of course, being the patriotic person he is, Mr. Stark has agreed with this admittedly constrictive contract. They wanted 60% of all weapon and related services to be sold to the US government alone from 40%. He stated. However, the US government can't take up all of our products. We added a few clauses of our own. First of which is that we can invoke Article 12 on all existing sales and service contract if any of our conditions aren't met. Article 12 states that we can cancel all sales order and maintenance jobs, alongside the immediate payment of violation fee if any of the conditions are met. These conditions are set on Article 1 of the General Sales and Services Agreement and now, Article 17. Wait, Article 17 has only one condition. They could break contracts on Stark Industries' discretion if they proved that if an action severely impacts the company. A senator stated. Exactly. The Iron Man suit is already classified as a proprietary knowledge for the Stark Industries. If the US government takes the suit without going through us, we could lose as much as $1 trillion on the technology alone. Not to mention on actual profit loss. We would need to lay off as much as 100,000 people in the US alone, and that is if we cut everyone's pay and benefits. Naruto replied. I'm not so sure how the board of directors would react if they hear that they would lose as much as 20% of their income. Almost everyone who's even in the same planet as Tony's net worth understands that rich guys tend to frown upon losing money. Hammer would have been ecstatic with the prospect of stepping in with the vacuum Stark Industries would leave behind, but one simple problem keeps him from being completely ecstatic. As stupid as the US government is, the US military higher UPS are even more so. 70% of the US defensive network is anchored to Stark Industries ever since Stark proved that their proprietary algorithm is their best bet on protecting the country. Hammer Industries are just not capable of handling all of it. What are these conditions? Senator McKinney asked. I'm glad you asked, Senator. Tony said cheerfully. I just want 3 small things. Only I could do maintenance and usage of the suit alongside a small group from the military to oversee. When not in use, the suit can only be placed in one of my facilities. The generals present would grumble for a while, but they know that it would be easier for them to outsource the suit. However, Stern could feel his plan slipping away. Finally, I would like for Senator Stern to step down as chairman of this committee. That's not happening. Stern replied through gritted teeth before slamming down his gavel. Fuck you, Mr. Stark. Fuck you, buddy. We're adjourned. We're adjourned for today. Four Seasons Hotel, Washington, D.C. May 8, 2010, 1200 H local, and Stern's face, when he heard I want him to step down. It's almost like he shat himself. Tony wheezed out between laughs. Naruto was in front of Tony, laughing his guts out too. Rhodey is at one corner of the room, trying to hide his laughter. It took them almost 5 minutes before they calmed down. Didn't know you're a lawyer, a good one at that. Rhodey told Naruto. I got a whole bunch of covers, from hobo to CEO. Nobody knows what I might need. Naruto answered. Though, to be honest, I didn't make the arguments. If it were just I'd just make Stern disappear and be done with it. Then how'd you made the plan? Tony asked, brushing off how easily Naruto said his statement. I got some help from my girlfriends, Pepper and Jarvis. Naruto replied. So a spy, a criminology student, a former super secretary, and a supercomputer? That could work. Rhodey mused out loud. Naruto and Tony gave an agreeing nod. Naruto was about to take out ramen when his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it's Eric calling. Sorry, I had to take this. Naruto said while walking out of the room and answering the phone. Eric, talk to me. Hey, we just passed the border. Eric answered. Eric and Bruce are currently in the pickup truck Eric received from his contact. What took you guys so long? Naruto exclaimed. It's fucking hard to make sure no one's following you. All the cameras, satellites, and agents don't make it any better. Eric countered. Those SHIELD agents are good, not as good as me, though. How long would it take you to reach Culver? With still keeping out of SHIELD and the military's radar? A week. It's harder to move around in the US than in Mexico. Eric replied. It would be easier if you just drop us there. You can do it. You're the bloody Killmonger. Fuck you, man. You're enjoying this too much. Eric said before dropping the call. Naruto released a short laugh before getting back inside. So who is it? Rhodey asked, genuinely curious. Some guy who's helping a guy I know. That's not mysterious at all. Tony said while drinking his beer. You'll find out about it soon enough. Naruto replied while opening up a beer of his own. When are you going back to LA? Tonight. Tony answered with a serious expression. So you're going to tell her, huh? Tony gave a small nod to Naruto's question. Tell who what? Rhodey interjected. Like our blonde friend said, you'll find out soon enough. Stark Mansion, Los Angeles, California, May 8, 2010, 2300 H. Local Mrs. Potts. Jarvis called out. Mr. Stark has just arrived. He requests for you to meet him at the garage. Pepper is currently on their bed, reading the company reports on her tablet. She hasn't expected Tony to come home that night. The Senate hearing finally shed some light on Naruto's weird behavior in the past week. Corporate law and contracts, procurement law, military contracts, and all the other things they could think of. She stood up from the bed and took her bathrobe. Tell him I'll meet him there. Of course, Mrs. Potts. Pepper walked out of the room and down the stairs. She punched in the garage door code to unlock it. She saw Tony in his jeans and tank top combo while drinking the green shake he's been downing more frequently in the past 3 months. You know that I'm not kissing you without brushing your teeth first, right? Pepper said while pointing at the green shake. I don't like drinking this nasty too. Tony replied. And you still haven't told me why you're drinking it. Tony scrunched up his face due to his anxiousness. He scratched the back of his head before pulling 2 rolling chairs from behind him and facing them to each other. Have a seat, Peps. Tony said as he sat on the chair. You may not like what you're going to hear. May. Well, it depends on your mood. You're making me nervous, Tony. Tony took another sip of his chlorophyll shake. I need you to run the company. I already am. You're not listening. I'm trying to make you CEO. Pepper's jaw dropped when she heard what Tony said. Have you been drinking? Only the chlorophyll shake. Tony answered. I hereby irrevocably appoint you chairman and CEO of Stark Industries effective immediately. Yeah, done deal. Okay. I've actually given this a fair amount of thought, believe it or not. Dummy arrived while holding a tray with champagne and a pair of glasses. Tony stood up and walked towards Dummy doing a bit of headhunting, so to speak, trying to figure out who a worthy successor would be. And then I realized it's you. It's always been you. Tony opened up the champagne and poured some on both glasses. I thought there'd be a legal issue, but actually, I'm capable of appointing my successor. My successor being you. Pepper just kept staring at the glass. Congratulations? Take it, just take it. I don't know what to say. Pepper let out after she took the glass. Don't say anything. Tony said as he took a sip of the champagne. I need the time anyway. Time for what? Tony released a sigh and slumped on his chair. The moment the shrapnels decided to embed themselves near my heart, my life started ticking down. This right here. Tony tapped the miniature arc reactor. Is the pause button. This stops the shrapnel from piercing my heart. He downed the rest of the champagne. And apparently, it's killing me too. Pepper bolted out of her chair and lifted up Tony's tank top. She saw the blue-gray geometric-like veins spreading from the arc reactor. Oh my god, Tony. Pepper exclaimed with tears running down her eyes. I use palladium to power the arc reactor. Tony replied while reaching for Pepper's hands. Apparently, using heavy metals to power a reactor shoved in your chest can cause heavy metal poisoning. He continued in a jesting tone. Is this why you always have your shirt on? Yup. Tony answered. I need you to run the company for me, Peps. I need to find a substitute for the palladium. Does anybody else know about this? Well, Naruto knows about it. Tony heard a snort from Pepper. Of course he knows it earlier than your wife. Pepper stated in a half-joking tone. It's not my fault that Naruto has some weird eye stuff that can somehow see life force. Pepper released a sigh and leaned into Tony's chest. Is there anything Naruto could do? Pepper asked. Most probably, but he wants me to exhaust my option for now. Tony replied. He said he could bring me back if the worst happens. That doesn't exactly fill me with confidence. Tony hugged Pepper tighter into him and started kissing the crown of her head. What are you going to do for now? Pepper said in a quiet voice. Research mostly. Tony replied with a shrug. I'm going to look for other possible sources of energy that could work as a substitute. He continued. I might even make an old-school electromagnet attached to a battery or an outlet. Pepper released a short laugh before looking back up to Tony. And the great Tony Stark would never use something as primitive as a battery-powered electromagnet. It just has to be an over-engineered magnet. Pepper said and kissed Tony on the lips. Brush your teeth before going to the bed. Stark Mansion, Los Angeles, California, May 10, 2010, 1000H. Local Naruto just high-shined to his room and is now practically skipping towards the Stark Mansion boxing ring. Tony had texted Naruto that Happy has somehow talked him into a boxing session. And with Naruto being a good friend as he is, he won't miss a chance on seeing one or both them getting beat up. He might even give a lesson himself. Naruto was about to enter the exercise room when he noticed something peculiar. Nat. Naruto whispered himself before sprinting off towards the exercise room but stopping just right outside of it. He could feel Tony and Happy in the ring, Pepper standing near the couch, and Nat approaching from the other entrance. The notary's here. Naruto could hear Pepper say. Hey, Jarvis. Can I ask you a question? Naruto asked in a quiet voice. Of course, sir. Jarvis replied in an equally quiet voice. You know anything about the notary? According to the company files, the notary's name is Natalie Rushman from the legal department. Formerly employed by Hammer Industries. Mrs. Potts is currently considering Ms. Rushman to be her assistant. Jarvis answered. Thanks, Jarvis. Naruto said. You're welcome, sir. Naruto turned the corner and saw Natasha stepping into the ring with Happy while Tony stepped out of the ring. Tony sat down on the couch beside Pepper. Naruto approached quietly from behind the couple. Who is she? Tony asked Pepper. She is from legal. And she is potentially a very expensive divorce if you keep ogling her like that. Pepper threatened. I can use an assistant, boss. Naruto interjected as he walked towards the open couch. Tony and Pepper both simultaneously looked at Naruto, surprised by his sudden appearance. You're a bodyguard. You don't need an assistant. Pepper stated. You don't know what I do in my free time. Maybe I need one. Naruto replied before glancing at Natalie. Besides, you don't need a reason to have an assistant like that. You've got like 2 girlfriends. Tony countered in a disbelieving tone. And they might not mind another one. Naruto answered after turning his head back to the couple. As soon as Naruto finished his statement, the trio heard someone dropping in the boxing ring. Naruto looked back at the ring and saw Natalie holding Happy in an armbar. Oh my god, Happy. Pepper shouted. I just slipped. Happy tried to defend his remaining ego. You slipped? Tony asked incredulously. Yeah. Looks like a TKO to me. Tony said while looking at Natalie stepping out of the ring. I just need your signature. Tony took the papers and signed at the dotted line. And a fingerprint, right there. Natalie double-checked the signatures and fingerprints before closing the folder. Will that be all, Mr. Stark? Natalie asked. No. Yes. Pepper interjected. That will be all, Ms. Rushman. Thank you very much. Natalie started walking out of the room when she heard Naruto say something. I'll walk you out. Naruto followed behind Natalie, surprising Tony and Pepper with how forward he's currently being. What the hell is he doing? Pepper asked. Shooting his shot, I think. Tony answered. Want to see what Naruto would do next? You're not going to spy on Naruto and my new assistant. You're no fun. Naruto and Natalie just reached the living room when he decided to make his move. He grabbed onto Nat's free arm and spun her around before giving her a deep kiss. I love it when you wear that pair of pants. Naruto whispered to Nat's ear. I'm under cover. Natasha countered. She is, however, returning Naruto's advances, completely invalidating her argument. Yeah, you should be. Naruto's reply is dripping with innuendo. I should have known you would take this assignment. He continued. I love you, he said while giving her a small peck. I love you, too, Natasha returned. Almost changed my mind, though, when I heard the third girl comment, though. Naruto adopted a deer caught in headlights kind of look. You know, that's just a joke, right? Natasha hummed out, making her disbelief obvious. She gave Naruto one last stern glare before smiling. I should go. Don't want to blow my cover this early, she added before starting to walk out of the door. Next time you find a girl, talk to us first. Naruto's mouth flopped close and open, effectively imitating a fish. He can't do anything but follow the leaving Natasha with his eyes. That's just a joke, Nat. Culver University, Virginia, May 11, 2010, 1000H local. Don't we stick out too much? Banner asked. No, we definitely don't, Eric answered. It's not like someone would notice a rusty old RV outside a prestigious university. Rigged. Banner drawled out. I thought you were smarter than that, Doc. Eric continued. Eric and Bruce, the unlikely duo as Naruto wants to call them, have been embarked on a cross-continental trip from Panama to Virginia, USA. The usual 3-week journey had taken them almost 3 months due to Naruto's instructions to keep out of everyone's radar. Eric had opted to stay out of any populated and high-value areas. He also chose to move mostly at night, on cloudy days, or in areas with ample cover to avoid satellite surveillance. At first, Eric thought that Naruto is just paranoid. However, the moment they entered Panama City almost a week into their trek, he noticed a few agents tailing them. They are not the usual CIA spooks, they're better. Only his training and strategic mind had allowed him to get ahead of everyone. The duo fully expected to do their usual zigzag hopscotch routine when they passed the US-Mexico border, but luck seemed to be on their side that time. They saw a rancher 3 hours in from the El Paso border control selling his old RV. After a quick check, Eric bought the RV in cash. From then on, the duo could drive the whole night without looking for a place to sleep. They were able to cut their travel time by half. Anyway, should we go in or something? Eric asked. No, not yet. According to our latest communication, Mr. Blue is still sequencing my blood, Bruce answered. The whole genetic sequence changes when my blood is exposed to stressful stimulus like electroshock. The difference in the sequences makes it harder to create a viable antigen. Damn. Eric mused out loud. We should drive back to the countryside. I don't want to linger here too long. I got a friend who owns a pizzeria, Bruce stated. He can house us and give us some real food for a few days. I don't think that's a great idea. The military might already have him under surveillance. The CCTVs certainly won't help. I doubt that they know about Stanley. I mostly just help him fix some stuff on the down low. The CCTVs won't be a problem either since it's all VHS. Against his better judgment, Eric agreed to stay with Bruce's friend. The allure of a real bed and a warm meal is just too much of a temptation. Drive out of the city. We're going to ditch the RV before heading to that friend of yours later tonight. Stanley's Pizza Parlor, Willowdale, Virginia, May 11, 2010, 2050H local. He's about to close shop. Let's go, Bruce said as he was about to go out the car door but stopped when Eric grabbed hold of his arm. Hold your horses, document. Eric took out a spotting scope and started scanning the area. He used both night vision and infrared to check his surroundings. It's clear. I'll go out first, he continued when he found no one lurking around the area. The pair did a swift jog across the street towards the back door. Bruce approached the door first and knocked twice. Stan, Bruce shouted. When no one opened the door, he tried again. Stan. This time, they heard someone scurrying from the other side of the door. When the door opened, it revealed a 5 feet 7 inches 70-year-old man with white hair and mustache wearing a sweater. This man is Stanley Lieber. Bruce. Stan exclaimed before giving Bruce a fatherly hug. Hey, Stan. Bruce greeted back. How are you, kiddo? Under circumstances, just fine, I guess. Stan nodded while giving Bruce a look over. I'm guessing this is not a simple visit, huh? Come inside, let's fix you and your silent friend there, a bed and a meal, Stan said with a smile. Eric stepped forward and extended his hand to Stan. I'm Eric Stevens. Mysterious guy, aren't you? Stan commented. Well, Come on. I can whip you up some quick meals. He added before walking inside with Bruce and Eric following him. Betty is Jennifer Connelly, not Liv Tyler. Bruce is Mark Ruffalo. Stanley's Pizza Parlor, Willowdale, Virginia, May 13, 2010, 2030. Local. I can't believe this place isn't famous. Eric exclaimed while eating a slice of pepperoni pizza. It's better than some New York pizzeria. Stan released a hearty laugh before answering. Well, I'll take that as a compliment. You should, old man. Eric replied with a smile. Bruce just listened in on the conversation while eating quietly. The pair have been bunkering down at some of Stan's free rooms. They're just waiting for Mr. Blue to contact that he's ready. The current setup is making Eric a bit nervous since they have stayed in the same place for more than a night. Unknown to everyone, this night is about to get more interesting. Elizabeth Ross, or Betty, is currently walking towards Stan's pizzeria. However, she's not alone. She's with her date, Leonard Sampson, a psychiatrist at Culver University. Betty is a 5 feet 6 inches Caucasian woman with black hair and hazel green eyes. She's a medical doctor who primarily teaches and does research. It was in a hallucinogenic drug experiment that she and Bruce first met. There was an immediate attraction between them. It didn't take long before they become official. After 5 years of a strong and healthy relationship, Betty fully expected for them to get married after they become financially stable. That's why she practically forced Bruce to accept her father's job offer to recreate the super soldier serum. The end of contract payment for both of them would more than enough to allow them to pay for a wedding and a house with a lot more to spare. With the benefit of hindsight, she should have known that her father would place a priority on national security rather than family. He manipulated Bruce to do a dangerous experiment on himself as soon as he figured out that Bruce is hooked on the project. That's when the incident happened. Bruce's rampage had caused her to enter into a coma. When she woke up, Bruce was already considered a fugitive. She tried to make contact with Bruce, but her father had always hindered her effort. It was only 4 years later that she decided to date again. I could say a pizza parlor is a great place to eat at night. Leonard commented. I order one in at least once a week. You never tasted Stan's pizza, Betty replied with a smile. Although, if one looks closely, one could see an undercurrent of pain in Betty's smile. Leonard, being the gentleman that he is, walked in, went ahead of Betty, and opened the door. Eric is still eating his pizza when he saw a couple approaching the store. Squinting his eyes a bit, he recognized the woman in Banner's dossier. Fuck. Is this how Naruto feels most of the time? Eric mused to himself before looking towards Bruce. No questions asked. Go towards the bathroom and don't look back. Weeks of traveling with Eric had taught Bruce to follow his orders, that starts with no questions asked, to a T. The last time he tried to play nice and loose with the rules, they almost got into a shootout with the Mexican cartel. The situation had nearly made him turn green. Bruce jumped up from his seat and marched to the bathroom. Eric, on the other hand, pulled out his phone and speed-dialed Naruto. We may have encountered a problem, Eric said as soon as Naruto answered. Ross's daughter is about to enter the pizzeria. Bruce and I are staying in with a date. I'm coming, Naruto replied without a second thought. I want to see what's gonna happen next, he added before ending the call. As soon as the call ended, the bell on the door rang, indicating that someone opened the door. Eric looked back at the door and saw the couple walking in. Betty. Stan greeted one of his longtime customers before looking at Leonard with an assessing eye. I see you brought someone at. Betty walked towards Stan and gave him a firm hug. It's good to see you too, Betty greeted back with a smile. This is Leonard. He's a psychiatrist from Culver. She then turned towards Leonard. This is Stan, the best pizza maker in Virginia. Leonard extended his hand towards Stan, who promptly shook it. Good evening, Leonard said. Good evening to you too, Stan replied. Let me whip you up something, he continued before walking towards the kitchen. Eric moved Bruce's food and utensils behind the counter while the trio was greeting each other. He opted to stay seated at the counter to keep watch of the couple, and if Bruce decided to do something stupid as peeking out the door. The couple continued to talk to each other, and Eric could see that Betty is just not into her date. He could also feel a few curious glances from Betty, probably because he's still there even after the pizzeria has supposedly closed up. It was another 8 minutes later when Stan walked out of the kitchen with a pepperoni pizza in one hand and a pair of lasagna in the other. Eric stood up from his seat and went to the bathroom to check on Bruce. Here you go. Stan said while putting the meals down. Thanks, Stan. Betty replied. No problem. I'll leave you two to it. Stan was about to walk back to the counter when she was stopped by Betty. Before you go. Betty started. Who's the military guy who was seating there? Oh, don't worry about him. Stan answered. He's just a friend of a friend. Eric entered the toilet and saw Bruce leaning on the wall. He made sure to lock the door behind him. Somebody found us? Bruce asked while walking back and forth. Not exactly. Eric replied while scratching the back of his head. Your ex decided to stop by. His statement effectively stopped Bruce in his tracks, but it gets worse. She's with a date. All I got is Leonard. Bruce slowly walked back to the toilet seat and sat down. Sorry, man. Bruce remained silent for a few moments, trying to push through the unexpected heartache. It's okay. Bruce whispered. It's been 5 years, can't expect her to keep her life on hold. While Eric and Bruce are having a conversation, Betty and Leonard went on with their meal. Wow. You're right. This is good. Leonard commented. Told you. Betty replied with a smirk. Leonard was about to take another bite of his lasagna when his phone rang. He took out his phone and is going to put it on silent when he saw the name of the caller. It's from campus security. Leonard informed Betty. Her face turned into a frown since there's no real reason for campus security to call Leonard that late at night. He answered the call and put it on speaker. Hello. Is this Dr. Sampson? The caller asked. Yes. This is Jason Rogers, sir. Your office has been ransacked. Rogers replied, causing Leonard to panic. Being the school's resident psychiatrist meant that he has a lot of sensitive information. We're already securing the office and already placed the building on lockdown. I would like to know if you would take a look right now or wait until the morning. Leonard is having an internal debate. On the one hand, he had a moral and professional obligation to his patients to check on the records to make sure it's still secure. On the other hand, he was finally on a date with Betty Ross. Betty could see Leonard struggling with indecision, so she decided to help him out. Hey, Leonard. Betty called out. You should go and check it out. Maybe we could try another time. Leonard released a disappointed sigh. It looks like the universe is working against him. He started to pull out his wallet when she stopped him. Don't worry. I'll handle it. Leonard gave a small nod before standing up from his seat. I hope we could do this again. Leonard replied. Maybe. Betty answered with uncertainty, but Leonard could hear her intentions loud and clear. Go on. Leonard released another sigh before leaving. As he was exiting the pizzeria, another man comes into the building. He would have questioned why someone entered the store. It was supposed to be close already. The man sat on the seat that Leonard just left, making Betty nervous. Leonard leaving and this guy sitting in front of her is not a coincidence. Stan obviously saw the man walked into his shop, so he approached him. Sorry young man, we're closed. Stan informed him. Oh, I'm not a customer, though I could be. The man replied in a jovial tone. I'm here for your guests. The other guy should know about me. Stan nodded in understanding. Then I should get you something too. Will pizza do? Pizza would be great. As much meat cheese as possible. Coming right up. Stan answered before walking back to the kitchen. The man leaned back to his chair and just stared at Betty, purposely making her nervous. Elizabeth Betty Ross. The man drawled out. I have to say. Your dad is one stupid guy. Patriotic but stupid. Betty would have countered the statement if she didn't already know how true it was. Saw him in Brazil a few months ago chasing down your ex. Betty's eyes widened when she heard the man's statement. She can't believe that her father was still looking for Bruce. Bruce is still alive? Betty asked in a whisper. Of course he is. The man answered. It's kinda hard to kill a man that could turn into a green rage monster. Betty's cheek turned a little red from embarrassment. The ma stood up and walked towards the bathroom. He's a lot closer than you think. Betty flashed a questioning look. The man tried opening the door but noticed that it's locked, so he knocked. Eric cautiously opened the door and peeked through the crack. He was obviously surprised when he saw who it is. Naruto! Eric exclaimed. Told you I'm not going to miss this. Stop him from wallowing and bring him out. Naruto replied. Aren't we supposed to keep him hidden? What can I say? I love love. Who is it? Bruce interjected. My boss. Eric answered. Bruce quickly moved towards the door to take a look at his mysterious benefactor. So he could easily be forgiven to see that his benefactor is in his early 20s. Nice to officially meet you, Doctor. Naruto greeted before going back to his seat. Betty was observing the situation intently, so she was surprised when she saw the third guy walking out of the area. She rubbed her eyes and wiped off the tears forming on her eyes to make sure that what she's seeing is real. Bruce? Betty asked cautiously. Bruce fully expected for Betty to be gone already since he basically avoided everyone from his old life, and Betty is the ultimate nexus point for his past life. Betty. Bruce called back. Betty practically jumped out of her seat and sprinted towards Bruce. In a surprising fashion, Betty slapped Bruce. That's for suddenly leaving me, Betty said passionately before giving him a deep kiss. And that's for coming back. He's not back yet. Naruto interjected awkwardly. He's just visiting. He added. Your dad is still looking for him. Eric placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, signaling for him to stop. Good thing, too, since Naruto was about to start with how Ross is about to do some questionable human experimentation on Banner. Right. Shutting up now. Betty excitedly pulled Bruce towards their spot, leaving her in Leonard's seat behind. Bruce gestured for Eric and Naruto to sit at the table next to them. Naruto and Eric could feel the nervous energy being released in waves from the couple. He would have ignored the completely normal reaction, but Bruce's increasing heart rate might cause some problems. Your heart rate, Doctor? Naruto reminded. Naruto's statement pierced through Bruce's chaotic mind. He took a series of deep breaths while looking at his heart monitor. Thank you. Bruce replied after he calmed himself down. Who are you anyway? All I know is you're Eric's boss. I thought you heard me back when we're huddling in the bathroom. Naruto purposely said with a tone that makes it dirtier than it should be. Well, I'm Naruto Uzumaki if tha what you're asking. No, I mean I want to know that too, but what I really want to know is why are you helping me? Eric already answered that. I don't want to go over that again. Naruto looked at the window and decided to flex a bit. 9 golden chains appeared from his back, surprising both Bruce and Betty. He extended it towards the window shades and closed it. The chains disappeared right when Stan exited the kitchen with a family-size meat and cheese lover's pizza. A smile immediately formed on his face when he saw Bruce and Bet sitting at their booth. And I thought you two would never meet again. Stan let out while serving the pizza to Naruto. It looks like you could eat, so decided to give you a large pizza. Naruto's eyes are practically shining when he saw how loaded was the pizza. He took one slice and slowly took one bite. Fucking hell, old man. This is delicious. Naruto exclaimed. How much would you need to move to New York? Stan released a boisterous laugh before answering. I'm not moving, kid. I like it here. Damn, might as well bring some people here sometimes. Bruce took his time, but he finally gathered enough courage to finally start a conversation with Betty. So Samson, huh? Bruce started awkwardly. He's a nice guy. Smart too. Yeah. Betty anxiously replied. Naruto was just eavesdropping on the couple's conversation while eating his pizza when he leaned closer to Eric. Why is it so awkward? Isn't there supposed to be more emotions? Naruto asked in a whisper. Not everything is a movie. Eric deadpanned. You mean I ransacked a guy's office for this boring, awkward meetup? Betty quickly turned his head towards Naruto when she heard his statement. You ransacked Leonard's office? Betty exclaimed. Well, I have to get him out of here somehow, and killing him is most likely out of the options. Naruto answered with a shrug. Of course, that's out of the options. Betty shouted. He's not serious, right? Bruce asked Eric with an almost desperate look. I once saw him kill a guy because he looked at him funny. Eric answered, causing Betty and Bruce's eyes to widen while Stan only gave Naruto an assessing look. In my defense, he's a Russian mob boss that we are going to kill later that night. Naruto countered. You did at his birthday party in front of almost 100 witnesses. Tomato. Your boss has a few screws loose. Bruce said to Eric. And you told me he could go toe-to-toe with the other guy. That's a scary thought. You should worry about me less and think more about your crumbling love life. Naruto countered. What do you want me to say? Bruce asked in a quiet voice before turning towards Betty and taking her hand. As long as I'm not normal, I'm not going to have a normal life. You deserve better than living your life as a fugitive being chased by your own father. Isn't it supposed to be my choice too? Not yours alone. Betty emphatically replied. You're not listening to me. There's no upside to this. No white picket fence. No 2.5 bath home. Fuck what I deserve. It's what I want that matters. You're still as stubborn as before. Damn, right, I am. Betty exclaimed before continuing in a quiet voice. That's why you love me. That's why I love you. Eric is starting to worry about Bruce since he might suddenly change with how charged his emotions are right now while Naruto is just enjoying the show he came for. As for Stan, he's just happy that Bruce and Betty are talking again. Now this is better than a movie. Naruto commented before eating his last slice of pizza. May 13, 2010, 2200H local. As much as I want you two to continue to a poorly lit sex scene. Naruto interrupted the emotionally charged moment, causing Bruce and Betty to release a groan. We still need to deal with some stuff. Like maybe dealing with the soldiers sent to watch over Betty here. Bruce and Betty's eyes immediately widened in alarm while Eric took out his sidearm and looked out the window. However, he hadn't found anyone outside. You're slipping, boss. There's no one outside. Eric replied, still not entirely putting his guard down. Of course, there's no one outside. Naruto answered before taking a bite out of his pizza. They're following that Samson guy. They think Betty's with him. Set up illusions and all that jazz. Eric immediately reholstered his pistol, but it looks like Betty is still skeptical. Illusions? What are you? Some kind of wizard? Betty asked incredulously. I just think of him as a magical ninja, and everything fits. Eric replied with a shrug. This didn't seem to satisfy the female Ross since she turned towards her ex, expecting for him to back her up, but his sheepish expression already clued her in his answer. I'm not saying I believe in magic or real-life ninjas, but I'm a 5 feet 8 inches nerd that can turn into a 12 green berserker that violates the law of conservation of mass or law of conservation of energy if you're picky. That's got to account for something. The golden chains certainly support that claim. Bruce countered. Besides, I kinda trust Eric over there since he helped in the past 3 months. Anyway. Naruto cut Betty off when he saw that she would argue. I gotta go, but you can stay. You're responsible adults. He added while pulling out a bundle of $100 bills and placing it on the table. And you, Ms. Ross. Be careful when you decide to visit again. Remember, your dad is a paranoid patriotic asshole. He finished before standing up from his seat, leaving a flabbergasted Elizabeth Ross. It was only when Naruto was near Stan that everyone else at the table noticed that Naruto's pizza was gone. Where did? Betty stammered out. Told you. Magic ninja. Eric answered nonchalantly before taking another pizza slice. Meanwhile, Naruto approached Stan somewhat cautiously. Ever since Naruto restarted the Earth's pulse and started to use his sage mode to take regularly a census of the world, he had been detecting these weird chakra signatures. However, every time he comes close to one, it always disappears before appearing on the other side of the planet. Naruto had already dubbed the signature as the copycat. Luckily, there seems to be one right here and now. Stan, right? Naruto asked, to which Stan nodded. You'll look after those two, right? He gestured towards Bruce and Betty. Eric can handle himself in almost any situation. Stan released a chuckle before answering. Don't worry. I'll watch over them. Stan replied. You can say it's my full-time job. He added cryptically. Stark's private plane, Atlantic Ocean, May 21, 2010, 1300H local. The Potts Stark family, including Happy, Natalie, and Naruto, are currently on their way to watch the Monaco Grand Prix. One of the few sports events Tony regularly watches. Over the past 2 weeks, Pepper has already implemented a few of her ideas that she hadn't been able to do since she wasn't the CEO, even though she has been arguably running the company in the past few years due to Tony's aversion to paperwork and meetings. Her husband's death timer that's been hovering her head in the past few days was temporarily pushed to the back of her mind to spend some time with her family. The only upside with Tony's condition is Naruto's certainty that he can heal Tony or, at the very least, remove the heavy metal in the bloodstream regularly. Only Tony's pride in finding the solution himself has prevented Naruto from completely healing the gaping chest cavity. I heard Vanity Fair is going to do a piece on Hammer. Pepper said while looking through her tablet detailing Stark Industries' projected growth rate. Ha. They can't get an interview with me, so they went to that second-rate poser. Tony replied while eating burgers with Morgan. Despite their hectic lifestyle and the looming death timer, Tony and Pepper are still relatively hands-on parents. The couple also decided to make this outing Morgan's first official public appearance. A couple of pictures has been posted online, but it never saw the light of day due to Jarvis's deep net scanning algorithm. The Stark heiress's first public outing has also made Happy a very unhappy guy. Creating a security plan and coordinating the detail is a pain in the ass. Even after all the background checks and interviews while strapped into a lie detector, Happy decided to use the security sent from SI Italy mainly for crowd control. Only he and Naruto would st with the family. To be honest, Happy is still not sure what to think about the blonde mercenary, but there are two things he's sure of. 1. Naruto is a one-person army with his ability to multi and disguise himself, and 2. He can instantly transport everyone away. Happy. Tony. Naruto called out suddenly after standing up from his seat beside Natalie. We need to talk. He added before walking towards the bedroom to get some privacy. Tony gave Pepper a small shrug before scooting Morgan over to her mother. He stood up and walked just behind Happy to the bedroom. I know I'm hot and all, but you're just not my type. Tony joked with his usual smirk. You don't have the boob or the ass for you to be my type. Naruto countered before pulling up 2 SI tablets and handed them over to Tony and Happy. Anton Vanko. Russia scientist. A brilliant one at that. Basically built half what powers your chest. Tony looked up from the tablet and stared down at Naruto when he heard the tail end of his statement. My dad built the arc reactor. Toyn stated. Correction. Howard and Anton built the reactor. You can see the original plans on your tablet. Copied them from SHIELD archives itself. Naruto could clearly see the disbelief on Tony's face. You can read up on Anton later cause that's not who's important. It's his son. Ivan. Why? What's he gonna do? Happy asked. Well, he built a homemade suit with a working arc reactor and he plans to either kill or discredit Tony at Monaco GP in front of the whole world. You know. The usual. Fuck. Tony and Happy said at the same time. Contrary to popular belief, most of the parts currently used on the Iron Man armor are only a decade or two ahead of the competition. Any smart enough group with a significant amount of resources can build their own suit. The only hurdle almost anyone can't overcome is the power generation problem. The suits use a ton of power even in their idle state, and conventional energy production and storage just can't keep up with the demand. That's where the arc reactor comes in. It can produce the same amount of energy as small nuclear reactor with a size smaller than a can of Coke. The moment someone else figured out how to make the arc reactor or something similar, it could kickstart another global arms race. So what are we going to do about this? Tony asked a little meekly. I can erase him, but it would leave a lot of questions. A few intelligence agencies are already on his tail and protecting him to make sure he meets with you. I guess they really want to make sure the Iron Man tech goes public. Naruto answered. Tony walked back and forth across the room to think of a solution while Happy pulled out his phone to call the assigned security to upgrade their gear with high-caliber weapons and EMP grenades. I got it. Instead of hiding it, we'll do what you do best. We'll make a spectacle out of it and prove that your gear is still a few generations ahead. You just got to make sure you wipe the floor with his face. Naruto suggested. Tony released a groan and ran his hands through his hair. And I thought I could have a quiet vacation for once. May 21, 2010, 1800 local. Alright. I already coordinated with the local PD and what this country could call a military. They're setting up a perimeter and evacuating civilians. Naruto said after he returned from escorting Pepper, Morgan, Happy, and Natalie to the hotel and contacting the local government. Vanko still hasn't realized what's happening yet, but I wouldn't expect it to last for long. He's tuning up his exo armor and whips. I still can't believe that he uses electric whips. There's like a whole bag of tricks he could have used. Why did he have to use the kinkiest thing he could have to think of? Tony complained. He hasn't stopped complaining about the electric whips as soon as Naruto told him about Ivan Vanko's peculiar weapon choice. Something about using the arc reactor inadvertently attaching his name to whips. Don't kink shame, man. Naruto rebutted before pulling up his phone and showing a holographic image of Monaco. Jarvis already has the data, but I'll show you just in case. He's staying in a building south of the International University of Monaco. It's been under renovation for almost a month now. The city engineers would check it the day after Monaco GP, so the building is all clear. The intelligence agencies keeping track of Vanko moved a few blocks away from the area because of the evacuation. Though, they're still trying to reverse the order, but the prince will lose face if he cancels the operation now. Tony can't help but give Naruto a skeptical look. "What did you do?" he asked. Naruto released a half-assed chuckle while scratching the back of his head. "I kinda gave Monaco PD a job order courtesy of Ninetales. So it's either you deal with Vanko or a mercenary with a reputation of leaving hard-to-clean messes. The answer is quite clear after that. Why do I let you be around Morgan again? 'Cause I'm an overpowered pseudo-demigod, and you're an overprotective father." Naruto deadpanned. "Right. Remind me to set an appointment with a shrink, would you?" Tony countered before looking at his watch. When he saw that it's already 5:15, he sat down T-red and silver briefcase down and looked at Naruto. "Showtime." Naruto looked at his phone to check if the trucks block the intersections going to the building are in position. "Showtime." Naruto replied with a grin. Tony kicked the briefcase and stepped on the silver step pad, opening up the case. Naruto can't help but feel impressed with how the suit-up sequence looks. The overlapping plates did a small calibration before Tony flew quickly high up in the air. Monaco Heliport, Monaco, May 21, 2010, 1820 local. Sitting in one of the empty offices, a 5 feet 11 inches Caucasian man is sitting down in front of the television eating some kind of soup. He has dark brown eyes and a scar under his left eye. His shoulder-length black hair has white streaks on them. The TV is playing the news, particularly the arrival of the Stark family. For some reason, Tony Stark was not present when the family arrived at the hotel, and it's triggering an alarm in his brain. That alarm made him realize something. It's too quiet. No traffic. No honking of horns. No pedestrians. It should be impossible for metropolitan city-states like Monaco. Ivan didn't survive so long in Moscow's underground by not listening to his instincts. He rapidly put on his suit before taking a peek at the window. That was probably a wrong decision. Tony, in his Iron Man suit, burst through the window, sending shards of glass straight to Ivan's face. This caused multiple lacerations to appear on his face. "Wow. That's an improvement. It would be best if you kept it like that," Tony quipped, trying to get a reaction from Vanko. "Stark." Vanko growled out. "It's a bit early for our meeting, but this will do," he added before electrifying his suit and whips. "One thing, how did you know I was here?" "I got an overpowered ninja working for me," Tony answered with a shrug. "Fine. Talk's over." Vanko tried to get momentum for his whips, but the closed environment of the office space is severely hindering him. He can't get enough space for both his 15 feet whips, so H has no choice but to go on defense while Tony pelts him with repulsor blasts. Tony, on his part, refrained from using any of his deadlier armaments since he needs to bring him in alive for the plan to work. It's quite simple, really. They'll use Vanko as a lightning rod for every asshole interested in his tech. It didn't take long for Tony to overwhelm Vanko since he has all the advantages. They were fighting in a small and contained room, severely restricting Vanko. Naruto has placed impromptu lightning resistance seals, making Tony practically immune to the whips. Although Tony already made a mental note to add capacitors so he can use any electrical source, including lightning, to charge up the arc reactor, if he can live that long. Finally, there's the difference of quality between the arc reactors used, with Tony's being at least having twice the power output. In a desperate bid to get away and salvage his derailed plan, Vanko ran towards the broken window, hoping to jump through it, but Tony beat him to it. Tony grabbed onto one Vanko's whips and pulled him back hard. Vanko tried to get the whip out of Tony's grasp, but a baseline human can't fight against an Iron Man armor. When Vanko got close, Tony grabbed onto Vanko's chest piece and crushed it right then and there. Tony waited for Vanko's whip to power down before restraining him to the ground. "Jarvis, call the cavalry, would you?" "Of course, sir." Vanko laid down on the floor quietly, but Tony remained vigilant, waiting for Monaco PD and the transport vehicle. It didn't take long for them to hear footsteps rushing towards their location. Before the police got into the room, however, Vanko left one final message. "If you could make God bleed, people would cease to believe in him. There will be blood in the water, the sharks will come. That what I'm waiting for?" Direction Générale de la Sécurité Extérieure, DGSE, Paris, France, May 21, 2010, 1610 H. Local Alexander Pierce was having a good day. He didn't wake up because of an alarm clock. The food and coffee were excellent. He was able to make a work trip into a pseudo-holiday. Hydra recouped 30% of their losses the previous year by selling a lot of their proprietary techs to the legitimate market. The Ninetales is letting up on the seemingly one-sided vendetta against them. And the piece de resistance is that they would be able to get their hands on the Iron Man armor. Fury found out about a possible threat to Tony Stark himself a few months ago, and what a threat he is. The son of the disgrace Ivan Vanko making his own arc reactor. Pierce volunteered himself to coordinate with the DGSE for S.H.I.E.L.D. This way, he could have some form of information control on both agencies. They just need to make a giant spectacle out of Vanko, and they'll be able to corner the arrogant asshole. It's not like they'll share the whole tech with the French. There's just one thing, though. He was having a good day. The downhill trend started in the afternoon when one of his aides informed him of a peculiar development. Someone contacted Monaco PD, the military, and the prince himself about a dangerous criminal with high-tech gear and requesting support for Iron Man to deal with the situation. Although blindsided, Pierce didn't panic but tried to salvage the situation. With the help of the French, they tried to leverage Prince Albert II to rescind or at least delay the support, but it's already too late. There's also the fact that Ninetales threatened them to let Stark handle the situation. The Ninetales is also probably how Stark found out Abu Vanko. They moved back all agents in the area, including the Hydra agents, just to make sure they retained their covers. The other intelligence agencies also pulled back their operators. That didn't mean shit though. Each agency received a goddamn email with a link to a live stream of their agents. Including fucking Hydra. How the hell did Ninetales even found the email for the HR department for Hydra agents under S.H.I.E.L.D.? Some might think that having an HR department for an underground organization might be stupid, but the resources saved by having an HR outweighs the cons. Anyway, everyone would need to pull all their agents out of the region. Sir. Ivan Vanko has been apprehended and is currently in Maison d'Arrêt, waiting for arraignment. An aide informed Pierce, snapping him out of his thoughts. It looks like we can still salvage this clusterfuck. Pierce pulled out his phone and called a number. Have you heard? Yes, sir. Vanko in Maison d'Arrêt. Sitwell asked for confirmation. Yes, that. Pierce confirmed. Leak the news on everything you can think of. Blow it out of proportions if you have to. Just make sure I can watch it on the evening news. Already on it, sir. Also, find someone who can get Vanko out. Either make him look dead or get him out clean. There was a brief moment of silence before Sitwell replied. Are you open for a third party to do this, sir? What have you got in mind? Justin Hammer, sir. Smart enough to do the job but stupid enough to be disposable. He has more than enough reasons to do anything to get ahead of Tony Stark. Very well. Use turn to contact Hammer. Pierce replied before ending the call. Hail Hydra. Pierce whispered to himself. Monaco GP VIP room, Monaco, May 22, 2010, 1400 H local. The first official outing of the Stark family and the hidden heiress Morgan Stark caused what would aptly be called a media frenzy. Photos of the secret heiress were officially released after the Stark Potts wedding, causing people's hearts to melt for the adorable munchkin. The general public's reaction is overwhelmingly positive, causing the media to scrounge up for information even almost half a year after the reveal. The breaking news the night before and suspiciously quick press release by Tony Stark didn't help the media's bloodlust one bit. Stark's security detail has their work cut out for them, holding back the venerable tsunami of people. I didn't know that Morgan is this famous. Naruto whispered out of the Stark retinue hearing range to Natalie, who was still acting like a damsel in distress in front of the horde. I told you to open up the news or even social media from time to time. Not just playing with your computer games. Natalie replied. Hey. I love those games. I can kill all the people I want with no repercussions. You already do that anyway. Nope. Real life has repercussions. I mean, my suits get all dirty with blood and stuff. Natasha couldn't help but agree with that statement. One of the worst parts of the job is getting blood and grime on the designer clothes. You should have brought Jessica. I'll pick her when the race is about to start. You know how she hates to dress up. Naruto replied while scanning the crowd. Wait here for a second. Naruto walked quickly to the front of the crowd and pushed off some people getting a bit too close to the family for comfort. Happy, we need to get out of here. We're moving like a snail. Morgan looks like getting a bit scared. Naruto shouted. Alright, that's it. Happy opened his tactical microphone for his radio. Let's push these guys out of the way. I want to be inside the building in 3 minutes. Like a well-oiled machine, the security detail pushed their way through the crowd and moved their way to the VIP building. It didn't take long for the Stark family, including Happy, Naruto, and Natalie to enter the building, leaving the security detail outside as crowd control. Next time, we'll skip the public appearance and just drive right next to the building. Pepper stated seriously. Tony couldn't help but nod, seeing the people outside. Even as famous as he is, he never got mobbed like that. So it's probably because he's married or Morgan. Most probably Morgan. They entered the room and were all prepared to move on and enjoy the rest of the day when something just have to ruin it. Tony, good to see you and your family here. Justin fucking Hammer. May 22, 2010, 14:30 local. Tony, good to see you and your family here. Justin Hammer greeted the Stark family with his slimy, over-the-top confident swagger. Pepper almost unconsciously moved Morgan out of Hammer's line of sight. Tony stepped forward to greet Hammer while covering the fact that he's hiding Pepper and Morgan. Naruto and Natalie were fascinated by how Pepper and Tony both perceived Hammer as a possible threat at the sidelines, acting together just like a pair of wolves protecting their pup. Naruto can't even blame them since Hammer kind of reminds him of Geto. Both are overconfident assholes with fuck ton of money who just happens to be pussies. And they smell bad too, can't forget about that. Why the hell did he even buy those kinds of cologne? Hey, my least favorite people on earth. Tony greeted with a fake smile, clearly not wanting to talk with Hammer. Hey, pal. But Hammer clearly decided just to ignore Tony's tone and push through the conversation. How did you get in here? Shouldn't you be on the floor below? Some people have fancy cars too, you know. Oh right. You guys had to rush to build your car, and it barely passed the committee. Some are even suggesting to downgrade your car to Formula 2 just in case. Naruto, with his enhanced hearing, could hear Hammer grinding his teeth. So he signaled Natasha to take Pepper and Morgan away and seat them on a table. There's no way in hell Naruto would miss Tony roasting Hammer. How about we make a little bet? Tony just raised his eyebrow to show his curiosity. My team will finish on the podium for the Constructors' Championship. Tony couldn't help but release a full-blown laugh followed by a chuckle from Naruto. Oh, come on, Justin. Can't even take the championship from me. Hammer's expression darkened for a bit before he covered it up with his usual expression. Be careful, Tony. I have a presentation at your expo that might just bite you in the ass. Hammer couldn't be more ominous if he tried. Well, I wish you the best. I think. Tony replied before walking away. The bug is still active, right? Naruto asked when they're quite a distance away from everyone. Nope, already gone. Tony replied, emphasizing the seal. Do you even have to ask? Of course, it's active. Naruto pulled out his phone and sent a quick text before continuing. Vanko is already in the land of baguettes. It's almost 100% certain that they'll fucked up somewhere, and he'll die. You know how it is. Then the copycat will land in the hands of another copycat. Tony groaned out. He really hates copycats. They moved towards their reserved table at the corner of the room. Morgan was already eating a cheeseburger while Pepper ordered a house salad. She also ordered a steak fo Tony, which was already placed at the table. Natasha placed herself at a cocktail table near the Starks drinking scotch on the rocks. So, naturally, Naruto parked himself next to her to deter anyone from eyeing the femme fatale. What's a dame like you doing in a dump like this? Naruto started with the best 40s gangster from New York he can muster. A guy did me wrong. There've been a lot of people in my life, all of them fighters. Natasha answered while playing with the whiskey glass. Then there comes this guy, who's not like anyone I've ever met. He doesn't want to be a fighter. He just wanted to have a vacation. Naruto's smile cracked when he heard the final part. Why do I sound so lame? I'm a badass guy, right? Naruto practically begged, causing Natasha to release a chuckle. Just pick up Jess while Stark is busy with Elon Musk trying to convince him for another collab for Tesla. No matter the situation, Natasha would always be professional in a job. So it didn't surprise Naruto one bit that she kept one ear to the Stark table while they were flirting. "We were having a moment, and you pushed to another girl. The audacity," Naruto jokingly said before walking away. Naruto gave Natasha one last wink before entering the emergency fire exit since it's empty according to his senses. From the other side of the door, it would look like Naruto go inside the door and got out 5 seconds later with a leather jacket wearing woman. I mean, it's a great weekend getaway. You just have to remember that you haven't met Natalie yet. I already know that. You don't need to remind me. Jessica interjected, and it's an open bar. Naruto finished. Why didn't you start with that? Let's go. Jessica pulled Naruto towards the bar. She might not be considered an alcoholic, but it can't be denied that she still has a huge appreciation for alcohol, especially if it's free. It didn't take long for the couple to get their drinks and walk towards the Starks table. Morgan was the first one to see them approaching. Her smile could even bring Jessica to grin even though she claims to hate children. "Jessie!" Morgan shouted as soon as she jumped off her seat to run towards Jessica. Jessica had no choice but to catch the torpedo masquerading as a girl. Tony and Pepper were quite surprised to see Jessica at Monaco since she always hated being anywhere with plenty of people. As far as Pepper knows, Jessica barely managed to be at their wedding. "Happy birthday, kiddo. We haven't seen each other for a while," Jessica said while lifting Morgan. Naruto noticed that noise inside the room significantly died down. He looked around and saw that some are intently staring at Jessica carrying Morgan. Most of them were gossips or reporters. Naruto knew he forgot to say something, and that's Morgan's birthday was still a secret to limit media attention. It's a good thing that Jessica's attention was entirely drawn to Morgan. Well, not good precisely, since Natasha was watching the scene and noticed that Jessica had not reached Nat's desired situational awareness. Naruto subtly moved Jessica to sit down at the Starks table, facing away from the rest of the room while she's still entertaining Morgan. "Sorry for the mess," Naruto whispered to Pepper. Pepper was already feeling the headache of having to deal with the media frenzy their back-to-back news appearance caused. Sometimes, Pepper would think that Tony passed the company to her, not because of his palladium poisoning but because he doesn't want to deal with all the bullshit. Naruto walked towards Natalie and brought her over to the table. "Jess. Meet Natalie Rushman, Pepper's new assistant. Nat. This is Jessica Jones, my girlfriend." Naruto introduced them to each other. The two acted that they quickly got on with each other. Tony looked at Jessica and Natalie flabbergasted before looking at Naruto with the same expression. "How the fuck do you do that? They should be fighting or at least trying to stake a claim." Tony whisper shouted at Naruto. "I'm just lucky that way." Naruto's answer caused Tony's eyebrow to twitch. Hammer Industries R&D, New York City, New York, May 24, 2010, 0900H. Local Justin Hammer couldn't get rid of the giddy smile off his face. He and his company has been trying to recreate Tony's Iron Man armor in the past year with little headway. The suit they have created was clunky, unresponsive, unintuitive, and glitchy. The last thing was the worst part since it could randomly paralyze the user. Now, he's receiving a gift from an anonymous benefactor. He might know much about this mysterious benefactor of his, but their interests certainly align. They both want access to the Iron Man armor, and they want to humiliate Tony Stark while doing so. If he didn't know any better, he would think his benefactor was Senator Stearns. Anyway, Hammer's benefactor contacted him that they were going to deliver a gift. A gift that could bring down the Stark dynasty. Hammer entered one of the more isolated rooms inside his R&D building and saw a guy with a black bag over his head. He ordered one of his guards to remove the bag. What H saw was a calm and collected man with multiple lacerations on his face. Ivan Vanko. "Oh, how I wanted to meet you." Hammer started with his usual flourish. He moved to the seat placed in front of Vanko and sat down. "Ask me what I want." "Come on, ask. What do you want?" Ivan asked with a heavy Russian drawl. "Well, long term, I want them to put me in the Pentagon for the next 25 years. I want to make Iron Man look like an antique. I want to go to that Stark Expo. I want to take a dump in Tony's front yard." Hammer said with a slowly darkening expression. "You know what I'm talking about. I know what you're talking about. With your brains and my resources, we could run Tony's name to the ground." Hammer extended his hands towards Ivan. "What do you say, partner?" Ivan raised his eyebrow and waited for a hot minute before reaching for Hammer's hand. Instead of a quick shake of an agreement Hammer expected, Vanko surprised him by pulling him close and staring at him dead in the eye. "I want my bird." "Your bird?" Hammer asked, understandably confused. "Yes, my bird. In Russia." "In Russia? Sure. We can get your bird." Stark Mansion, Los Angeles, California, May 29, 2010, 1000H local, sir. Colonel Rhodes is at the gate. Jarvis announced while the family was having breakfast. The Starks decided to have a slow day since it's Tony's birthday. Unlike other years, Tony opted out of having a lavish birthday celebration. Instead, he's going to have a small get-together of close friends and family, which is essentially just 7 people, including Tony. 8 if Natalie comes, which she would definitely do since she still has a job to do. "Oh, come on. It's not even morning yet," Tony grumbled, exaggeratedly causing Morgan to giggle. "It's already 10, Tony. It's already morning," Pepper countered. "Let Rhodey in, Jarvis." "Yes, Mrs. Potts." It didn't take Rhodey 5 minutes to enter the dining room. "Happy birthday, Tones," Rhodey said while moving around the room, greeting the other members of the Stark family, kissing Pepper on the cheek and Morgan a hug. "I hear yo got a gift for me. Aren't I supposed to be the one getting presents since it's my birthday?" Tony responded. "Oh right. How can I forget?" Rhodey retrieved a thick hard drive from inside his jacket and handed it over to Tony. "DARPA programs and specs. All yours to peruse." Tony immediately adopted an excited expression. No matter how smart he was, he can't think of everything. DARPA projects are one of the best projects to tinker around. A lot their projects aren't patented, only kept in secrecy. They will only patent it right before it's going public. It means he can play with stuff all he wants without repercussions. Things he didn't create himself. "Boys, no work stuff on the table," Pepper interjected before it can get more out of hand. "Grab a plate. There's some omelet and bacon left on the pan. There's garlic bread in the oven." "Don't mind if I do, Peps." Tony's Garage, Los Angeles, California, May 29, 2010, 1100H local. "So, where's my suit?" Rhodey giddily asked. "Can't wait till after lunch, huh. I can't blame you, though." Tony walked to his work table and sat down in front of it. He took a gulp of his chlorophyll shake and leaned back on his chair. Rhodey held himself back from commenting about Tony's chlorophyll shake and the reason why he's drinking it. "Jarvis, bring up Vault 6, please." "Of course, sir," Jarvis replied. A cylindrical display case rose from the ground. One side of the tube was made of transparent material to show off what's inside. An armor with gun silver coloring and black highlights was shown in all its glory. That is what you military man would call overkill or excessive force. It got 2-inch high-density armor layered on top of reactive armor. Jarvis was highlighting and showing the specs of the area using holograms at the same time as Tony. Dual wrist-mounted silenced 9mm machine guns, 200 rounds each. Midline mounted, dual alternating, prototype railguns sending grain-sized slivers of metal at Mach 10 speed. Shoulder and leg-mounted missiles. 12 flight control surfaces for maximum maneuverability. Finally, repulsor afterburners to enable the behemoth to fly at Mach 2.5 speed. "Damn, Tony. You don't need to them dirty," Rhodey said, more than just impressed with the suit. "So what's the downside? Otherwise, you'll just put this tech in your armor." 3 things. First, it has a significantly shorter operational time while using it in heavy combat situations. 6 hours compared to my 15. Secondly, it doesn't have many non-lethal options, as you can see with the loadout. Finally, it's a step down in speed, agility, ground maneuverability, and strength compared to my suit. A lot of the internal mechanics have to be moved around or removed altogether to make space for the ammo and armor, Tony explained. "Understandable," Rhodey replied while still looking at the suit. "So, what do I call this baby?" "War Machine Mark 1. Tony released an excited grin before continuing. "Wanna test it out?" May 30, 2010, 1000H local. In other news, multi-billionaire, former CEO, and Iron Man himself, Tony Stark, has given a modified Iron Man suit to the United States military. Notably, the U.S. Air Force. Although the specifications are classified, we can speculate on what it was built to do. As seen in these officially released photos, the black and gray suit named War Machine Mark I has opted out of the usual Iron Man armor design. Tony Stark prioritized firepower and air maneuverability based on the large cannon mounted at the back, thick armor, and multiple flight surfaces. As per the agreement, Colonel James Rhodes, decorated serviceman and best friend of Tony Stark, is the chosen pilot for the War Machine armor. The abrupt donation of the highly advanced exosuit is due to the recent appearance of a similar exosuit in Monaco, which was handled by Tony Stark himself. Now, we'll see if the promised squadron of Iron Man armors will be delivered in the future. Wow, the news loves you, Naruto said while chilling on the couch. Pepper went to Stark Industries to go into some meetings. Some of them are about Tony's recent donation and its particulars, including legal and public relations. She brought Morgan with her so, as she said, doesn't get cooped up and become a motorhead at 5 years old. Effectively leaving Naruto and Tony on their lonesome. I know, right? Who would have thought gifting the US military with a multi-billion-dollar death machine would garner that much public support? Tony replied. With his improved public image and a recent donation of defensive and some offensive military hardware, there have been talks of him being appointed as the Secretary of Defense. It's all up in the air, but it's slowly gaining traction. Tony won't even consider accepting the invitation if he was offered it since it would cut into his family and lab time. Naruto's phone suddenly rang, causing him to stumble for his pocket. He took it out and answered. Hello, Haim. What you doing? Really? Now? Of course not. I've been waiting for it for a month. No problem. Be there in 20. Naruto pocketed his phone and looked towards Tony with a mischievous glint in his eyes. We're going to get some donuts. No. No. No, I want to stay at home and watch some movies before going back to the lab. Tony emphatically replied, not wanting to leave the house since he's too lazy to leave the house. Definitely not because of Pepper telling them not to go and stay at home. Come on. We're not going far, just Randy's donuts. Alright. We'll take your car, but we better get back home before Pepper comes home. She comes home at 6. We'll be back way before that. Come on. Naruto stood up from the sofa. Whatever happens, remember, look at the camera. Randy's Donuts, Los Angeles, California, May 30, 2010, 10:30 Local. Randy's Donuts is one of LA's iconic areas. The massive donut on the roof even got ripped off by The Simpsons. So it's understandable why Tony was confused seeing the empty parking lot. Let's go. We'll have free donuts, Naruto cheerily said as he walked towards the entrance. Tony gave up a long time ago from questioning Naruto's quirkiness, so he just followed him through the door. The inside of the donut house is just as empty as the parking lot, empty except for the pirate in black. You and the blondie over there are playing a dangerous game, Fury started while motioning for Tony to sit down at the other side of his booth. Well, more dangerous for you than him. Can't seem to kill no matter how hard I try. Naruto moved to an open booth that had a great vantage point of Tony's face. He set down a small camera and concealed it using the menu. Sorry. I don't want to get on the wrong foot, but where do I look? Your eye or your eye patch? Tony asked, but no one could tell if it was sarcastic or not. Letting Vanko live and giving what essentially amounts to a flying tank to the military, basically baiting everyone who has it out for you to come out the woodworks. That's a slippery slope you're trekking, Fury said before taking a sip of his coffee. Better the devil you know. Tony took one donut from the box set on the table by Fury and took a bite from it. I'm sure you know, but I got a family now. I need to make sure they're happy and safe, and that involves knowing everything I need to know. Fury stared at Tony for a good while before continuing. That thing in your chest. It was never finished, you know. I know. It was never viable enough until I miniaturized it. No. Howard said the arc reactor was the stepping stone to something greater. He was about to kick off an energy race that was gonna dwarf the arms race. He was onto something big, something so big that it was gonna make the nuclear reactor look like a AAA battery. Tony digested everything Fury said. He was thinking to himself that his dad was a lot like him in some ways. You told me I haven't tried everything. What do you mean I haven't tried everything? What haven't I tried? Tony asked, a little miffed about Fury's implication. He said that you were the only person with the means and knowledge to finish what he started. If you're that guy, then you can solve the riddle of your heart, Fury replied. No, even a second later, they heard Naruto's coughing fit, probably choking from his coffee. Sorry. I just never heard you talk something cheesy before, Naruto said with a smirk. Carry on. I'm not going to say that my old man is a cold and calculative asshole since we obviously have different memories of him. Tony leaned back on his chair. But what do you want? Simple. I want you to meet someone. Fury answered with a knowing smile. The door opened and in walked Natalie Rushman. Well, she's Natalie Rushman if she wore a skin-tight tactical suit and guns hanging from her hips. Naruto could see Tony's reaction seeing Nat walk in. Tony's jaw dropped with a totally gobsmacked expression. Tony could hear Naruto cackling in the background. Slowly he turned his head toward Naruto and saw him practically dying of laughter. Looking closer, he could see a haphazard hidden camera on the table. So that's what the fucker meant. He knew all along. Tony thought. Wait. His other girlfriend is a super spy. Motherfucker. I want you to meet Agent Natasha Romanoff. Fury said with a shit-eating grin. She's going to maintain her cover in your company as an added protection to whatever shenanigans you might get into. As fast as Tony's brain works, he still hasn't processed that the Natalie Naruto was flirting with was actually the super spy girlfriend he was talking about. Agent Coulson is waiting at your mansion with a crate of Howard's stuff. He left me some of his things for safekeeping. Fury got out of the booth and looked around for a bit. It seems like you won't need our help with temporarily abating the syndromes, but it won't last forever. Tony finally snapped out of his shock, even temporarily, and looked at Fury. I've been looking for a suitable replacement for Palladium. I've tried every combination, every permutation of every known element. Tony explained. Well, I'm here to tell you, you haven't tried them all. Fury answered back before walking out of the donut house. So should I call you Natalie or Natasha or maybe Natasha? Tony sarcastically commented. Call me whatever you're comfortable with. Natasha picked up a sugar-glazed donut and took a bite from it. Though it would be easier to call me Natalie while I'm still on the job. Wow, that's a good laugh. Naruto interjected while walking towards their booth. And I got all that on camera. I'll show it to Pepper later. He leaned in on Natasha and gave. "Ma man," Naruto exclaimed before his eyes widened. Well, that's interesting. He turned towards Philosophy. You got any agents in the town? Yes, a few. They're confiscating the data and records of one Dr. Jane Foster and her colleagues. We don't want anything coming out, especially if the phenomenon is alien in origin. We should go into town while they're still setting up. Why? Did you see something? Yup, something awesome. Naruto turned around and went towards the makeshift parking area. You're driving and change into something with less men in black vibes. Puente Antiguo, New Mexico, June 1, 2010, 11:30 local. Okay. Why are we here again? Phil asked. We're having a Naruto looked around the small town lunch in that diner. Where's Clint anyway? On the way. How do you know he's coming? Phil asked while walking towards the diner. Naruto pointed. Laura said so. Of course. When did you guys become close anyway? I bring Nat over almost every week, and I visit the kids from time to time. It messes the shit out, Clint. Naruto replied while opening the door in the diner. I also left a couple friends over there. The huge farm and forest lets them bide around there. The duo immediately went towards an empty booth, but not before scanning the room for possible threats, assets, and exits. One thing Phil immediately noticed was the group sitting at the center of the room. Dr. Foster, her assistant Ms. Lewis, Dr. Selvig, and an unknown muscular blonde man. Phil's eyes immediately cataloged as much as he could. One thing he observed was the distinguishable body language commonly found in experienced soldiers. However, his instincts have much to be desired. I'll have 3 orders of bacon, 2 orders of omelette, and a cup of large black coffee. He'll be having 1 order of each, but make his coffee with 2 cream and 1 sugar. Naruto ordered for both him and Philosophy. Bag everything up please. Phil wanted to ask how Naruto knew what he would order, but he decided just to let it go. Long, flowing, golden hair. Check. Naruto started his checklist. For what? Phil was still trying to figure it out. Defined and muscular body. Check. Understandable in partial Shakespearean English. Check. Understandable? That's a weird phrasing Naruto used. Do you see what I'm getting at? No, although I have some suspicion. Continue. Alright. Let's get more on the nose descriptions. Abnormally high vitality. Check. Body is a converter for some unknown but potent energy. Check. Lightning energy coursing through his body. Need I say more? Naruto continued while pinning Phil with a stare. Phil finally connected the dots. Oh. That makes things complicated. Phil let out. Don't forget the existential crisis half the people on Earth would experience if this gets out. I should send in more agents to monitor the situation. You probably should. At the center of the diner, a group of 4 were waiting for their order. Dr. Jane Foster. An astrophysicist from Culver University specializing in Einstein-Rosen bridge or wormholes, although she hasn't come very far with her chosen field of study on recently. She's a very attractive 5 feet 3 inches woman with brown eyes and hair. However, her slight obsession with her work and scatterbrain tendencies prevented her from having any long-term relationships. Dr. Eric Selvig. A world-renowned theoretical astrophysicist also from Culver University. He's looking out for Jane Foster since her father was his close friend. He stands at 6 feet 3 inches with brown eyes and whitish-brown hair. Darcy Lewis. An undergraduate of Culver University taking political science. For some reason, she decided to assist Dr. Foster with her research as an elective. She's a 5 feet 4 inches woman with blue eyes and brunette hair. The last one on the table was one of the most famous men in the connected galaxies. Thor Odinson. Crowned Prince of the Asgardian Empire. God of thunder and lightning. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches and with a muscular body, he takes for an intimidating yet impressive sight. His long flowing blonde hair, baby blue eyes, strong jawline make him more than Jews attractive. You could say he looks divine. If you're really the real Thor. Jane's skepticism couldn't be more apparent. Then what are you doing here? Thor adopted a pained expression, and the girls, especially Jane, somehow felt like they kicked a dog. A golden retriever exact, as weird as that is. My father banished me to Midgard after I tried to make him proud by ridding of the frost giants for good. Thor replied. Selvig decided to remain at the sidelines to keep an eye on the arguably insane guest and to have someone catalog everything that he was saying on the off chance that Thor actually, well, Thor. Can I say something? Hello. Darcy tried to interject with Thor and Jane's conversation, but she was getting railroaded by the duo's chemistry. Time for some drastic measures. She reached for Jane's cheeks and shook her face hard. Jane. She shouted. What? Jane asked through gritted teeth. Somebody's watching us. Darcy whispered, which immediately got everyone's attention on the table, as well as Naruto a few tables away. Phil, on the other hand, didn't hear but he could see that the group's demeanor changed. Everyone's watching us. Have you seen this guy? Jane reasoned while pointing at Thor. No. Don't look now, but the old guy and the blondie have been looking over here ever since they came in. Darcy replied. Naruto couldn't help but giggle when he heard Dark describe Phil as the old guy. The blondie's laughing. He must have heard me. How do you know even if it's real? Jane asked. When you need to maintain your position as the queen of the social totem pole from high school to college, like yours truly, you need to develop some skills. Like knowing when a group's talking about you or somebody else or they're staring at you funny. Darcy explained with a shrug. You know the usual. What the hell's happening in high school and colleges these days? Jane commented under her breath. Eric risked a glance toward the duo Darcy mentioned and momentarily locked eyes with the old guy. That confirmed Darcy's suspicion in Eric's mind. He was about to suggest for them to leave when the duo walked towards them with the blonde flashing a bright smile. I haven't heard someone call Phil an old guy before, Ms. Lewis. That put everyone on alert. Well, everyone except for Thor. Let me pay for your meal. Naruto pulled out a small bundle of cash and placed it on the table. Have a nice day, Dr. Foster, Dr. Selvig, Ms. Lewis, Your Majesty. Thor flashed a bright smile for meeting someone who finally recognized him while the rest kept on staring at the duo. Naruto followed Phil out of the diner while laughing his guts out. What the hell was that? That's the universe saying fuck you to Shield Academy information gathering courses. Should have just tossed the lot of them to high school. Outskirts of Puente Antiguo, New Mexico, June 1, 2010, 1500 H local. The field agents have finally finished setting up the field tent surrounding the hammer. All the equipment was set up and ready to go. All that's left was the go signal from the highest-ranking agent to turn on everything. However, Phil didn't give the order. Instead, he ordered everyone to clear the tent and stay outside until he gave the order otherwise. There were only 2 people left inside, Phil and Naruto. So, Captain America's #1 fan can't lift it. That means I probably can't lift it too. Naruto commented with a shrug. Why don't you just try it? Phil asked. Naruto reached for the hammer and tried to lift it to no avail. See? Nothing. Naruto said before eyeing the hammer again. But, I wanna see what's the limit on this thing. Naruto turned off all the seals holding back his body. He never turned off ever since he arrived in this world, so it was quite a novel experience. Step back. I may break this thing, and Fury would hate if you get barbecued by lightning. Phil's sense of preservation seems to be on point since he didn't even think of arguing with Naruto. Again, Naruto reached for the hammer and tried to lift it from the rock formation. He couldn't confidently say that the Mjolnir was one of the heaviest things he ever tried to lift. Spider fractures were radiating from his feet, so he pumped earth-natured chakra to the ground to keep it from buckling. Slowly but surely, Naruto lifted the hammer, causing the rock formation to collapse. Lightning was shooting out of it in every which way. Phil couldn't even see lightning surrounding Naruto. It's like the hammer was doing everything in its power to fight off Naruto. Naruto unceremoniously dropped the hammer after almost a minute of lifting it. Woo. That shit's heavy. 10/10 would use it again for weightlifting. Naruto said while wiping off some imaginary sweat. Phil walked towards Naruto while eyeing the aftermath of Naruto's weightlifting. Fractures and scorch marks litter the crater. This mess could mess up with the analysis. Oh well, they wouldn't be worth what our techs are getting paid if they complain about this. Phil retrieved a small radio unit from his pocket and pressed on a button. Open the generators and get in. We got some work to do. June 2, 2010, 0900H Local Donald Blake. That's what they came up with. Naruto asked incredulously. It's Dr. Foster's former acquaintance. Phil replied after a slight hesitation for finding a neutral term. Annex? Identity theft on your ex. That's just cold. Naruto commented with a slight chuckle. Wait. You guys already made a portfolio for Foster. She's already on our radar due to her association with Dr. Selvig. Phil explained. We just have to bump her up the list. And they say Big Brother ain't real. The conspiracy theorists are getting more things right by the day. Naruto exaggeratedly groaned out. And with the US military hoping to dump Area 51 to some poor schmuck, they'll just get off in their pants in their excitement. That's something I don't ever need to hear. Besides, there are no aliens in Area 51. Phil answered. It's just a testing ground for advanced tech from all branches of the military. We even borrow the place from time to time. Naruto gave Phil a deadpan stare. I know. All the aliens are either pooled up in hidden communities or living incognito like me. Phil raised an eyebrow at Naruto's assertion. Okay, not me, but you get the point. Even you guys have a half-dead blue alien in storage. Contrary to Naruto's expectation, Phil only did a slight widening of the eyes and increased heartbeat. I'm not even going to question how you know about Project Tahiti, but I'm more curious about these aliens living on the planet. We need to do a threat assessment and registration. Are you sure? 'Cause if you start poking in the hornet's nest, I'm not going to help you guys out. I know with some of those people. Naruto suddenly got a eureka moment. Come to think of it, one of the guys in my poetry class, and yes, I got a poetry class. I need to woo my girls every now and then. Anyway, one of the guys in my poetry class has a similar signature with our resident god of thunder. Only considerably weaker. Moving past the fact that you're practically whipped. Hey. Have you seen Nat? She's basically a BDSM queen. Naruto tried to defend himself, but Phil ignored him. Can you contact your alien friend? We need every information we can get. Sure. I would love to. Naruto answered with a shrug. But you won't have any time to waste. We got more incoming. He continued while pointing to the sky, opening up for another wormhole. Phil quickly pulled out his radio and barked out orders. I want 4 QRTs ready to go in 3 minutes. 2 more QRTs to the town, just in case. Phil jogged towards the designated parking lot of the temporary base. Overwatch and 2 report. Base, We've got Xena, Jackie Chan, Robin Hood, and an upsized Gimli coming in for the Renaissance Fair. One of the guys in the groups watching the town replied. Since you'll just be hanging out here with nothing to do, so why don't you go to the town and wait there? In my experience, this kind of situation always bottoms up. Phil said Naruto, who decided to follow him. Really? I hope whatever you guys meet kick your collective balls. I might just have some fun again. Naruto replied with a feral grin before disappearing. Outskirts of Puente Antiguo, New Mexico, June 2, 2010, 0945H. Local Naruto had been waiting in the diner for almost 30 minutes with his eye activated. He already saw Phil retreat from the venerable army of 15 feet tall, metal-clad, laser-shooting behemoths. The army was already making its way through the desert towards the town. He could already feel his blood boiling, expecting a huge fight. Naruto was also watching the small group of Asgardians, scientists, and an intern talking or catching up, completely unaware of the looming threat. Although the Asgardians look capable enough, but he doubts their capability to fight the walking tanks. Maybe they could take on one of them, but 100, highly unlikely. Only one of the giants entered the town while the rest closed off any exits. Thor and his group quickly noticed the intruder, a testament to their training and instinct. That's why they're called Sif and the Warriors 3. Volstagg, one of the strongest and toughest Asgardians, not of the royal family. Famous for never slowing down in a fight even after receiving hit after hit, an endless appetite. Fondrel, the best fencer and most flamboyant fighter most would ever see. Daring and courageous to a fault, especially to women. Hagun, the quickest and most agile in their group. Silent and lethal, preferring to hit weak points and critical hits than taking enemies head on. He reminds the Nine Realms how deadly are Vanir's under their pacifist interior. Finally, Sif, the deadliest Asgardian not of the legendary Valkyries. Her goal in life is re-establishing the ancient and honorable group of female warriors. A destroyer. Thor said barely above a whisper. Why is it here? Jane, Darcy, and Eric also saw the metal behemoth walking towards them. A destroyer? What's that? That doesn't sound good. Jane asked question after question, but Thor's eyes remained glued to the destroyer. Good thing Sif still had her presence of mind to answer. The destroyer is a weapon created near the end of the Frost Giant War. The culmination of dwarven ingenuity and Asgardian magic. Made of you, an indestructible metal capable of holding a near-infinite amount of magic. They were explicitly designed to destroy and never be destroyed. Sif explained, still not taking her eyes off the weapon. It was so effective that it's used for Asgard's security and King Odin's personal vault. It was so terrifying its power that the Nine Realms practically begged Odin to never let them out of Asgard ever again. And now it's here. Darcy deadpanned. And now it's here. Sif repeated. Jane, Darcy, Eric. You need to get everyone as far away from here as possible. Thor said in a serious tone. What are you gonna do? Jane asked, concerned. He's going to fight with us just like old times. Volstagg boisterously interjected. No. I'm weaker than any Asgardian. I'll only be in the way, or worse, get one of you killed. But I can help get these people to safety, a distraction for the destroyer at the very least. Thor countered. Then you'll need some time. Said Hagun. And you'll have it. Fondrel continued. For Asgard. Sif shouted. For Asgard. The Warriors 3 reciprocated before all of them charged the destroyer. Volstagg, in an amazing feat of physical characteristics, led the pack in the charge. However, the destroyer was having none of that. Its faceplate opened up and fired a concentrated beam of fire not unlike a laser. Volstagg got hit dead on, blasting backward toward Fondrel. Fondrel, for his part, tried to catch Volstagg, but the apparent difference in size did not do them any good, and they just plowed down the road towards a parked car, totaling it. Hagun just jumped over the barreling ball made of his friends and used both of his maces to hit the back of the destroyer's leg, but the impact barely phased it. Sif immediately followed up by throwing her elongated spear straight through the destroyer's chest. Hagun pulled the protruding spear and struck it again from behind, effectively pinning the destroyer to the ground. Even in its vulnerable state, Sif didn't let up with her assault, using her sword to slash and stab the destroyer's weak points. However, the destroyer isn't out for the count, not by a long shot. The multiple plated rings making up the destroyer did a complete 180, changing it from a bent down to a bent up position. In its new position, it can fight more effectively. The destroyer pulled the spear from its chest and swung it to Sif, who defended using her shield. What she didn't expect was for the destroyer to use her spear to pierce through her shield as well as her harm. Ha-Gun's quick reflexes saved Sif from further injuries since he pulled her back. Volstagg used his considerable size to tackle the behemoth, hoping to put it down on the ground, but it was able to brace itself. The toe of the destroyer dug into the asphalt as was pushed backward by Volstagg. The destroyer was about to pierce Volstagg's back with the spear when Fandral disarmed it using his sword. "Friends. We're going to retreat. The town is empty," Thor shouted towards the group. "Empty? How could it be empty? I just saw some a few minutes ago," Sif replied through gritted teeth. Thor approached Ha-Gun and Sif. "I don't know. Nevertheless, we must leave. Midgard is not capable of defeating a destroyer, as we are right now," Thor explained. "If Loki is indeed controlling the destroyers, we must deal with." He wasn't able to finish his statement when he heard Jane's scream. "Thor!" Thor quickly turned around and saw the destroyer's open face pointed right at him. With a quick move, he took Sif's shield and blocked the concentrated fire, sending him to the ground. The destroyer quickly disabled Volstagg and Fandral with a strike to their heads before marching towards the downed Thor. Ha-Gun and the injured Sif tried to stop the lumbering giant, but they were quickly set aside with a swing of its arm. But the time bought by his friends was enough for Thor to stand up, although a little shaky on his legs. "Brother, whatever I have done to wrong you, whatever I have done to lead you to do this, I am truly sorry," Thor said while looking at the destroyer. "But these people are innocent. Taking their lives will gain you nothing. So take mine and end this." The destroyer stared down at Thor before firing a prolonged fire blast, bathing him in flames. It took a minute for the destroyer to stop, leaving Thor in a crater with slightly charred skin and shallow breathing. It gave Thor one last kick in the ribs before turning around, this time to Jane. Jane didn't even saw the destroyer walking towards her until it was too late, as her eyes were practically glued to Thor's dying form. When she noticed the destroyer, its face plat was already open and staring right at her, only a few seconds from being barbecued. However, that never came to pass, as a fast-moving object struck the destroyer at its face, causing it to miss Jane completely. The object headed straight to Thor's raised hand, causing multiple lightning strikes to hit him as it reached his hands. His injuries quickly healed, and his armor seemingly firmly over his body out of lightning. Thor rushed towards the destroyer and did multiple heavy swings, causing it to stagger. The sky suddenly darkened as Thor pulled back to prepare for another big hit. He swung hard and struck true as lightning struck the destroyer, sending it flying. It caused the building it landed on to collapse on itself. Everyone watched the structure for any sign of movement. After 2 minutes of silence, they finally released a sigh of relief. "Oh my God!" Darcy exclaimed. "So, is this how you normally look?" Jane asked as she approached Thor. "More or less," Thor answered with a small smile. "It's a good look," Jane continued while eyeing Thor. However, they were snapped out of their atmosphere by a shout from a familiar voice. "Hey, lovebirds. It ain't over." Everybody looked towards where the voice came from and saw a blonde guy wearing a suit. The same guy Thor and the others saw in the diner. "Blondie!" Darcy exclaimed. "Hello to you too, in turn, and my name isn't Blondie. I'm Naruto. But as I said, it ain't over." Naruto pointed at the end of multiple side streets. That's when they saw dozens of destroyers making their way towards where they were. At the same time, the previously downed destroyer was standing up from the ruins of T building. "How many did your father build?" Darcy fearfully asked. 1,001. Thor answered. "How many are here right now?" Darcy asked again. "Maybe 100. Fuck. Puente Antiguo, New Mexico, June 2, 2010, 10:15 H local. Somebody really wants to kill you, man," Naruto said as he lazily stared at the incoming army, though it's only a mask for his excitement. "I have no idea that Loki was given access to all of Asgard's defenses," Thor somberly replied. "Right. That blue-eyed emo bitch-ass illusionists," Naruto supplemented with a satisfied nod. Thor turned around and glared at Naruto. "Have care with how you speak. He's still my brother," Thor practically growled out before realizing something. "Did you say blue? His eyes are green. Do you really want to talk about his eyes right now?" Naruto asked incredulously but filed that information for later. "You're right. We should deal with them. Thor answered before his expression turned a little darker. Even if we die trying. Midgard doesn't have the power to deal with one destroyer, not to mention 10. The atmosphere turned a little more somber as they realized how, for the lack of a better term, fucked they were. Well, everyone except for Naruto. Naruto? Thor called out. I understand that you're a soldier of some kind. I would like for you to take Jane, Darcy, and Eric away from here. Naruto just stared at Thor for quite a while, letting the destroyers get closer and closer before releasing a full-blown laugh. Hell nah. Why do you think I cleared this town? Naruto let out, surprising everybody. Though I can take them out of here. I can do that much. He pulled 3 stones from each pocket and tossed them at the humans. Don't barf when you land. The others won't appreciate it. They would have asked a question, but they suddenly disappeared. The trio arrived at a mountain face overlooking the town quite some distance away. Around them was what they assumed were all the other residents, bound and gagged. What's this? Darcy shakily asked. Judging from the guys in the suit over there. Eric pointed to one group of tied-up guys. It looks like the blondie isn't an agent after all. Back in the town, Thor, Sif, and the Warriors 3 were staring at Naruto with a dumbfounded expression. Transportation magic is one of the pinnacles of Asgardian magic. It either requires a specially made object to channel the energy from Yggdrasil or using dark energy to bypass most of the barriers. From the stories, the Seers of Midgard were said to have a variation of a transportation spell but operate on a different school of magic. However, that's no magic. That much was for sure. What are you? Sif asked in a whisper. I'm just a guy who's a little bored and saw the opportunity to alleviate some of it. Naruto responded with a shrug before pulling out 5 3-pronged knives. You can do what you want, but I suggest you stay right there based on how only one was able to wipe the floor with your asses. The Warriors 3 wanted to refute Naruto's assertion, but he suddenly threw all of his knives toward the army before suddenly disappearing the same way as Jane, Darcy, and Eric. Not even a second later, 5 domes of air erupted from the vanguard of the destroyer army. It left behind 8 mangled destroyer bodies and at least 10 damaged ones. By the All-Father! Sif gasped out. Thor snapped out of his stupor when an explosion of fire occurred in the middle of the army. The destroyers were already focusing their attention on Naruto, so they were able to have a bit of a breather. We're not going to miss our chance for a battle. Thor started. The bards will sing our greatness across the stars. Valhalla doors will be open wide for our arrival. He spun his hammer around, gathering the storm clouds up in the sky. Come on, friends. Glory awaits. Thor flew high up the sky, gathering the lightning into his hammer before slamming it straight down towards the center of a cluster of 4 destroyers, sending them flying. Thess destroyers remained unfazed and stood up rather quickly. That's when Sif and the Warriors 3 arrived and taking on 1 destroyer each. However, it quickly became apparent that they were barely gaining ground against their opponents. Only their superior skills, impeccable teamwork, and Thor's firepower and support enabled them to slowly defeat the 4 destroyers. After 5 minutes of intense battle, they were able to put down and damage the destroyers using Thor's lightning and weather manipulation abilities. He dismantled the armor, revealing a flame core eerily similar to the Eternal Flame. Too similar in fact. The group turned around after another explosion occurred. But this time, it sounded like something heavy landed on the ground. Littered around the area were different parts, around 30 destroyers. Some were more damaged than others, but all were non-operational. At the forefront of the assault was Naruto, kicking, punching, and ripping his way through the destroyer army. He's not even using any of his chakra techniques now since he found out how he severely overestimated the durability of the walking tanks. They're just like the durability of a top-class chakra armor with an added regeneration perk. Not like that it's much help. Naruto could kick through the torso of a destroyer with a moderately powered kick. He can also tank multiple concentrated fire lasers even without chakra enhancement on his skin, since the chakra metal under his skin could endure almost any attack. He's basically stronger, faster, tougher than the destroyer assholes. Of course, even through the mildly disappointing but still entertaining fight, Naruto didn't forget to take a sample of the metal. It's as, if not, more durable than vibranium but without the kinetic energy absorbing capabilities. Although, his chakra could move through the metal without much difficulty. Something to test for later. Naruto just finished off the 80th destroyer by plunging both his arms through the chest and ripping it apart when he decided to take stock of the situation. 10 minutes of Chunin level Taijutsu with minor strength enhancement and he already defeated that much. To be fair, the first 20 or so were defeated with chakra techniques like Raise Nan and Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Far behind Naruto were the Asgardians, staring gobsmacked at him. Well, the 5 of them were able to defeat 4 destroyers, so they're not completely incompetent. You guys going to just sit there and watch, or are you going to? Naruto didn't even get to finish his statement when a daring destroyer blasted him at the back of his head. Skin and hair at the back of his head were basically burned off, revealing the metal under the skin underneath. Even without the Shinigami eyes activated, he could easily imagine the surprised expression from the Asgardians, but that's neither here nor there as he was already healing. You motherfucker. I'm talking here. Naruto dashed towards the interrupting destroyer. A fraction of a second later, Naruto's arms were already around the destroyer's head, and after a quick maneuver around it, he already removed the head. He let it drop down the ground as well as the head. That just leaves 15 of you guys. Naruto said while cracking his neck before flashing a hungry smile. What are you going to do now? 3 destroyers opened their faceplates and charged up the fire laser thing, but they were the ones interrupted this time. An arrow seemingly made if the light hit the middle destroyer, causing an explosion and launching the 3 backward. Naruto knows that arrow and who shot it. He immediately opened his Shinigami eyes and confirmed his suspicions. He saw a black SUV approaching from another end of the street with a slightly injured Phil driving it and Clint standing through the sunroof with the special bow Naruto made. Phil had been injured by the destroyer's initial attack, including most of his men. Sadly, 3 of the agents were too heavily injured and quickly succumbed to their injuries. Clint, as the highest uninjured officer on the field, had to coordinate the medical team and the cover-up for the eventual fallout. After setting up the base, Phil and Clint decided that they have to do their goddamn jobs and stop the walking murder tanks. That's where the very overpowered bow comes in. Might not be able to defeat the murder tanks, but it sure can hinder their advance rather effectively. Hey. Find your own death machines to fuck up. Naruto shouted to the quickly approaching agents. Clint was able to read Naruto's lips, so he was able to reply. No way. Clint answered while quick-firing low-powered shots with an occasional power shot. Fury would bust a gasket if we didn't do shit. That was certainly true, but the missed pun opportunity caused was Naruto's primary cause of concern. Nevertheless, he allowed for Phil and Clint to continue their bombardment. Only the high-powered shots were able to damage the destroyers, but they quickly heal themselves. Naruto decided to end the fight as the appeal quickly died down since the destroyers were not much of a challenge. Small cuts appeared around his arm and a bunch of threads bursts out from it. The threads rushed towards the remaining destroyers and buried themselves through the cracks. It spread out inside the destroyers, taking over the movement functions. Using only the threads, Naruto controlled the destroyers, making them fight each other. However, the destroyers punching and kicking each other was highly ineffective, as the lightweight metal armor and regenerative capabilities made them shrug off the attacks. By the end, he just pulled on the strings, ripping them apart into scrap metals. The threads retreated into Naruto's skin before the skin closed. Wriggling masses moved from his arms towards his heart until all the wriggling slowly disappeared. If the Asgardians were shocked then, it couldn't compare now. Their eyes glued on Naruto, unblinking. Nothing, absolutely nothing in the whole known universe has that power of skill and is diverse. The All-Father himself has a large assortment of skills, but only a few were reach levels that could easily obliterate the destroyers, all of which are either facilitated by the Odin force or magic. Naruto turned around and opened his mouth to say something towards the Asgardians when he suddenly stopped. Motherfucker! Naruto exclaimed before turning towards Clint in philosophy. Everyone from the town and some of your agents are in that mountain over there. Seeing Clint and Phil's questioning glance, Naruto continued. Code green in Culver. Fuck. Clint groaned out and Phil clearly shared the sentiment. Well, good luck then. I thought dealing with that kind of stuff is your job. Naruto asked. No. This is our job. Phil clarified. Somebody else will deal with that one. Well, see you later, I guess. Naruto resignedly said before disappearing, leaving what they assumed was a clone. Come on, let's deal with the aliens. The clone said before walking towards the Asgardians. Culver University, Willowdale, Virginia, June 2, 2010, 12:30 H. Local. Hey. Why did you? A Humvee door slammed straight to his face, interrupting his question. The heavy door dropped to the ground. Allow him to enter. Eric brushed off the cartoon-worthy scene and answered. You think I could stop him from doing anything? Eric took a peek around the tree, seeing a massive Hulk rampaging through the army. Is it worth it though? Naruto asked. Looks like it. Eric replied while checking his gear. Banner was able to get a rendezvous point from Stern. In Brooklyn. Naruto's serious atmosphere instantly changed, turning into something more jovial. Excited even. When? Tonight. Why? Hammer's going to present his Hammeroid line in Stark Expo. Why? What's so special with Hammer Tech? Cause those Hammeroids were upgraded by an Ivan Vanko. Naruto answered with a smile. You know the same Vanko who almost killed Tony Stark. Oh. Eric said in realization. And Stark Expo is in Queens. He continued before staring at the rampaging Hulk. New York is going to be a war zone. June 2, 2010, 1800 local. On top of one of the highest buildings in Brooklyn, 3 figures could be seen standing on the helipad. 2 of them were wearing a suit of armor, while the other one was wearing a simple black and orange suit and tie. These were, of course, Tony, Rhodey, and Naruto. The 3 of them were waiting for the inevitable fallout of Hammer's presentation and Vanko's attack. They already have informed the police of what they described as a possible terrorist attack on one of America's institutions. They opted out of informing the military due to Hammer's connections, as few and unreliable it was. Since Tony was the one to call it in, the commissioner took reins of the operation and called back all off-duty cops. The police force had effectively surrounded the Expo and Hammer Industries, only waiting for the signal to continue. Naruto had also requested for some people to patrol the surrounding area, especially Brooklyn, just in case. Tony had also made sure that Pepper and Morgan were safe. He'd sent them to negotiate with the owner of the building where he wanted the new Stark Tower to be built. That sent them to upstate New York, far away from the possible war zone. You've been giggling on and off for the past 30 minutes. Rhodey asked when he can't take being out of the loop anymore. Naruto tried to compose himself, but another round of laughter came out of his mouth again. It took almost a minute for him to stop laughing. You really want to know? Naruto asked with a grin. I wouldn't ask if I don't want to. Alright. Naruto fixed himself up before continuing. You know the ogre that rampaged in Culver? The green guy? I thought that's fake. Tony joined in. He didn't really have the time to check on the news and its validity due to the upcoming attack. That shit's true. Rhodey supplied. Ross has been trying to capture Dr. Banner for quite some time. All of this is done in the down low. Dr. Banner? Bruce Banner? The 7 PhD guy? Tony asked incredulously. Yeah. That guy. Something about a super soldier experiment gone wrong. Rhodey answered. Jarv. Can you remind me to look into it for later? Tony inquired. Of course, sir. Jarvis replied. Anyway, Banner hulked out at Culver cause Ross stepped in with his attack dog. Naruto interjected. Now, Banner and Ross's daughter, Betty, are making their way to Brooklyn to meet with a shady scientist to reverse his condition. And he wouldn't change, right? Right. Rhodey practically pleaded. Naruto released a giggle, essentially answering the question, causing Tony and Rhodey's stomach to drop. Ross already knows Banner and Betty are moving to New York since Blinsky, Ross's hired attack dog, already found Stearns, the mad scientist. Naruto replied, causing Tony and Rhodey to blanched. Blinsky is also drunk in power. He wants to be the next experiment gone wrong. Tony and Rhodey absorbed what Naruto said. Rhodey in particular had a deeper insight on Emil Blinsky since he's kind of a legend in the military circles. So, you're saying we might have 2 Hulks duking it out only a few blocks away from the Expo? Rhodey shakily asked. Yup. Naruto cheerfully declared. I can't wait. I already got a bunch of cameras set up. You're sick, man. Rhodey said with a slightly disgusted voice. I know. 1 Hanson Place, Brooklyn, New York, June 2, 2010, 2000 local. Vanko really wants to talk, huh? How many times did he call you now? Rhodey asked as Tony let another call go to the voicemail. Oh yeah. He's like a creepy stalker. It would be 1,000 times better if he's a chick. Tony grumbled. When will Naruto say he would come back? Hammer's presentation will start in 2 minutes. Rhodey was about to answer when Naruto suddenly appeared with a slightly disfigured man being dragged by his throat. Okay. Who's the green gremlin? Tony asked with a hint of concern in his voice. This guy is Dr. Samuel Stearns. The fucker who Banner wants to meet. Naruto replied while slightly shaking Stearns, which released a low groan, confirming he's still alive. He just upgraded Blinsky, but an accident must have occurred, causing this guy to grow a bit. So if Blinsky's already got hulked, where is he? Rhodey asked. I moved the whole room under one of the buildings of the Italian mob in the warehouse district, an excellent place for Blinsky and Banner to meet. Naruto explained with a slight giggle. You're sick, man, but none of that explains why you have Stearns. Tony pushed forward. I just want to see what would happen to this one. Banner and Blinsky got physical upgrades, but this one only has an enlarged brain. Naruto answered. So Blinsky already became a green giant, huh? Rhodey weighed in. Nope. He's a flesh-colored hairless giant with bony protrusions. An ugly thing to look out. Naruto described, disgust evident on his face but is not done. For some reason, H became smooth down there also. Of course, he's smooth. You just said he's hairless. Tony reasoned. No. Smooth, like a Barbie Ken doll. Don't ask me how I know about both of those things. Naruto emphasized. It didn't take long for Tony and Rhodey to understand what Naruto was insinuating, causing them to involuntarily cover their lower regions. They would have liked to ask more questions about the subject, but Jarvis interjected. It's showtime, sir. All right. You heard Jarvis, let's go. Tony said before closing his faceplate, followed by Rhodey. Naruto, on the other hand, just summoned another clone to take Stearns to a secure location and to make sure he stays unconscious. Tony and Rhodey didn't wait for Naruto and just headed to their designated areas, Tony to Stark Expo and Rhodey to Hammer Industries RD building. However, it didn't take long for Naruto's entertainment to arrive, or rather, wake up. He created 4 clones and sent them to each hotspot, Stark Expo, Hammer Industries, Bruce Banner, and Brooklyn's warehouse district. While that's happening, he also pulled out his phone and opened up a conference call. Get ready to earn your paycheck. Naruto said before closing his phone and jumping off the building. Brooklyn, New York, June 2, 2010. 2010 H. Local Bruce and Betty were in the home stretch to arrive at Stearns' secondary location when 3 Chinooks surrounded the boat they hired to bring them to Brooklyn. Wanting to prevent the Hulk from coming out, Bruce surrendered himself. However, it didn't take long for something to go wrong, and for once, it doesn't directly relate to him. Sir, we got a radio connection request from both the NYPD and the National Guard. The helicopter pilot said through the in-vehicle audio system. General Ross thought about it for a second and saw no harm with accepting the contact, especially if he considered the fact that there would be several steps before the communication reached him. All right. Patch them through. Ross said before the headset's audio channel changed. What's happening? Sir. The Hulk is rampaging here in downtown Brooklyn. A voice desperately echoed through the headsets, causing everyone's eyes to widen. That's impossible, soldier. Ross practically shouted. But sir. He's right here, and he's slowly pushing us back. The voice pleaded. Multiple buildings and vehicles are already destroyed or damaged. Injuries are accumulating. We're lucky we don't have any casualties yet, sir. Ross released a large sigh before answering. I'll call for reinforcements, though it may take 30 minutes to arrive. I don't if we could last that long, but we appreciate any help you can spare, sir. The soldier replied before the connection got cut off. Bruce was the first one to snap out of their stupor and spoke up. Turn the plane around. Bruce in barely a whisper. What? Betty asked as she turned towards Bruce. Well, your father obviously already fucked up with trying to recreate the accident. Bruce started. Ross would have countered, but Bruce pushed on. If there's another Hulk down there, only another Hulk could take him. Blinsky was a madman who had to be put down, but not at the expense of losing Banner. Ross just couldn't take the chance. Too many resources have been thrown into the Super Soldier project just to lose everything with a very public fallout. At the very least, he won't lose all the data if he keeps Banner with him. There's another point to consider. As a military man, Ross needs to consider the welfare of the American people, and Blinsky was doing the exact opposite of what Ross stands for. However, Ross was one of the most patriotic people on the planet, and on some level, he expected everyone else to be as patriotic as him, like right now. Ross was about to open his mouth to give the order to continue to base no matter what when he suddenly lost consciousness, and another Ross appeared right beside him, surprising Bruce and Betty. A quick look around, it can be seen that all the soldiers sitting around them were unconscious, and some kind of transparent mirror formed around them. The clone simply shushed both Bruce and Betty before taking Ross's headset and putting it on. "Turn it around." Clone Ross said with the same exact voice and cadence, "Sir." The pilot replied, a little confused. "Turn the goddamn plane around. We have a monster on our own that could take on the monster in Brooklyn." The clone gave Bruce a wink and a smile as he talked on the "So do your job and turn the plane around." There's a brief moment of silence before the chopper slowly banked and turned around. The clone smiled and nodded to himself before a cloud of smoke burst from the clone. After the smoke dissipated, Bruce and Betty could see Naruto sitting where the clone used to be. "WWWA what?" Bruce sputtered. "It's a stupid thing you did." "Well, Hulk is the stupid one." Bruce could feel the Hulk getting angry hearing Naruto's statement, but he kept a tight lid on it. "I mean, you just have to bring one guy with you. Remember Eric? Tall, dark, and handsome? Ring any bells?" "Ho, how did you get in?" Bruce asked. "That? I landed on the roof a while ago. I'm just watching if Ross would fuck up, and lo and behold, he would fuck up." Naruto replied, not really answering the question, but it was enough to satisfy the two scientists for now. He then turned towards Bruce. "But never mind that, I want to know, what would you do now?" "What?" Betty asked, confused as to why she was being asked the question. "Well, there's no way your dad would let go of Brucey Bear here without a fight. He'll have to go full nomad and backpack his way across the world all over again." Naruto explained, making their situation dawn on them. "So, what are you going to do?" Betty has two choices, and it all depends on what's more important for her. She can stay in her life and continue being a world-class researcher or join Bruce as a fugitive. Bruce's position on the matter was already sure. He would want Betty to stay behind and just forget about him. The fucking martyr. Bruce was about to offer his suggestion when Naruto cut him off. "How close are we?" Naruto, using Ross's voice, asked. Judging from his smirk, Bruce was pretty confident Naruto was purposely cutting him off. "ETA 1 minute. The pilot replied. "Hover high above the area and open the cargo bay door. Be sure to pull back everyone from the area," Naruto ordered. "Yes, sir." Bruce and Betty just stared at Naruto as he walked towards the cargo bay door and sent the pair a mischievous smile. Behind him, the door slowly dropped down, causing the winds to rush in, causing the pair to stumble backward. "Be careful, Brucey Bear. You don't want to fall," Naruto said with a large smile. "It's a high drop." June 2, 2010, 2010 local paycheck. "We're getting paid?" Steve asked. "No, but someone else might." "We're not the only ones," he called. Peggy answered. Both super soldiers were wearing all black tactical gear and masks to prevent anyone from figuring out who they were. Because of this, Steve opted out from using his shield, or any shield for that matter, since it would be just a dead giveaway. An enhanced individual with a shield would immediately be linked to Captain America, and as he was supposed to be still in recovery. "Let's go. He's about to break through the barricade," Peggy said when the abomination threw a car towards one of the Humvee forming the blockade. "Remember, we can't outmatch him in strength, but we can outmaneuver him. Be light on your feet, and don't stay long in his range. I think you know that I can handle that," Steve replied with a smile. "That's why I'm reminding you. I remember how you fought never backing down. That'll give us more problems if you take on a full swing than just backing down." Steve looks like he swallowed something sour but nodded nonetheless. Even he himself acknowledges that he can be a bit stubborn. Without another word, the duo charged for one blind corner behind the monster and punched it behind the knee, causing the abomination to fold. However, all it did was infuriate Blinsky, causing its attention to focus mainly on them, relieving the pressure from the military at the front. Steve and Peggy moved together like a seamless machine. Steve opted to be in the front lines by not dodging more than necessary and actually parrying a lot of the blows. T gives Peggy, who's a great deal more agile and athletic due to Naruto's training, a lot more chances to attack Blinsky cleanly. Although the massive difference in size and natural toughness mean most of the attacks don't go through. It's a good thing that they just need to buy time for the big hitter. Blinsky took a few steps back, stunned, after a particularly powerful kick. So, Ross was able to perfect the serum. Blinsky said with a feral grin. It's no use, though. He took a step back and opened his arms wide, showing off his body. Look at me. I'm faster, stronger, and tougher than both of you combined. Then why can't you get a solid hit in? Steve taunted. Blinsky flashed a feral grin before hitting Steve with an absolutely brutal Spartan kick, sending Steve towards a parked car. Like that? Blinsky asked. As a testament to Peggy's professionality, she didn't even give Steve a second glance before doing a backflip and picked up a utility hole cover before tossing it to the abomination's head, buying a few seconds of relief. Steve slowly got himself out of the wreckage onto the street before stretching his back a bit. That stings. Steve groaned out. Told you to stay mobile. Peggy chided as she retreated from Blinsky's immediate range. Yeah. Steve replied, agreeing with Peggy. When will the supposed backup arrive? It should be any second now. Blinsky quickly recovered from the direct hit and lumbered his way towards them. We need to buy a few more seconds. We can't have that abomination raging across the city. You know me. Steve moved towards Peggy's side while doing some bounce steps to loosen up his muscles. I can do this all day. Steve quickly rushed Blinsky, preventing the giant from using its larger mass to gain some momentum. Blinsky just smiled, expecting another slugfest. However, something unexpected happened that caused both Blinsky and Steve to stop in their tracks. A mass dropped from the sky, created a crater, and it suspiciously sounded like a bag of meat. Looking inside the hole, they could see an unremarkable man lying face down. Now, Steve, Peggy, and Blinsky have seen many parachuting accidents. Soldiers whose parachutes never opened and just dropped straight to the ground. Assuming the guy fell from the helicopter that flew over, then the body should have been more damaged, broken bones, open skull, or at the very least some lacerations. The man in the crater does even show a speck of blood. The more peculiar thing, though, was the crater formed by the impact. People dropping, no matter how high, don't make craters. Humans aren't just heavy enough to make the force necessary when the terminal velocity was factored in. Peggy must have realized something since she pulled Steve by the scruff of his neck and bolted away from the crater. Peggy. Blinsky's the other way. Steve pointed out, only slightly fighting off Peggy's pull. I know. We need to make some distance. Reinforcements here. As soon as Peggy replied, a monstrous roar echoed blasted from the crater. The Hulk's here. Brooklyn, New York, June 2, 2010, 2015 H local. Oh, God. There's two of them. PFC Phillips can't help but blurt out as soon as another Titan emerged from the hole. Move everyone back another block. The Master Sergeant's voice can be heard from the radio. I want squads 1 to 12 to move into the red zone and check every nook and cranny for non-combatants. Make sure to stay out of the streets and avoid getting anyone's attention. The rest are going to hold the line. No one goes in the area. Phillips released a sigh of relief since he was in Squad 16. There's no way he's getting close to the two monsters having their grudge match. Stark Expo, Queens, New York, June 2, 2010, 2005 H local today. I present to you the new phase of the United States military. Hammer pointed behind him with a flourish. The Hammer drones. Heavily modified humanoid drones raised from the floor in 4 groups of 8, one for each branch of the United States military, accompanied by Justin Hammer's over-the-top presentation. When the final group was raised, all the drones saluted alongside Hammer at the crescendo of the background music, sending half of the audience into a standing ovation. Hammer was basking from the attention when 2 armor flew in, and Superhero dropped onto the stage, sandwiching Hammer. The crowd went ballistic when 2 Iron Man arms showed up. Tony and Rhodey didn't even acknowledge the crowd when the alarms started blaring in the pavilion, turning the excitement into confusion. The staff on site quickly set into action and ushered the people out of the pavilion. What are you doing? Hammer said with a whisper. With his microphone still connected to the speakers, everyone in the audience could hear his voice. What are you doing? You're ruining everything. We know Vanko's with you, and he basically created those Class F imitations. Tony replied, not acknowledging Hammer's rant. It's funny if you think about it. He walked towards one of the drones and tapped its chest. At this point, Only essential personnel and some of Hammer's lackeys are left inside the pavilion. The police should already be surrounding the place and creating a safe zone. It took you, a 120 IQ CEO whose greatest strength is copying my stuff, and a 160 IQ emo with a flair for the dramatics. Hammer was practically seething by this point, and it looks he isn't the only one who heard Tony's tirade. A Marine Hammer drones quickly pulled its arm back and suddenly punched Tony. Only Tony's increased reaction time from continuous use of his armor enabled him to dodge the oncoming metal fist straight to his face. Tony rolled out and aimed his arms towards the drones while opening all his arm weapons. Rhodey quickly followed suit and aimed his heavier loadouts. The drone's face indicator lights changed from blue to red before stepping off their platforms. What's happening? Hammer asked, shocked at the sudden turn of events. In his understanding, those drones can only salute and march around in pre-programmed route. That's Vanko screwing with you. Tony replied. Here we go, Rhodey Bear. It's showtime. Everything was at a standstill. The only thing moving was the staff and Hammer, who was slowly moving away from where the supposed action would start. It's pretty weird seeing that there's visible tension between the two groups when one group was made up of drones. Just like a dam giving way, the fight began. All Air Force and Marine drones flew up, breaking the glass roof, sending shards of glass raining down. It's a miracle nobody left behind was hurt. I'll take on the flyers. You handle everything down here, Tony said to Rhodey before flying off. But I'm the Air Force pilot, Rhodey shouted, but it fell on deaf ears. That was when one of the army drones fired an anti-tank round straight to his chest. It's a thing that his armor was both highly advanced and thick. So that's how you want to play it, huh? Let me show you what I got. Rhodey aimed his railgun towards the offending drone and blasted it with ultrasonic shards of metal, effectively making the drone a human-shaped pile of scrap metal. The remaining drones quickly scattered, opting to make their way out by blasting the walls. Oh fuck. Now it's a cat and mouse. Tony was experiencing something similar. He's got to give credit where the credit is due. The drones were better at flying than he expected. The Marine drones have shitty maneuverability, and they lose more of it when firing their wrist-mounted armaments. The Air Force ones could keep up with him in low-speed maneuvers, and their shoulder-mounted machine guns could actually do some damage if he sustained a prolonged fire. That's why he had no choice but to use hit-and-run tactics to deal with them, even for superior tech. However, even with Tony's hit-and-run tactics, he must continue pressing the drones. Otherwise, they might turn their attention to the crowds below. Even from here, he can see the ground-based drones already wrecking the area around the pavilion. Rockets and tank rounds were firing wildly, aiming at doing maximum damage. Only Rhodey's intervention prevented the worst of it. Tony was analyzing the situation when the Air Force drones suddenly broke their usual pattern and separated to cut off his potential escape routes, surprising him. Jarvis quickly sent optional routes to his HUD, but he would still take some damage by plowing through the drones with his micro-missiles. He was about to fire the missile when the drone's head in front of him suddenly exploded. Where did that come from? Tony asked Jarvis after he escaped his current predicament. Tracing the shot. Mapping the area via satellite. Hacking the camera with the best angle. Bringing it up on the HUD, sir. Jarvis replied. Tony saw an African-American man with a .50 caliber sniper rifle on top of a high-rise near the Expo. That's Naruto's guy. He was supposed to be in Gulmara. Tony said to no one in particular. Check to see if he has comms and patch me through. Connecting, now. You know I can handle that, right? Tony said to Eric. There was a moment of silence before Eric replied. Not from where I'm standing, white boy. Eric replied in a perfect mix of condescending and sarcastic. Tony smiled, hearing the reply. You wanna help? Check the people on the ground too. Let's see how many you can take out. You're on Stark. There should be at least 50 more incoming. Plenty of hammer drones to go around. Well, as long as Vanko could finish what he's doing. Or at least that's what Naruto said. They really got too much time on their hands. June 2, 2010. 2010 H local. The Hammer Industries R&D building was a massive complex spanning 4 city blocks in Queens, New York. Low-risk weapons and experimental technology were done in these buildings. However, one of these buildings was where Hammer hides some of his less than legal activities. The Northwest Annex poses as a field office, admin office, and warehouse, but in reality, It houses and tests some of its slightly illegal techs. So it's kind of a no-brainer that this was where Hammer would stash a not-so-dead Ivan Vanko and have him recreate the Iron Man armor. Of course, Vanko stabbed Hammer in the back and instead created semi-autonomous drones while creating a fully functioning suit behind the scenes. To be fair, Vanko upgraded the software of the Hammer drones and the network's security, so Justin Hammer didn't get screwed all the way. A heavily tinted, carbon black Hennessy Venom GT can be seen parked just outside the Northwest Annex inside were Nat and Jessica. "You ready?" Natasha asked. "Yeah." Jessica replied with a smile. "Can't wait to get started." Natasha just stared at her for a second before nodding and stepping off the car. She's wearing her vibranium-weaved widow suit and full-face vibranium mask. She also temporarily colored her hair ebony black as her natural red hair would be too eye-catching. Leaving as small of a footprint as possible would make the cleanup significantly easy. Jessica decided to head in the opposite direction where what she usually does, although with some modifications: a zipped-up black leather rider jacket over a white tank top, black jeans, and leather boots. The only change she did was add leather riding gloves and a military scarf mask. "I have to ask." Natasha started as they were walking towards the building's front door. "Are you wearing anything bulletproof?" Jessica adopted a thinking pose before answering. "Well, everything I'm wearing was either a gift or had been held by Naruto for more than 5 minutes, so I'm sure everything is more than just bulletproof." Natasha shrugged in agreement. Naruto's previous profession made him very paranoid. Even the flimsiest of thongs he would give his girls would probably survive a kilogram OC4. The pair confidently walked through the door, and Natasha strutted past the first guard before accelerating. She put down the 2 guards behind the first using an athletic neck lock takedown. Jessica, on the other hand, took the more direct approach and just held the first guard by his shirt before throwing him to the ceiling, effectively knocking him out. "Jess, check how much strength you use." Nat pointed up toward the ceiling, where there was a clearly visible crack. "These guards aren't enhanced. They're a lot flimsier than what you're used to." "Yeah," Jess replied while scratching her head a bit, embarrassed. "Kinda felt that when he dropped." "Well, he's still breathing, so it should be good." Natasha just chuckled while shaking her head. She's not sure if Jess was already like that or was corrupted by Naruto. Personally, she believes it's somewhere in between. Nat walked towards the terminal in the reception area. She plugged in a flash drive in one of the computer terminals. A worm would be uploaded in the system, which would decimate the local network. This would effectively cut off unencrypted and conventional forms of communication from leaving and entering the building. It wouldn't do jack shit the secure signal used by the Hammer drones, but it would prevent security from calling reinforcements. The pair then walked through the central corridor while decimating the guards. Those overpaid PA cops could do almost nothing to arguably the world's best female assassin and an enhanced individual. It didn't take long for them to reach the central area. As soon as they opened the door, they saw a small army of offline Hammer drones standing shoulder to shoulder. "Fuck." Jessica let out. "I'm going to hurt him. Hurt him badly. I'll join you." Natasha replied. "How is this, a bit more than 20? Of course, he's not wrong, but comes on." Naruto had given every member a small outline on each of their target and possible scenario they might get themselves into. Like how Vanko had made the Hammer drone and recreated the Iron Man armor. It came extremely close to the Ironmonger armor by Stana in appearance with the added electric whips. The only group that should be mainly in the dark was the Abomination group, since it was literally a last-minute event. Now, they just had undeniable confirmation that Naruto hid information, probably for his amusement. That's just a trait Nat could never remove from Naruto. In non-dire situations, well, non-dire according to him, he would always prioritize entertainment value over logic or even lives. It's only due to the backlash that will annoy them to no end, and Natasha and Jessica's influence prevents him from ultimately going off the bender. Let's find Vanko before he can activate the lot. The duo burst through multiple rooms to find where Vanko was. It took them 5 minutes, searching 2 rooms at a time, before finding the desired space. Although, it looks like they're already too late. Inside the small, messed up room was a reasonably advanced computer setup, a bed, and 2 guards tied up by electrical wires from the ceiling. Fuck. We're too late. Natasha rushed towards the computer and checked what was on the screen. We're really too late. It shows that Vanko already started the Hammer drone's startup sequence and left some instructions. Go to the warehouse and see if you can find a way to stop them. I'll try something on my end. Brooklyn, New York, June 2, 2010, 2015. H local, come on. We need to get out of here. Sergeant Garcia said while basically pulling a mother while carrying her child. He's one of the squads tasked with checking the surrounding buildings and getting non-combatants out of the red and yellow zones. The child was already crying. Davies. We're getting out now. They're only 2 buildings over. Yes, Sarge. It took only a few minutes before everyone in their squad piled out of the rear exit and ran away from the main street, only using the alleyways. They were quite some distance away when the building suddenly collapsed. There were a couple of ways that could cause the building to collapse, and none of that mattered, as the soldiers and the civilians would surely die if they were still inside the building. The neighboring building collapsed soon after, and Garcia was sure that the people inside hadn't evacuated yet. Fuck. Somebody needs to pay for that fucking abomination. Someone from their squad voiced out. They were still navigating the alleyways when something caught their attention. A reasonably large man wearing an all-black tactical gear walked down the emergency exit with 2 people slung over his shoulder. This man was Steve Rogers himself. A military legend. Of course, none of these soldiers knows this. They only know him as one of the people holding off the abomination before the Hulk literally dropped from the sky. Soldiers. Can you help these people get out of here? There are a few more buildings I have to check. Steve said before gently dropping the people on his shoulder next to the soldiers and leaving, but not without a second look. Brooklyn, New York, June 2, 2010, 2015. H local, I'm not much for cursing, but I think I could let this one slide. Bloody hell. Peggy let out while looking at the Hulk and the abomination duking it out on the streets. The streets were wrecked, and some of the buildings had already collapsed. The military had already pushed back the line another block, and it's only 2 blocks away from Queens and 5 blocks from the southwest border of the Stark Expo. Even from their line, they could already see some small explosions and smoke. Not to mention the fact that there's already some call for backup from the NYPD. Peggy pulled out her phone and dialed for Naruto. How's the expo? Peggy asked. There's a lot of fireworks but nothing exciting as of yet. Naruto answered. Does Tony have insurance for the lot? Yup. Enough to rebuild the whole thing and then some. No idea how Pepper pulled that off. How about the evacuation? Especially the southwest side. You're in luck, my lady. The southern part is primarily clear. All the attendees are being moved to the northern entrance. That's good, cause I'll try to move the fight there. It's open, insured, and non-residential. Didn't you guys start at the warehouse district? How far have you moved already? 15 blocks. Peggy deadpanned since it's impossible for Naruto not to watch what's happening. Wow. They got far. Naruto said with his usual cheery tone, irritating Peggy. You need help with moving the fight. That would be appreciated. Evacuate everyone from the south. Peggy would really like to shove the offer up Naruto's arse, but there's no reasonable and safe way for her to move the fight. Especially as it would bring them across some residential and commercial buildings, exponentially increasing the difficulty. It didn't take long before a rain of kunais to pelt down on the Hulk and the abomination. Normal puny knives would never hurt the 2 behemoths, and to be fair, these kunais were made out of ordinary steel. It's the user that made the difference. Naruto was throwing the knives fast enough to cause sonic booms. These were more than enough to GE the pair's attention. Hey. Dunderhead. Not you, green guy. The crotchless ugly guy. Naruto shouted while standing on top of a nearby wrecked car. He's wearing his Ninetales outfit. Ninetales. Get out of here, or I'll smash you to the ground right after I kill this guy. Blinsky replied, showing his irritation. How about no, dickless? Naruto taunted again before throwing another storm of kunai, burying Blinsky in a small crate. That certainly got the asshole's attention as he started speeding up towards Naruto. Naruto, for his part, turned towards the expo and began a slow jog, a slow jog for him towards the expo. Naruto was quickly approaching the military line. All the soldiers were already setting up their gear and preparing to open fire. Wind release, great breakthrough. Naruto whispered to himself before punching forward. A powerful gust of wind pushed the soldiers, Humvees, trucks, and tanks towards the side, keeping everyone from doing anything. Naruto pulled out his phone while Blinsky was following him and the Hulk was chasing Blinsky. Hey, Jarv. Can you patch me through Tony? Naruto asked. Of course, sir. I am connecting you now. Hey. Tony. What you doing? I'm busy right now dodging hammer drones. So I'll talk to you later. Oh, for sure. I just want to tell you that I'm bringing some extra party members. I know you're not bringing the big guys to my expo. Come on. You have insurance. No. Pepper would freak out and hang us by the balls. Shit. There were 5 seconds of silence before Naruto finally replied. There's nothing to do now. We're here. June 2, 2010, 2020 local, come here you little shit. Blinsky shouted out as he picked up a car and threw it to Naruto. Alright. Naruto hirished in front of Blinsky, which promptly bashed him to the ground. But the moment Blinsky's fist hit Naruto, he burst into a plume of smoke, leaving Blinsky confused. He didn't have any time to think about what happened as something punched him from behind. Hulk smash. Hulk roared while pounding Blinsky to the ground. Ahem. A voice interrupted Hulk, halting him mid-punch and turning his head up towards the voice. What are you doing? Tony asked. Was the Hulk's only reply, and it looks like it's more than enough. Ook. Tony slowly backed off while raising his hands. I'll be right there, dealing with my own stuff. He took another look at the pale hairless ape on the ground, slowly recovering. If you need help just shout, or roar, whichever is more comfortable for you. And if you finish faster, help out a bit big guy. Tony flew away to intercept some hammer drones. His micro-missiles proved to be a devastating weapon against the AI-controlled drones. They just can't execute a complex maneuver to dodge the agile projectiles. However, what the ham drones lack in complexity they make up for in sheer numbers. Hammer carried in truckloads of the drones in the expo, probably to show them off to the military in some backroom discussion. Well, this just showed them how good hammer tech was on everything more complicated than an AK. Stark. Hey. Is this thing working? Tony could hear someone familiar through his comms unit. Emo girl? Tony asked, confused as Jarvis should be regulating his comms. Stark. I know you know who I am, so don't play this game with me. Alright. Chill out. Why are you calling now? Like I've been saying to everyone, I'm kinda busy right now. That's just what I'm calling you about. You're not going to like what I'm about to tell you next. I don't care what news networks are saying about the expo right now. Tony drawled out. I'm not in our apartment right now, jackass. I'm with Nat. Your ex-secretary. That super spy. Oh come on. Am I the only one who doesn't know about that? Wait, you live with her, of course you know. Focus. Nat says you got a hammer drone army heading towards you. How many? 100. 100? How the hell did Hammer and Vanko make that much? Cause it's like 200 grand a piece. Nat's voice could be heard shouting from quite a distance away. You're with Natasha? Why the hell did Naruto send you at Hammer? Long story short, I'm stronger and tougher than I look. Jess said in the most exasperated tone possible. Just know the drones are 3 minutes away while Vanko will arrive in 6. FYI, he has a suit. Of course, he has one. Everybody has one. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Nat just copying everything she needs, alright. We'll just finish up here before the second wave arrives. Tony cut off the line before continuing in another. You heard that right. Yeah. I'll start cleaning up here. You mind if I break a few buildings? I want to say no, but it looks like I'll have to break some too. Stark Expo, New York, June 2, 2010, 2023. Local Peter Parker's life can be described as luckily unlucky. Born on August 10, 2001, Peter was born to a very loving family. Richard and Mary Parker. Richard and Mary work as scientists for Oscorp, working on another super soldier program. Both of them also work as undercover agents for S.H.I.E.L.D., monitoring Osborn's progress, and that's what got them killed. The Parkers recreated a viable way to recreate the super soldier program. But seeing as how this technology could be abused both by Osborn and S.H.I.E.L.D., they locked it in a genetic lock and key before trying to disappear. They're just not good enough. It's a good thing that they left Peter to Richard's brother's family. Ben, 32, and May 29, were a relatively young couple who found out early on that they can't have children of their own, or even if they did, it would be a dangerous pregnancy. So, even though it was a sad affair when Richard and Mary died when Peter was a little over 4, they're more than happy to love and take care of Peter. It's just a little hard to suddenly accommodate a preschooler with a salary from being a construction worker and a nurse. Those jobs were also quite time-intensive, leaving little time for taking care of Peter. It's a good thing that Peter himself was a very low-maintenance kid. Aside from the low self-esteem, general aloofness, and lack of general social skills, Peter basically takes care of himself. Peter saved himself from an early grave since he saved himself from May Parker's infamous home cooking. Peter inherited a lot from his parents, from his brown hair to persistent attitude. However, there's one thing that would immediately stand out if somebody met him and his parents: his intelligence. Peter's very intelligent for his age. As an incoming 4th grader, he already has a basic understanding of biology, computer science, technology, and algebra. All of these he learned without special instruction, but with ordinary library time. Now, Ben and May were great parental figures for Peter, but they can't remove his melancholy. Losing his parents at a young age had taken a major toll on his mental health. That's why Tony Stark's, Peter's hero ever since he became Iron Man, revival of the Stark Expo, which was happening only 15 blocks away from the Parker apartment, couldn't come at a better time. The couple took 2 days off work to allow Peter to explore the expansive Stark Expo grounds. With his meager savings, Peter bought an Iron Man helmet and he never stopped smiling since. Ben and May loved it so much that they decided to buy him the gauntlet. It was late in the night and about to leave when the worst happened. Evil robots started shooting and blowing up the expo. The quick evacuation caused Peter to separate from his guardians. Seeing that he lost his guardians, Peter did a smart dumb thing, getting away from the stampede of the crowd and hiding in one corner. Peter only left his hidey hole when it became quieter. He slowly crawled out and took a look around. He walked around while putting his head on a swivel, looking for his guardians or the police. Uncle Ben. Aunt May. Uncle Ben. Aunt May. Ben. May. Anyone. Peter shouted, hoping anyone would notice him. 3 people noticed him. Well, technically one person, like the last 2, was a robot and the other was a demigod. A hammer drone dropped in front of Peter and stared directly him. The inferior AI of the drone determined that the Iron Man helmet Peter was wearing was enough proof to show that he was indeed Iron Man. Peter's raising of his Iron Man gauntlet didn't help any bit. The Army-type hammer drone brought down its tank turret and aimed it at Peter. His knees were already shaking, but in his young mind, he has no other recourse but to stand H ground, no matter the outcome. So it was practically serendipity when Tony dropped behind Peter and shoot down the hammer drone himself. Good job, kid. Tony said before flying away. That moment would forever be engraved in Peter's mind. Tony Stark flew down, saving him, and praising him before flying away. That would be an integral part of his psyche. That answers that. I need to superheat the metal to retain its stopping power over a distance. Tony muttered to himself. Anyway. Let's get to it. He added before flying off. Tony used his air superiority to dodge and attack the hammer drones. Rhodey joined in and did the same thing, pelting the drones with the railgun. They were in the middle of utterly dominating the drones when something unexpected took care of all of it. The Hulk and the Abomination burst through one of the buildings and bulldozed the dozens of the remaining drones. They left as quickly as they came while punching and throwing stuff at one another. That was easier than I thought. Tony let out before seeing another pair running from where the giants came from and headed towards where they went. Who was that? They appear to be another pair that came one after the other that came shortly after Dr. Banner and Mr. Blinsky arrived. Jarvis interjected while pulling up camera feeds showing a woman in black chasing after Banner with a man following shortly after. Reports from the military say they have been instrumental in bringing down the possible casualties caused by Mr. Blinsky's initial rampage. They have been searching and evacuating civilians, prioritizing people in the line of fire. Now, Tony had a few moments in his life where he went onto the deep end. Digging everything he can on a specific subject or doing research and engineering sprees were some of his favorite deep end activities. After his parents died, he went onto a deep end and researched everything he can on his parents, including Howard Stark's Golden Boy, Steve Rogers, Captain America. So it isn't much surprising when he recognized one of the people chasing the Goliaths. That's Steve Rogers. Tony let out. Who? Rhodey asked for clarification. You know Steve Rogers? Captain America. What? Rhodey exclaimed. Naruto really called in the big guns. I thought we were the big guns. We have the big guns. He is the big gun. Well, that doesn't hit me in my insecurities. You have an insecurity with Captain America. Eric interjected. I forgot you're still hooked in the line. Tony sighed. I am not insecure. How would I be insecure? I'm Tony Stark. It isn't like my father didn't give more attention to a not-so-dead guy than his son. Rhodey turned his head and stared at Tony before saying something. I thought you already worked over that problem. It comes on from time to time. Tony shrugged as he answered. What do you know? Tony Stark has daddy issues too. Eric commented, causing Tony to cringe. No. First of all, don't ever use the term daddy issues. Secondly, don't ever use Tony Stark and daddy issues in the same sentence. Most importantly, I don't have daddy issues. Tony said one after another. As you can see, my best friend doesn't have daddy issues. Rhodey defended. Anymore. Ha. Tony let out in a patriotising way. Tony was about to continue when something wrapped around him and pulled him up and away. Rhodey looked up and saw a large armor suit carrying Tony with an electrified whip, to which he quickly followed. Holy shift. Tony's voice could be heard through the comms. I'm on your tail. Don't worry. Rhodey replied. Try bringing him to the left. I got no clear shot from my nest. Eric added. When he saw Tony leaning his weight to the left and opening his repulsors, he continued. Holy shift, why can't you just say shit? Really? Right now? Tony asked incredulously. Right. I'll come back to that later. Eric nonchalantly replied, before chambering a bullet in his sniper rifle. Are you ready? I got the fucker in my sights. Do it. Not long after Tony's signal, Eric took his shot, hitting Vanko straight to the head. The armor-piercing round didn't pierce the helmet, but it did its job well enough. Vanko was greatly stunned when the bullet hit, causing his head to be hit with a powerful ringing noise before crashing to the ground. Tony quickly untangled himself from the electrified whip and put some distance between himself and the deranged Russian. Rhodey landed behind him and aimed his heavy weaponry towards the copycat. You good? Rhodey asked in concern. Yeah. It's a good thing I got the power redirector and the capacitors working before going here. Tony checked on the systems to make sure they're still online and looked at the burns around his body. He also checked on his body before noticing pain in his left shoulder. It looks like I busted my left arm against though. We'll check on it later. Rhodey started before his body tensed. Cause this guy just is really set on a big fight. Vanko reeled in his whip while slowly standing up. He shook his head a bit and reoriented himself. Nothing like a conk in the head to wake somebody up. Tony Stark. Vanko's voice could be heard through the external speakers with his usual Russian drawl. Tony carefully observed the armor to take a general assessment of its characteristics. Vanko's armor was eerily similar to Stan's Ironmonger armor, although it's clearly more focused on agility rather than defense. There are clear weak points in Vanko's armor, and these were the same as Stan's the exposed hydraulics. Multiple hydraulic pistons and actuators were prominent around the body, especially near the joints. There's also the enlarged gauntlets and cumbersome chamber for the whips. Everybody's a copycat these days, and again not a great one at that. Tony taunted. I mean, you can't even double your rotations to up your output or efficiency. You have 3 reactors for God's sake. Why is that? 1 for the armor and 1 for each whip. He continued before pulling back a little bit. By the way, I can't say the word whip without thinking of something kinky. Ha. That's right. Laugh now, Stark. You won't be able to when you're 6 feet underground. A whirring sound could be heard from Vanko's back as the whip slowly emerged from his gauntlets. Blue plasma and electricity forced their way through the hollow whip. Let's see if you can dance. Vanko jumped high in the air and did an acrobatic rotation, making both whips fly toward the iron duo. Tony and Rhodey separated to dodge the electrified strikes, which were strong enough to deeply gouge the concrete. Rhodey kept on running around Vanko while continuously using the shoulder railgun. Tony, as a more experienced user of the armor, used the repulsors to propel him along the ground with an occasional repulsor blast. Between the two, it's quickly apparent that the Iron Man armor wasn't made for running. Vanko tried protecting his joints while using the whips to try and hit them, but the barrage of projectiles prevented him from aiming. The lack of traditional weaponry prevented him from doing anything. Enough. Vanko shouted before foregoing defense and overextending his whip, hitting Rhodey. Rhodey felt low-voltage electricity passed through his body, unlike what happened to Tony. It was because Tony wasn't able to upgrade the capacitors, so there were still some of the runoffs that eventually makes their way to the user. Fuck. Rhodey cursed. That stings. Yeah, sorry about that. Forgot to upgrade the suit. Tony sheepishly said. No shit. Rhodey rolled on the ground to dodge the whips before using the repulsors to move him away. I'm using the anti-tank missile. A compartment opened up on the war machine's shoulder, revealing 4 warheads, one of which was spinning and glowing red. He was about to fire the missile when Eric's voice blasted through the comms. Move. 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 Fueled by his training, Rhodey promptly cancelled the launch sequence before jumping and activating the thrusters. A second later, the Hulk and the Abomination landed where Rhodey was. Holy fucking shit. Rhodey breathed out in relief. Thanks, man. No problem. I'm getting paid other ways, so I'd rather you're not turned into paste. Eric replied, which didn't reassure Rhodey one bit. The Hulk already had multiple punctures and lacerations. Green blood was slowly oozing out through his wounds. The Abomination was in a similar state, with even a few spikes broken. They both promptly stopped when they saw where they landed this time. The Hulk, however, kept slapping himself while never taking his eyes off Blinsky. All you weaklings are still alive. The Abomination asked with a huge grin. I somehow forgot your pale crotchless ass under all this mess. Tony commented. There's just too many villains. It's a good thing there are a lot more heroes. A charismatic, authoritative voice can be heard from behind the Hulk. 2 persons walked out from the Hulk's shadow, effectively revealing themselves. They walked out confidently to the right of the Hulk. However, in a completely unexpected turn of events, both of them placed their hands on their knees and looked to be completely exhausted. I thought you guys never get exhausted. Tony asked incredulously. Sod off, you bloody tough. Peggy let out, still recovering her stamina. We were fighting that dodgy bugger before running all around and making sure this wonkers didn't accidentally kill someone. So, give us a break, Stark. One of the consequences of Tony's insanely high IQ was the eidetic memory, and that voice certainly came from the geriatric Aunt Peggy. The geriatric and supposedly dead Aunt Peggy. He even visited her grave. Now, ever since his life started getting complicated, there's only one person he can reliably blame when something like this happens. Fucking Naruto. Tony cursed to the air. The people around him looked at him weirdly, but almost all of them knows whatever happened, his curse was totally justified. I'll take care of it. Don't worry. Another voice interrupted from behind Tony. When he turned around, he saw 2 masked women walking towards them. Natasha. Emo girl. Tony greeted. Tony. Natasha moved her head a bit and stared at Vanko, who was using the downtime on readjusting his suit. I see you haven't finished him off yet. It's a lot harder bringing him down than I thought. Tony replied. Well, we have to deal with 2 of them now. Natasha answered before turning towards the Hulk. You're still ready to go. The Hulk just grunted again in affirmation. All right. Are we going to do this or not? Jessica inquired while cracking her fingers. June 2, 2010, 1940. Local Clint has been enjoying his vacation time. The last mission in New Mexico got out of control extremely fast. Who knew Norse gods and nigh indestructible murder bots could make everything more complicated? He wouldn't say it out loud, but he's kinda thankful that Naruto was there to take on the heavyweights. Clint has a tendency to renovate his homestead whenever he has extended vacation time. The recent target of his hobby, the front porch. Now, this should be like any other of his past projects, just a peaceful way to project his desire to rebuild what he destroys. However, there's something different this time. You really shouldn't do something like this at night. It's better to do this in the morning. Enjoy the time with your family. A female voice said behind Clint, causing him to release a breath. If somebody told me that fighting literal gods wouldn't be the craziest thing that would happen to me this week, I wouldn't believe them in 1,000 years. Clint said with glib tone. I mean seriously, every one of you has nothing in common. The 2-tailed, blue flame cat, Matatabi, jumped down from the railing and ambled towards Clint. We're balls of almost infinite energy that acquired consciousness and physical form. Not much makes sense about us. Madatabi countered. Clint had to concede with that reasoning. Some things just don't make sense in this world. He stood up and went inside his house with the flaming cat following him. The interior can only be described as chaotic. Lila and Cooper were running around the living room chasing a small red fox and horse dolphin with a massive blue and green beetle flying over them. There's also a brown rat thing jeering from inside a pot. A red gorilla was hanging down the overhead lighting. Finally, a brown octopus thingy, a slug, and a blue tortoise were sitting in a basin of water while chatting with Laura. When did this house a petting zoo? Clint asked to himself. When you said yes to Naruto. Madatabi replied. He said he needs some space for his pets. I thought he meant a horse or even a lion. That's what you get assuming things. Madatabi jumped to Clint's head and made herself comfortable. At that point, Clint's just too resigned to complain. And just to be clear, we already punished him for calling us pets. Huh? What did you guys do? Clint asked while navigating his way through the living room chaos towards his wife. We told on him to Natasha. Clint physically flinched hearing the cat's answer. Nat has earned her reputation to being a hard ass. God bless his soul. Clint approached Laura and gave her a peck on the cheek. What are we making? We're going to have Jayadon. Laura replied while chopping some onions and garlic. Jayaki's been teaching me how to cook some Japanese cuisine. What? Not seafood. Clint joked before releasing a chuckle. We had octopus takoyaki when you were gone. Laura deadpanned. Clint scrunched his forehead in confusion. He then slowly turned towards the basin and stared at the very prominent tentacles moving around. Oh my god. We bought some. You bought an octopus in the middle of nowhere, Missouri. There's the one specialty food shop in the town. Just had to place an advance order. Is it good? Good enough. Could have been more crispy. Jayaki interjected. You ate some too? Isn't that weird? Not really. Had to taste if your wife made it right. Lila loved it. I'm thinking of making some more in the future. Laura excitedly replied. Clint was about to reply when somebody knocked on the door, which caused both him and Laura to go into high alert. The homestead was the most secure safe house he have. Neighbors, if you could call them that, as they're at least a mile away, know not to visit after hours as long as it wasn't an emergency. So it's extremely peculiar that someone would come visiting at this time. Take the kids. I'll answer the door. Clint said in a low tone while working towards his bow. Don't worry. It's just Naruto. Madatabi spoke up before releasing a humming sound. Well, maybe you should worry. 'Cause you know, he's Naruto. Clint released a full-blown groan hearing the name. Naruto could just somehow make everything lively, and lively was the last thing he wants at this time. He walked towards the door and opened it, revealing a grinning Naruto with a cooler. Brought food. Naruto announced with a smile. Just wanted to see if you want to watch the news. The news? Clint whispered to himself. What did you do now? He asked while practically sprinting towards the TV. From behind him, he could hear Lila shouting Naruto's name and Joy and the fox thing saying something about not being a stuffed toy and stuff, but he's to focus on his current task to think about anything else. He turned the TV on and scanned the channels until eventually, he caught something from a local New York channel. Local police finally lifted the local air traffic restrictions above the Stark Expo. So for the first time, we would be able to see what's happening in the expo itself. A man reported while practically shouting into his mic. There. There. Point it there. The camera turned towards the fight. Two giants were fighting with some smaller men putting in some shots. A massive armor can also be seen fighting two Iron Man suits, and again, while somebody else was taking some potshots here and there. Clint could clearly see one of those fighters was Natasha. It's a fight of heroes versus villains. Tony Stark, along with Colonel Rhodes, a few other heroes, and the Hulk of Culver and Brazil, are fighting a monster in a robot or in armor just like the Iron Man suit. Clint had his eyes glued to the TV, watching the battle. So what's happening? Oh, and thank you for the food. Laura said while organizing and reheating the food from the cooler. She can't really hear the television from the kitchen. I never saw Clint so glued to the TV before. Well, except for sports. It's the Battle of Stark Expo. Don't know if that name would stick, but that's what I'm calling it. Can you pass me the Red Bull? Thanks. Naruto continued while transferring the food. In an absolutely shocking turn of events that wasn't manipulated whatsoever, Two individuals with unique capabilities happened to wreak havoc in New York at the same time. Your particular hobby will bite you in the ass one day. Laura chided with a scolding tone. I'll just cross the bridge when the time comes. Naruto replied. By the way, how are the guys doing? They're great. Lila and Cooper really like being around them and they're able to look after the kids too from time to time. Laura answered while placing the plates and utensils on the table. Some of them have worrying manners and vocabulary though, but I already taught them to behave in front of the kids. Wow. I'm impressed. I never managed to teach them to be polite. It's because you lack that particular virtue. Sticks and stones, Laura. Sticks and stones. Laura just shook her head in amusement at Naruto's answer. Stark Expo, New York, June 2, 2010, 2050. Local Jessica got thrown away when a particular ground attack by the abomination caused rocks to fly in all directions. Natasha managed to soften the impact by tackling Jess mid-air towards the bushes. Nat stood up slowly while checking for injuries before helping Jess up. You okay? Nat asked. Just peachy. Jessica straightened her back, causing a few pops. I'm all for a good smackdown, but this is just ridiculous. You're right. We're at a stalemate. We need something to break the balance. Nat replied. It's a bit hard to believe that a group with the Hulk, 2 super soldiers, 2 advanced exosuites, a super spy, an enhanced individual, and a former special operative as support couldn't put down Vanko and Blinsky. However, a few factors was working against the heroes. Tony and Rhodey's suits were low on ammo and energy. Steve and Peggy were running on fumes. While the Hulk's raw strength was a league of its own, Blunky's training proves to be effective in dealing damage. His hard bony under armor doesn't certainly help with both offense and defense. Vanko's smart fighting style plays off well in Blinsky as he aims to support his temporary ally. Nat stared at the fight. Stark and Rhodes focused on Vanko while Banner was on Blinsky. Rogers and Carter were bouncing of the two as needed. Stark. Natasha called out. A little busy. Stark replied. We'll hold Vanko. Everyone else focus on Blinsky. We're just exhausting ourselves like this. Stark hesitated for a second before quickly changing target, to which Rhodes followed suit. Vanko was about to launch his whip but Jessica grabbed hold of his arm. Round 2, bitch. Clint's Homestead, Missouri, June 2, 2010, 1955. Local Ha. Finally. They're doing something different. Naruto shouted out of nowhere. No shouting on the table. Lila said with a sing-song voice, causing Laura to snicker. Clint, on the other hand, still had his eyes glued on the television even while he's eating. That thing right there, Naruto said while pointing to the TV, would give Fury's Avengers Initiative a bit more weight. That was able to take Clint's eyes away from the TV. That's sweet, I guess. Jessica commented. Just imagine reeling in an ego-filled super genius, a super soldier from the 40s with a holier-than-thou attitude, and an awkward scientist with record-breaking anger issues. You'll get what I'm saying. Naruto answered with a shrug. The clone removed the fabric and placed the woman on the ground before disappearing. Betty. Bruce exclaimed while moving towards the unconscious Betty Ross. Passed out from the hydration but otherwise, she's fine. Naruto told Bruce. Of course he lied when he said that. He knocked Betty after she decided to join Bruce. Where are you off to? Keep in mind she basically said she'll go wherever you go. Or you could just wait for her to come to. Natasha weighed in. But that's boring. No, that's responsible. You're no fun. Naruto pouted. You had enough fun today. Natasha and Jessica said at the same time. Dr. Banner. Tony called out before his faceplate folded up. If you want, I have something to work on that's just a little outside your ballpark. Even got a safe house upstate you could hole up in. That got Bruce's attention. Just the right time to as Betty was starting to wake up. The first thing she saw when she woke up was Bruce looking at her with a worried expression. She took a quick look around and was astonished at what's happening around her. There's the crazy blonde guy, 4 ninjas, a soldier, and 2 Iron Man. Br Bruce. A little explanation, please. Betty shakily asked. I don't know. Bruce kissed the top of Betty's head. I'm just riding along on the ride myself. Elizabeth Ross. No need to introduce myself, of course. Tony said as an introduction. I heard you wear the pants in this relationship. Ugh. I'm too tired to say it again. Just do the pitch yourself, Green Bean. Natasha's Safe House, New York, June 3, 2010, 0500H. Local Stark made his pitch and the pair quickly accepted the proposition. The chance to research a new energy source like the starnium or batasium was right up their alley. The unique biological interaction of the energy released by the new element was also an interest of study. Now while Tony was discussing terms with the scientists, Naruto started paying his debts. Steve didn't want to cash in on the favor as, "I'm not going to take something in exchange for doing what's right." It's a good thing Peggy has some sense in her and decided to just bank both hers and Steve's tabs. They both left right after the exchange. Tony finally found an end to the thing he always wanted. Something Naruto wouldn't even let him have. Chakra metal. Naruto basically pledged a ton of the stuff, including the chakra alteration of it which consumed Rhodey's favor, to Tony. Now Tony could do some serious shit with an indestructible metal with customizable properties in his hands. Naruto just knew, there would be a lot of sleepless nights coming with that one. Not to mention Pepper's angry face chewing the fuck out of Tony and Naruto as collateral. Nat and Jess decided to copy Peggy's lead and hold on to their favors. It's not like Naruto would deny them anything. It was the day after what the media dubbed as the New York Rumble, and Naruto, Nat, and Jess were having a well-earned day off when one of Naruto's clones from across the globe popped and delivered some vital information. Information Naruto couldn't believe he didn't know. That's what he get for respecting privacy. What a stupid idea. Naruto decided to look into it more while the girls were still asleep. He summoned a clone and quickly dismissed it, sending the order across the network. Natasha's Safe House, New York, June 3, 2010, 0710H. Local 2 hours was more than enough time for Naruto to uncover some secrets. Like big fucking secrets. Even Naruto was surprised how the fucker was able to stay off the radar. Who says shield files were reliable? That's what get with not looking up or in the middle of the ocean. What got you stressed out? Jess asked, seeing Naruto's blank look in front of the stove. I want to wait for Nat to come out of the shower before I answer. I don't want to repeat myself. Naruto replied before flipping the omelets. He's cooking 3 omelets while waiting for the toasts. Ugh. A heavy talk? Can't we just push it off like the day after tomorrow? I'm still wiped out. Jess groaned out. I can, but Nat wouldn't appreciate it. I wouldn't appreciate what? Nat asked as she walked into the kitchen. She still has a towel on her hair to dry it off. Perfect. You're here. Naruto transferred the omelets to individual plates and placed them on the kitchen island. The toasts also made it on time as it dinged off not long after. Talk before eating, eating before talking, or talking while eating. We can multitask. Nat answered while pouring milk in 3 glasses. So what's this thing you want me to hear? Yeah. I'm curious too. Jess placed the utensils on top of a napkin. Well, I was looking into Eva and Vanko to make sure there were no loose ends. Standard after job protocol. You have a protocol? Jess interjected, clearly surprised. Yes. Naruto replied before continuing. I kinda went on a deep dive on Vanko to make sure. Of course, I look into Vanko Sr. He took a bite from the omelet. Vanko Sr. got 20-year stint at a gulag from 67 to 87 but got thrown in again from 98 to 03. He died in 2009 but that's not important. What's important is who was his cellmate in his 5-year sentence. Who is it? Jess asked in between bites. I want to play a game with Nat. See if she gets it. Here are the clues. 1. The years he's in prison, 98 to 03. 2nd. He's thrown into a gulag in Siberia. 3. He's a high-value prisoner with some exceptional abilities. Any clue who was Vanko's cellmate? Nat was a smart girl, smarter than most gives her credit. However, no matter how smart someone was, some information would slip by the memory, and Natasha has a lot of it in her long career. She knows a lot of individuals who were disappeared in one of Russia's infamous gulags. But Naruto wouldn't be stressed if it was someone from Nat's jobs. Hell, he'll be enjoying the shit out of it. So, she concluded that it would be more personal, which narrows it down a lot. By a lot, it means it only leaves one person since she makes it a habit to make everything not personal. You've got to be shitting me. Nat cursed with as much emotion as she could convey. Who is it? Come on. I'm out of the loop. Jess exclaimed. Nat released a breath before answering. Alexei Shostakov. The Red Guardian. USSR's super soldier. My adoptive father, June 3, 2010, 0720H local, Alexei Shostakov. The Red Guardian. USSR's super soldier. My adoptive father. Natasha's answer caused Jess's jaw to drop. That's sweet, I guess. Jessica commented. Just imagine reeling in an ego-filled super genius, a super soldier from the 40s with a holier-than-thou attitude, and an awkward scientist with record-breaking anger issues. You'll get what I'm saying. Naruto answered with a shrug. The clone removed the fabric and placed the woman on the ground before disappearing. Betty. Bruce exclaimed while moving towards the unconscious Betty Ross. Passed out from the hydration, but otherwise, she's fine. Naruto told Bruce. Of course he lied when he said that. He knocked Betty after she decided to join Bruce. Where are you off to? Keep in mind she basically said she'll go wherever you go. Or you could just wait for her to come to. Natasha weighed in. But that's boring. No, that's responsible. You're no fun. Naruto pouted. You had enough fun today. Natasha and Jessica said at the same time. Dr. Banner. Tony called out before his faceplate folded up. If you want, I have something to work on that's just a little outside your ballpark. Even got a safe house upstate you could hole up in. That got Bruce's attention. Just the right time to as Betty was starting to wake up. The first thing she saw when she woke up was Bruce looking at her with a worried expression. She took a quick look around and was astonished at what's happening around her. There's the crazy blonde guy, 4 ninjas, a soldier, and 2 Iron Man. Br Bruce. A little explanation, please. Betty shakily asked. I don't know. Bruce kissed the top of Betty's head. I'm just riding along on the ride myself. Elizabeth Ross. No need to introduce myself, of course. Tony said as an introduction. I heard you wear the pants in this relationship. Ugh. I'm too tired to say it again. Just do the pitch yourself, Green Bean. Natasha's safe house, New York, June 3, 2010, 0500H local. Stark made his pitch and the pair quickly accepted the proposition. The chance to research a new energy source like the starnium or batasium was right up their alley. The unique biological interaction of the energy released by the new element was also an interest of study. Now while Tony was discussing terms with the scientists, Naruto started paying his debts. Steve didn't want to cash in on the favor as, I'm not going to take something in exchange for doing what's right. It's a good thing Peggy has some sense in her and decided to just bank both hers and Steve's tabs. They both left right after the exchange. Tony finally found an end to the thing he always wanted. Something Naruto wouldn't even let him have. Chakra metal. Naruto basically pledged a ton of the stuff, including the chakra alteration of it which consumed Rhodey's favor, to Tony. Now Tony could do some serious shit with an indestructible metal with customizable properties in his hands. Naruto just knew, there would be a lot of sleepless nights coming with that one. Not to mention Pepper's angry face chewing the fuck out of Tony and Naruto as collateral. Nat and Jess decided to copy Peggy's lead and hold on to their favors. It's not like Naruto would deny them anything. It was the day after what the media dubbed as the New York Rumble, and Naruto, Nat, and Jess were having a well-earned day off when one of Naruto's clones from across the globe popped and delivered some vital information. Information Naruto couldn't believe he didn't know. That's what he get for respecting privacy. What a stupid idea. Naruto decided to look into it more while the girls were still asleep. He summoned a clone and quickly dismissed it, sending the order across the network. Natasha's safe house, New York, June 3, 2010, 0710H local. 2 hours was more than enough time for Naruto to uncover some secrets. Like big fucking secrets. Even Naruto was surprised how the fucker was able to stay off the radar. Who says shield files were reliable? That's what get with not looking up or in the middle of the ocean. What got you stressed out? Jess asked, seeing Naruto's blank look in front of the stove. I want to wait for Nat to come out of the shower before I answer. I don't want to repeat myself. Naruto replied before flipping the omelets. He's cooking 3 omelets while waiting for the toasts. Ugh. A heavy talk? Can't we just push it off like the day after tomorrow? I'm still wiped out. Jess groaned out. I can, but Nat wouldn't appreciate it. I wouldn't appreciate what? Nat asked as she walked into the kitchen. She still has a towel on her hair to dry it off. Perfect. You're here. Naruto transferred the omelets to individual plates and placed them on the kitchen island. The toasts also made it on time as it dinged off not long after. Talk before eating, eating before talking, or talking while eating. We can multitask. Nat answered while pouring milk in 3 glasses. So what's this thing you want me to hear? Yeah. I'm curious too. Jess placed the utensils on top of a napkin. Well, I was looking into Yvonne Vanko to make sure there were no loose ends. Standard after job protocol. You have a protocol? Jess interjected, clearly surprised. Yes. Naruto replied before continuing. I kinda went on a deep dive on Vanko to make sure. Of course, I look into Vanko Sr. He took a bite from the omelet. Vanko Sr. got 20-year stint at a gulag from 67 to 87 but got thrown in again from 98 to 03. He died in 2009 but that's not important. What's important is who was his cellmate in his 5-year sentence. Who is it? Jess asked in between bites. I want to play a game with Nat. See if she gets it. Here are the clues. 1. The years he's in prison, 98 to 03. 2nd. He's thrown into a gulag in Siberia. 3. He's a high-value prisoner with some exceptional abilities. Any clue who was Vanko's cellmate? Nat was a smart girl, smarter than most gives her credit. However, no matter how smart someone was, some information would slip by the memory, and Natasha has a lot of it in her long career. She knows a lot of individuals who were disappeared in one of Russia's infamous gulags. But Naruto wouldn't be stressed if it was someone from Nat's jobs. Hell, he'll be enjoying the shit out of it. So, she concluded that it would be more personal, which narrows it down a lot. By a lot, it means it only leaves one person since she makes it a habit to make everything not personal. You've got to be shitting me. Nat cursed with as much emotion as she could convey. Who is it? Come on. I'm out of the loop. Jess exclaimed. Nat released a breath before answering. Alexei Shostakov. The Red Guardian. USSR's super soldier. My adoptive father, June 3, 2010, 0720H local, Alexei Shostakov. The Red Guardian. USSR's super soldier. My adoptive father. Natasha's answer caused Jess's jaw to drop. I taught you grew up in the Red Room. Yes and no. Natasha's reply caused Jess's brow to crease. I was in the Red Room for as long as I remember, but for a brief time from 92 to 95, I was part of a deep cover in Ohio. That's where Alexei became my adoptive father. So, do you have an adoptive mother? Yes. A sister too. Where are they now? Your mother and sister, I mean. Melina got shot during our escape at the end of the mission. I think she died. Nat released a breath. My sister, Yelena, was an orphan. A completely blank slate. I left her, rather we were separated, but I made sure to stay away. Never looking for her. I can't risk messing up her life. Her eyes were already tearing up by the end of it. Jess got out her chair and hugged her. But, that's not why we're here. She turned towards Naruto. You wouldn't talk about Alexei like this without something deeper. I was going to that. Naruto walked towards the center table and picked up a laptop before returning to the kitchen island. I never did a deep dive on your shield files. I read the basics cause I don't want to come across as a stalker. He typed in the laptop for a few seconds before turning it around. I never quite knew how you folded into shield, but a quick talk with Alexei cleared up some stuff. You talked with my father? Natasha exclaimed in shock. Less talk and more like hypnotized to talk. Only had 2 hours to get all of this information, so I had to speed it up. Naruto clarified. I might be the best, but I can't stretch time without preparation. Ignoring the thing about time. Why are you interested in my induction test? Because you're not as successful as you think. Naruto pressed entered on the laptop, playing a video. Alexei can be seen sitting on a chair inside a dark room with only a single light shining on his face. Something you would expect from a cliché interrogation scene. One thing to take note though was the blank look on Alexei's face. Hey, man. So can you repeat to me what you just said? Naruto's voice can be heard from behind the camera. I have never really met Captain America. I just want for my comrades to know. The other thing. About the Red Room. Naruto interrupted. Drikoff managed to keep the Red Room alive. Even after my girl's impressive attempt to end the bastard. Nat's scrunched eyebrow was all the reaction discernible from the my girl comment. Drikoff went underground after Natasha's attempt. I barely hear any whispers anymore. So, what do you know? Drikoff made another super soldier, someone better than me, as hard to believe that is. As for finding Drikoff himself, I only know of one person who can do it. My swift fox. Melina. Mama Melina's alive. Natasha let out. Naruto promptly paused the video. I thought she didn't made it. Is that good news or bad news? Jess asked. Natasha just stared intently at the screen for a moment before answering. I don't know. Welp. Naruto exclaimed. If you can't decide on that one, you'll be a lot more sure on this one. He added before playing the video again. It's just a shame that Drikoff started using the mind control stuff from the North Institute. Natasha can't help but recall the daring escape from Ohio. Yelena should be able to do her job and be proud of it. Naruto closed the laptop and observed Nat's reaction. Natasha felt her insides drop. It's the only reason why she hadn't kept a tab on Yelena. She can't risk for Drikoff to find her sister. After she killed, or rather, failed to kill Drikoff, she just wanted for Yelena to have a normal life. Staying away from her seems like the right thing to do. Now, it just looks like she's fooling herself. Naruto. Natasha started in a serious tone. I never begged before. I will fight, seduce, or manipulate to get what I want. So you should know how serious I am when I say, please help me find and save my sister. Jess just kept her arms around Nat. She's not as close or distant, depending on how you look at it, to her sister as Nat was, but she knows that she'll do just about anything to save Trish. Naruto smiled and pulled something out of his back pocket. He placed it on the table, revealing a thin yellow folder with the emblem of Black Widow in front. Come on. You don't even have to ask, much less beg. Naruto opened the folder. The first page was a long-distance photo of Melina Vostokov on an isolated farm tending to some pigs. I suggest starting with her, or you could give a visit to your dad. He might just be bitter enough to take down Drikoff with you. Like a family outing. Your choice. Stark Apartment, New York, June 3, 2010, 0900H local. The Stark New York apartment, aka Stark 3-floor penthouse suite, was the temporary residence of the family for the East Coast. This one of Tony's properties peppered across the world. This one, in particular, could be considered as a safe house, as this was registered under a holding company owned by one of his aliases. As to why they're using this apartment rather than use the newly renovated mansion upstate, it's just that they'll be closer to both the Expo and the Stark Tower construction. Pepper couldn't help but release a sigh of relief when she saw Tony eating cereal with Morgan. Yesterday's debacle made her worry so much. She made a point not to watch the news last night. Tony only came home and went to bed when Pepper was already in bed, though not yet asleep. She was only able to fall asleep when she felt Tony settle beside her. So when SH woke up without Tony on the bed, she can't help but made to think of the worst possible scenario. It still weirds me out when I see you eat cereal, Pepper said after releasing she didn't know she was holding. I know. I'm disgusted with myself. Tony replied sarcastically with an exaggerated shiver. Oh, stop it. Pepper kissed Tony on the lip and Morgan on the crown of her head before sitting beside Morgan. So, Morgan? What do you want to do today? Can we watch Wall-E? Morgan asked with wide puppy dog eyes. Again? Why don't we watch something else? Tony countered with exaggerated movements. But Daddy, Wall-E's cool. He's just like Dummy, Butterfingers, and you. Please. I can't argue with that logic. Tony commented with a shrug. Let's just finish our breakfast, huh, princess? Yes. During the short exchange between Morgan and her husband, Pepper managed to make herself a salad for breakfast. The family continued with the light conversation while adults were deftly ignoring last night's events and knowingly pushing off their responsibilities later in the day. It's a good thing Pepper already tasked the PR and law departments to head off any possible backlash. They've been given one simple instruction: pile everything on Hammer and Ross. Morgan and Tony were just waiting for Pepper to finish her salad when Jarvis spoke up. Sir, you have a phone call? I thought we agreed that you'll field all calls. Of course, sir. But this call came from one of your personal numbers. Jarvis replied. This one, in particular, is dedicated to Mr. Uzumaki. Naruto? He never used that number before. He just pops out like a pimple. It's not Mr. Uzumaki. A woman named May Parker is the one who's calling. She claims that Mr. Uzumaki gave her that number. Now, that's odd. Ignoring the fact that Naruto just gave his number away nilly-willy, what could be the reason for him to do it? There's a lot of scenarios running through his head, from something as stupid as a prank to world-ending events. Like May Parker may be a cliché supervillain or something. Put her on the speaker, will you? Tony ordered, causing Pepper to raise her eyebrow in curiosity. Yes, sir. After a short pause, an adult voice spoke up a little hesitantly. Hello. I'm May Parker. A friend of yours named Naruto gave me this number. I'm looking for Mr. Stark. Well, you reached him. Now, why is a virtual stranger calling me on this lovely morning after a very hectic night? Tony replied with his public persona/voice. He said to call this number if my kid, and I quote, as smart as I think he is. May released an audible. I'm gonna level with you. I don't like you before. I'm on the fence now, but you're my kid's #1 hero. I firmly believe that my kid is going to change the world, and loath of me to admit it, but he'll reach his dreams if you're involved in any way. Tony, for all intents and purposes, was the richest man alive. That means there were not many people not close to him who would talk to him that way. The last stranger who did that ended up being his wife. So there's a part of him screaming to just listen. He made eye contact with Pepper, asking for advice, but all she gave him was a small shrug and an amused smirk. Give the kid's name. Tony could yell that May was hesitating, but she eventually gave the name. Peter. Peter Parker. Stay on the line. I'll give him a quick check. On second thought, I'll just call you. Tony didn't wait for a reply before ordering Jarvis to hang up and compile a data packet for one Peter Parker. Come on, let's watch an interracial robot movie while JARV does all the work. Tony. Pepper scolded, a little mortified with Tony's weirdly on-point description. She helped Morgan to the ground before walking towards the living room with Tony not far behind. He made sure to clean up the table and place the dishes in the dishwasher. Do you want to do it, baby? Yes. Morgan exclaimed excitedly. JARV. Can you play Wall-E, please? It would be my pleasure, little miss. The 80-inch UHD TV lowered from the ceiling while the mirrors darkened and the lights dimmed. The movie played right after the TV was set. Tony sat down beside Morgan, sandwiching the princess. He reached for Pepper's shoulder and pulled her closer, cuddling both of his girls. What did you think was Naruto thinking? Pepper asked a few minutes into the movie. She made sure to lower her voice as to not disturb Morgan. Something he will laugh about, I guess. You know the guy. Yup. The family just enjoyed being with each other until the movie ended. It ended at the right time, as Pepper would have enough time to prepare for lunch. Tony decided to look into the kid in the meantime. He decided to do it on the table so he can look over at Morgan while she's coloring on the Stark pad. Tony knocked on the table, causing a holographic screen and keyboard to appear. It's time for a show and tell, buddy. Tony said out loud. Peter Parker, 9 years old. Born to doctors Richard and Mary Parker, deceased. Tony's eyes widened hearing the name. The Parker's death was one of the tragedies of the scientific community, particularly in the field of biology. They were making some major headways into gene splicing before their plane crashed. His current legal guardians are Ben and May Parker. Richard and Ben Parkers were brothers. Currently enrolled in the 5th grade at John Colgate. He has an impressive academic record. Nothing lower than A other than mandatory physical education and art class. I should say that there are multiple recommendations for skipping grades, but the Parkers wanted Peter to remain with age peers. Tony was reading the compiled file while Jarvis continued with his explanation. There were also some public access photos of the kid and the Parkers. One photo, or rather video in particular, that got his attention came from the onboard camera of a Hammer drone armor. No way. Tony breathes out. Come on, Pep, take a look at this. Pepper came over and looked at the screen. It showed a kid in an Iron Man mask and toy repulsor aiming for a Hammer drone. The drone was about to blow the kid away with a tank cannon before Tony swooped down and took down the drone. That's the Peter Parker. Tony paused right after the armor flew away. There's a short stretch of silence with Pepper just staring at a still of the kid aiming the toy repulsor at the drone. She can't also help but also look out the school picture of Pete Parker and mentally note how much a young Tony and Peter look alike. They were so alike that she might just fool herself into thinking that Peter was Tony's son. Peps. Honey. You got your work cut out for you. Pepper said after shaking herself. Tony can't shake the feeling that his smart and intuitive wife just predicted his future. JARV. Call back May Parker, would you? Dialing now. And I just had a great vacation. I hope you guys had a great holiday season. June 3, 2010, 1300H local. After a quick chat with May Parker, Tony decided to give the kid a chance. He sent ordered one Stark tablet to the Parkers. This tablet, which was permanently connected to STANet and Jarvis, was programmed to spit out math and science questions from the first grade to postdoctorate. Peter Parker would have a month to answer as many questions as he can. The questions would be curated and controlled by Jarvis, making sure Peter would answer a good amount of questions in a wide range of topics so Tony could get a handle on the kid's brain. Jarvis would also provide all the references needed to answer said questions. The tablet should arrive the day after tomorrow, as Stark Industries technicians still need to make the necessary upgrades to make it more child-friendly. Nevertheless, Jarvis would just give Tony the results after the month was up. He just needs to decide what he'll do from there. She already called, huh? That was quick. I thought she'll mull it over. Naruto suddenly said from behind the Stark family, surprising them. The Starks were just having a short break after their lunch and they were hoping to have a lazy afternoon, but it looks like it ain't happening. Morgan quickly jumped over the couch and leaped towards Naruto's arms. Naruto? Where did you go last night? Morgan asked with a tilt of her head and a slight lisp. I watched a movie. Not suitable for princesses like you. Naruto countered with a bop on Morgan's nose. It's rather violent. Naruto, Pepper called out, warning him not to say too much. And that's my cue. Naruto pulled back. He carried Morgan and walked around the couch. Nat and I will be gone for a while. Maybe a week at most. What for? Tony asked. I'm not sure I'm supposed to tell anyone, but I'll probably share it after we return. Naruto replied with an apologetic smile. All you need to know is we're making a mess in Team Motherland. That got Tony and Pepper's attention, since it's not even a day ago when they tied up a loose end from a certain Russian. Vanko? Tony inquired. You would think so, would you? But no. Naruto answered. I just found something out while looking into Vanko. By the way, you don't have to worry about anything relating Vanko. That's a good thing to hear. Pepper said in relief. Naruto felt Morgan pulling at his hair. Yes, Meguna. You're leaving, Naruto? Morgan asked with slightly teary eyes. Me would leave for a bit cause Auntie Nat needs help, but my look-alike will stay here with you. Naruto replied. If you really need to call me, just have Jarvis ca Auntie Jess. You can handle that, can't you, JARV? I have Miss Jones's number saved in my database. Since when? Tony inquired, a little left out. Since your wedding, sir. Huh. Didn't know about that. I asked him to take it in case of emergencies. Naruto added. And speaking of emergencies, you still have some tags I've given you, and Morgan here has her bracelet, so I ca show up anytime. He put down Morgan, who reluctantly let go of him. I'll whip something up for her to eat later, but after that, I'll have to go. Nat can't wait for this to get over with. He then moved towards the kitchen. Right. Let me help you. Pepper stood up and went with him. Outskirts of Astana, Kazakhstan, June 5, 2010, 1000H local. Natasha and Naruto were quick to arrive in Kazakhstan, where Nat's contact was supposed to meet them. Naruto had argued that he could handle everything himself, but Nat was rather adamant about doing most of the job herself. He has been effectively delegated into an information source and a safety net in case things go sideways. They even went as far as using a traditional way to travel. Using aliases to jump both passenger and cargo planes to arrive in Kazakhstan relatively undetected but trackable by everyone who knows our itinerary, aka the one-eyed pirate and Legolas. Natasha decided to inform Fury and Barton about this particular development because taking down Red Room was her initiation mission for S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, Naruto warned her that the Red Room has a history of working with Hydra. The moment S.H.I.E.L.D. becomes aware that the Red Room was still operational, they might re-establish their alliance and once again fucking the world over. Good thing Fury listened. He placed Nat on vacation, effectively giving her free rein. He also filled out a backdated non-digital paperwork for mission operation in case Nat will need an extract plan. Right now, the couple was driving a closed van, which was prepared by Naruto in advance, northward towards the Russian-Kazakhstan border. They were going to meet Nat's contact at an abandoned farm 50 kilometers from the capital. Nat's contact, Rick Mason, was a former British Navy support analyst turned SHIELD agent under logistics, and finally, one of the fastest rising independent contractors. He had made a name for himself from only 2 years of active service. He has reportedly been able to deliver almost any product given enough time and money. He can also introduce customers to groups or individuals who do wet work. Apparently, Naruto was the only one he couldn't reach. Rick Mason uses a debit system as a form of payment. No credit whatsoever. A client needs to deposit money into Mason's network of bank accounts. This money is what he would use to avail the customers of his services. And just like most banks, he has a maintaining balance. Anywhere from 50 grand to $10 million, depending on how reliable was the customer and the usual purchase size. You're really not going to say anything? Natasha let out after she finally gave up on thinking about it. No way. We're not going to use that thing anyway. Naruto answered while lounging on the passenger seat with his feet up on the dash. You know I could just reach out back and lift the tarp, right? Would you do it though? Natasha bit her lower lip. Her curiosity fighting her pride. That's what I thought. Naruto brought his sunglass down to his nose and looked around with his eyes. He looked towards the meeting place in particular. We're close. Your guy's good. I know. That's why Clint and I use him. The pair continued with their small talk until they reached the rendezvous spot. When they arrived, a 6-foot-tall, African-British man wearing a leather jacket, shirt, and jeans was sitting at a bench outside an abandoned home while eating an apple with a switchblade. A nondescript maroon Lada sedan was parked near him. Rick only looked up when saw Nat and Naruto's van driving down the dirt road. Rick stood up and waited for the van to stop in front of him. Nat was the first one to get out and gave Rick a friendly hug. They knew each other during Rick's time as a SHIELD agent. He's one of the few friends of Nat. Naruto stepped out of the van carrying both his and Nat's duffel bag. He slung both bags over his shoulder and extended his right paw towards Rick. Noah Ulmer. Naruto introduced himself. Rick Mason. Nice to meet you. Rick shook Naruto's hand before turning towards Nat alias. Yeah. Too many if you ask me. Nat answered with a shrug. That alias means he likes you since he gave you an alias with an N and U. That's the first letters of his name. She added, causing Naruto to glare at her. Though you'll probably be more interested with his professional name. What is it? Rick asked out of his curiosity. I'll tell you before we leave. Naruto interjected. Okay. Rick drawled out. Come on, let me show you guys what I got. Nat and Rick walked towards the back of the barn while Naruto trailed a few steps back. Okay. I gotta ask. Rick whispered. Who's that guy? Long story short, he's my boyfriend. I guess. Maybe fiancé would fit better. Nat and Naruto had already talked about doing an Uzumaki-style wedding. You're not giving me much here. Cause you can connect the dots the moment you know his work alias. He'll tell me, right? Cause my curiosity's piqued. Maybe. Most likely. Nat answered right before turning the corner of the barn. Right in front of them was VTOL turboprop Boeing V-22 Osprey with some noticeable modifications. The Osprey in front of them has a more angular shape similar to the Quinjet. The usual military gray was changed into pitch black. The exposed weaponry like the A-230 chain gun below the plane was usually found under the Apache attack helicopter. What the hell? Nat said. Told you I'm the best. Impressed. Rick gloated. The US military and DARPA made a prototype for a possible replacement for a VTOL attack gunship. Naruto supplied, surprising Rick a bit since that was supposedly classified. Only 3 prototypes were made and here's one of them. Rick just stared at Naruto for a moment before speaking. You're connected, aren't you? Nah. Naruto replied with a mysterious smile. I just like to snoop around. I'll just bring the van around. He added before dropping both bags and going back. You never brought that much equipment before? Rick commented. I have everything I need in the bag. Nat gestured towards the duffel bags. You know what I say. Pack light, pack fast. So why the van? The Osprey could carry it in its cargo hold but it'll shorten your range. Naruto drove the van towards the back of the barn where the Osprey was placed. He made sure to place the rear doors of the van right in front of Nat and Rick. He got out, walked toward the back before opening it, revealing 2 pallets covered by a large tarp. He reached for an exposed handle at the bottom of the pallet and pulled at it hard. This caused both pallets to slide from the bed of the van to drop toward the ground. "Okay. What's that?" Rick asked. Naruto just smiled before removing the tarp, revealing 2 blocks of $100 bills. "Add this to Nat's account," Naruto informed Rick. "How much is that?" Rick asked. $400 million of clean bills. Huh. Rick turned towards Nat. "Well, that effectively quintuples your account." "Where do you get the cash?" Nat asked with a raised eyebrow. "Drug lords, cartels, and terrorists. You know. The usual," Naruto answered with a shrug. "And that cash is all clean. I checked all 400 million serial numbers." "Bullshit," Rick commented. "I know, right? Took me a whole day to verify everything. So that's where all the missing SHIELD surveillance cameras and computers had gone off to," Natasha said as an afterthought. "I thought you said that this guy is useless compared to you." "Hey," Rick objected almost immediately while glaring at Naruto. "Yeah. He's basically useless, but you know me. I support small businesses," Naruto said with a deadpan tone while staring at Rick dead in the eye. Natasha can't help but laugh hearing Naruto's serious statement. She then walked towards the duffel bags, picking them up, before going towards the Osprey. "Come on. Stop kicking Rick's pride," Nat called out to Naruto. "I'll contact you if I need another transport in the next few days." Naruto followed Nat towards the Osprey before remembering his word before pulling out a business card and handing it to Rick. He then jogged towards the aircraft. Rick, on the other hand, quickly looked at the card, only seeing a picture at the front. The face of the fox with 9 tails circling behind it. He quickly figured out what that means. The blonde asshole he just met was the famous/infamous 9 Tails. Nat must have met him during her and Clint's manhunt. He turned the card over expecting to find a contact number, but only finding a single sentence. "Call Nat June 5, 2010, 1200 H local." "You enjoyed that?" "Maybe too much, if you ask me," Natasha stated with surety as she flew the Osprey along the Russian air defense zone. "I'd be lying if I say I didn't," Naruto replied at the passenger seat. Natasha gave Naruto a sideways glance before smirking while shaking her head. "You're jealous." "I'm not jealous," Naruto quickly replied. "Maybe too quickly for some." I'm really not," Naruto defended. "He's just like you before. Using every resource he can to find me just to have the bragging rights to say that he's the first person that could facilitate contact between me and customers. I'm just gonna say that I believe you and end it at that," Nat said with a disbelieving tone. "So, where are we going? I gave you the files, right?" "Yes, you have. Naruto looked at Nat when she suddenly paused with the sentence. He saw a relatively rare look. Natasha with an unsure expression. "I know what I want. I want to save my sister, kill Drikoff, and put an end to the Red Room. If you want to just get this over with, we can head straight to the Red Room, kidnap Yelena, and blow everything sky high," Naruto told her with a dispassionate tone. "Or you could aim a little higher and rebuild what you had before. It wouldn't be the same, of course, but I'll argue that it's better because it's real." He reached for Nat's free hand and looked at her dead in the eye. "Don't tell me you don't want that." The moisture forming on Nat's eyes was answer enough. The small nod just further confirmed it. "Then we got a gulag to visit. You can find the way, right?" Nat just glared at Naruto, causing him to laugh. 7th Circle Prison, Siberia, Russia, June 6, 2010, 0200H local. After a total of 8 hours of travel, 6 hours of which were spent in flying while 2 hours raiding Russian gas dumps spread throughout the country to refuel, we finally reached the 7th Circle Prison. One of the most isolated, hostile, protected, and dangerous gulags, and that's saying something. In the event of a mass breakout, the whole prison was designed to be buried under dozens of feet of snow by avalanches from the surrounding mountains. This was where the most dangerous and/or high-profile prisoners were thrown into. A number of enhanced individuals, usually from failed experiments, were also contained in this prison. All of these prisoners combined caused dozens of deaths a year, and considering there were only around 200 prisoners at any one time, it's a staggering amount. Supposing that the seventh circle of hell was where the souls of the violent were supposedly punished, the name of the prison seems to be more apt. Natasha landed the Osprey at the other side of the mountain to the north of the prison and hid it in the forest. The pair then started their treacherous flight up the mountain. Even Natasha, with her enhanced physique, could feel the strain of the climb on her body. It's no wonder no one had successfully escaped the prison. Naruto created a camouflaged nest on the summit of the northern mountain while Natasha started the surveillance of the prison. Naruto had already given her the layout of the seventh hell along with dossiers of the staff and prisoners. She just needs to confirm his information before continuing with her battle plan. They really wanted to make this prison as inconspicuous as possible. Natasha commented while lying prone on the ground and looking through her binoculars. They even hide their anti-air defenses as abandoned towers or mining equipment. Well, this is a black site. A specialized gulag black site disguised as a regular gulag black site disguised as a regular gulag disguised as an abandoned mining facility owned by the state. Naruto replied while tracing his fingers across Natasha's back. If Natasha was noticing this, she didn't show it. The number of covers for this place stops most from looking further into it with how many prisons are disguised as state assets. It's like Inception. Natasha disengaged from the binoculars and turned towards Naruto with a weird look. Isn't that the movie that's supposed to come out next month? I was excited so I sent a clone inside Warner and watched the unedited version. Naruto replied like it was a normal thing to do. Spoiler alert, it's not a dream. And I thought you loved us. You should, at the very least, invited Jess and me. Naruto sounded out, staring gobsmacked at Natasha. Oh, look, it's the warden. Natasha gave Naruto one last annoyed look before looking through her binoculars again. She indeed saw the warden at one of the steel bridges overlooking the prison. He was having a smoke while checking the prison from the safety of the overhead bridges and towers. He's the only guy with access to the bombs that would bury the whole prison. The system even has a dead man switch that would detonate the bombs the moment he flatlines within the range of the prison. Paranoid, I know. What happens if he leaves the prison during his vacation time? The prison has 3 wardens, each serving for 6 months before vacationing for a year. Well, it's not really a vacation since they have waiting offices as cover. The serving warden can't leave without the other warden present, cause that might cause the mountain to blow up. Loyalty. Extremely loyal. They're all students of Soviet old guards and subscribe to their doctrines. They'll be more likely to torture their family before letting the people inside of there to get out. Natasha took another 3 hours to observe the guards and study the data packet before being satisfied. Alright, let's go back to the Osprey. I'll tell you the plan on the way. 7th Circle Prison, Siberia, Russia, June 6, 2010, 1600 H. Local Alexei Shostakov. The Red Guardian. The Soviets' only official success in creating their super soldier in response to USA's Captain America. Aside from his impressive physical and mental statistics, the Red Guardian's image was designed to stoke a sense of patriotism from the Soviet people. Alexei himself was a 6'3", 45-year-old, with dark blonde hair and blue eyes. He used to have a fit, heavy lifter physique, but years of a sedentary lifestyle caused him fatten up. His several tattoos and scruffy beard makes him rather intimidating. The betrayal of his beloved country and years in a high-security prison caused him to develop some rather concerning personality faults on top of his existing issues: patriotism bordering on fanaticism, skewed morals, aggressive behavior, paranoia, and mood swings. Although one thing, in particular, was directly caused by the Soviet military themselves with the help of Drikoff and Hydra. Alexei has a delusion that he fought against Captain America several times during missions. These were not something pulled out from nothing. The Red Guardian has indeed fought with a real super soldier before, just not Captain America. There were multiple instances when Hydra loaned the Winter Soldier to the Soviet military and to General Drikoff himself. Drikoff used the Winter Soldier to train the Black Widows. In exchange, Hydra can give a defined number of missions to the Red Room. The symbiotic relationship between TH2 caused an exponential growth between the two groups. The Soviets, on the other hand, used the Winter Soldier to test the capability of the Red Guardian against an established super soldier. That's where they determined that the Red Guardian was generally stronger and tougher but has lower agility and stamina. However, it was also determined that the Red Guardian was significantly less effective than the Winter Soldier due to several reasons. That's one of the reasons why Russia was relatively okay with keeping Alexei in prison, even if he could be a significant asset. Alexei was in his room, laying down and contemplating about his past accomplishments, when a guard tapped his specialized steel door to get his attention. Everyone would be speaking Russian until specified otherwise. "You got a visitor. Stand up and get out of there," the guard shouted with a sneer. The wardens decided that there was no point in cuffing or restricting the movement of enhanced individuals outside of their cell, as they have no realistic way of stopping them except for outright killing them. Nevertheless, the guards constantly look down at the prisoners as they consider them traitors to the motherland, no matter their circumstances. Alexei, for his part, just stood up and left his cell. He followed the guard towards the management building. They passed through multiple gates and checkpoints. Surprisingly, H wasn't taken to the rarely used visitation room but towards the warden's office. 2 guards were guarding the door, though Alexei believed that the office could be considered a bunker. One of the guards knocked twice before opening the door. Alexei could see the warden happily talking while drinking vodka and smoking cigars with a heavy-set man dressed in thick camo outfit. Beside him was a large bag with what looked like to be some survival gear and an SV-98 sniper rifle specially modified for hunting. The heavy-set man turned around, revealing his face. Alexei immediately recognized the man. Abrasha Tarkovsky, the bloody general. The primary intelligence officer for the Re-Army. He has been called the Red General for his fondness of flaying people alive for information. He was also famous for missing from time to time, hunting game from around the world mostly in secret. It looks like he decided to, once again, tackle the wilderness of Siberia. There's no other reason for the man to be here. The Red Guardian. Abrasha boisterously declared. "It's a pleasure to officially meet you," he said as he stood from his chair and kissed both of Alexei's cheeks. "Though washing yourself more often would be appreciated." He then turned around and looked towards the warden. "Shesha, can you give us some privacy?" "Absolute, complete privacy." The warden just saluted like a perfect soldier before pressing a button from under his desk, probably to turn off all remote surveillance, and started walking out of the room. "Shesha, I would like to talk more later after I finish this small chat." The warden just nodded before closing the door. "Alexei, have a seat, please," he said like he owned the room. "I would like to talk about someone who you know very well." "Who?" Alexei would have rather stayed silent, but his patriotism and the fact that General Abrasha was mostly unconnected to his unjustified incarceration. Drikoff. That certainly got Alexei's attention since he wants to have his revenge. "What do you want to know?" Abrasha took his time before answering. He took a sip of his drink and a puff of cigar. "Is he still alive?" "Yes," Alexei answered without hesitation. "Do you know where he is?" "No, though I know someone who does." "Who?" "Melina Vostokov." "The widow?" "She's still alive, too." Abrasha asked more to himself. "Where?" "At a farm outside St. Petersburg." Abrasha stood up and gestured for Alexei to come closer. As soon as Alexei got closer, the general placed a hand around the nape of his neck, where he suddenly felt something pinching at the base of his skull. "Worry no more, Alexei. We're going after Drikoff and we're working on getting you out." General Abrasha let go of Alexei and sat back down. "You can go now and call for Shesha back." I reluctantly nodded before walking out of the room and opening the door. "Make sure to listen to the voice in your head. It will guide you well," Abrasha added before Alexei left the room. After relaying to the guards what the general said, they took Alexei to the mess hall as we finished just after the dining call. They left him alone just after passing through the gate that separates the cell blocks to the management building. He sat down on one of the empty tables and discreetly touched the back of his head. That's when he felt a small bump, like a device, hidden by his long hair. He would complain about it, but General Abrasha was obviously trying to tell him something. Alexei was just about to take a bite of the thing that disguises itself as food when he suddenly stopped hearing a voice he never thought of hearing again. "Alexei, are you ready to get out?"